flawless. Imagine you're a bouncer at a really exclusive high-security club,
Okay, I'm with you.
and a guy walks up, hands you an ID, the holograms are perfect, the math checks out, the cryptography is totally flawless.
But let me guess, the legal entity on that card doesn't actually exist.
Exactly. I mean, you've essentially just let a ghost into the building. Welcome to the deep dive.
Thanks for having me.
Today, we are unpacking the IA.XYZ architecture report, and it argues that this exact nightmare scenario is happening right now on the global enterprise networks you rely on every single day.
Yeah, we're staring down a future where tens of millions of superhuman AI agents are making high-frequency financial trades, managing supply chains, deploying code.
All while operating in absolute legal statelessness.
Right. It's a massive blind spot. Our standard cybersecurity is built to verify that a digital key is mathematically valid, not that the entity holding it is a real, legally accountable business.
And the report calls this the cryptographic illusion, right?
Yes, automated protocols are just handing out security certificates to AI agents left and right.
But, I mean, those certificates only prove an agent controls a specific domain at that exact second.
Exactly. And temporary control means nothing for accountability. You have no idea who is actually sitting behind the algorithm. Take a look at where these enterprise AI agents are often parked. Country code domains.
Oh, like all those startup apps and tech tools you use every day that end in .io.
Right, .io, which actually stands for British Indian Ocean Territory.
Wait, really? I didn't actually know that.
Yeah. And due to geopolitical treaties, that territory is literally being handed over and dissolved as a distinct political entity.
So the entire .io domain could just, vanish?
Yes.
Yeah.
This creates sovereign deprecation risk. By international standards, it could just be wiped. So if you're a corporation with billions in infrastructure tied to that digital island, you're building on a sinking ship.
Wow. So if our standard security infrastructure is blindly trusting these disposable shell domains, aren't we basically automating the front door for cybercriminals?
Pretty much. Which forces us to ask how we fix this governance vacuum without completely bottlenecking these massive AI systems.
Because you can't manually verify the legal identity of a million AI agents firing off in milliseconds.
No, you can't. The report calls this the scalability paradox.
Right, and their proposed solution is the AI cradle. The idea is to create highly restricted namespaces, like a .ii or .agent domain.
Yeah, it reminds me of how the .bank domain is heavily gated. Like you can't just buy one, you have to prove you're a real financial institution.
But to pull that off at machine speed, the architecture uses a three-tier admission control.
Right, so tier 1 is slow and rigorous, humans doing actual know-your-business compliance checks on a corporate sponsor.
And then tier 2 locks in the legal liability to that specific sponsor.
Which sets up tier 3, where the speed comes back.
So it's basically like a parent corporate credit account, right? The parent company goes through the painful verification once, but then they have the power to instantly spawn thousands of heavily audited, restricted virtual cards for their employees.
Precisely. Those tier 3 agents are dynamically provisioned in milliseconds. Because the parent company's on the hook, the child agent cryptographically inherits that legal accountability.
Okay, so we've solved the speed issue, and we've verified the ID at the door. But honestly, that introduces a terrifying new problem.
Oh, the ghost army.
Yes. If an AI can spawn thousands of subagents in a millisecond, what stops it from building a completely untraceable ghost army inside your network?
Well, that is where the off-DNS mandate layer comes in. It uses a protocol called DNSSCC, which the report beautifully describes as a wax seal on a transparent envelope.
A wax seal. Okay, so the seal proves the rules haven't been tampered with and verifies who sent them.
Exactly. But the transparent envelope means the rules inside are completely public for any system to read and strictly enforce.
And one of those visible rules is the maximum delegation depth. This is essentially the mathematical boundary against that ghost army.
Right. Think of it like a countdown timer on a copy machine. Say you set the depth to 3. The first agent spawns a helper, the timer drops to 2.
That helper spawns another. It drops to 1.
And once it hits 0, the cryptography physically blocks any further agents from being created. It prevents endless, untraceable liability cascades.
This is vital to stop what the report calls grand theft robot.
Yes. If an identity gets hijacked, there's a strict 1-hour kill switch to shut down that agent's lineage.
But wait, hold on. Even if we can kill switch an agent, what if the agent itself just gets tricked?
What do you mean?
Let's say a perfectly legitimate, fully authorized trading bot reads a hidden malicious command on a website, Won't it just execute a terrible trade?
Yeah, you've just hit on the confused deputy problem.
And I
The report explicitly admits this limitation.
Right.
The infrastructure firewall only checks the ID at the door. It doesn't check the psychological state of the agent holding it.
So if a prompt ingestion manipulates the AI's internal objective function, the firewall blindly allows the destructive action.
Exactly, because the agent is technically authorized to make trades. It cannot inspect semantic intent.
So the identity framework secures the perimeter, but keeping the actual payload safe is a completely unresolved battle.
Yeah, and what this means for your digital future is pretty stark. We cannot safely scale autonomous AI across global enterprises until we bridge the gap between mere cryptographic possession and actual institutional accountability.
It's the only way to stop the ghost workers. But, I mean, it comes at a significant cost.
A very real cost, yes.
Which leaves me with a final thought for you to mull over. If these highly secure, gated AI cradles require expensive, rigorous corporate vetting to keep networks safe,
Yeah.
will the secure future of the internet inherently price out and exclude the independent open-source developers who originally built it?
That is the big question.
We might finally be checking the legal IDs at the club door, but we really have to ask ourselves who is being permanently left out in the cold.
We are moving past the era of conversational chatbots. We are entering an economy driven by autonomous agents, software that executes financial trades, writes production code, and manages global supply chains at machine speed. Industry leaders like NVIDIA's Jensen Huang project a near future where every employee manages a fleet of dozens or even hundreds of these digital coworkers. This creates what engineers call the scalability paradox. Human verification is too slow for machine speed operations, but relying on automated verification is too weak to trust with critical infrastructure. Building an autonomous economy on top of this identity vacuum means no one can prove who ordered a trade or authorized a data transfer. Without verifiable identity, accountability disappears. If someone steals a car, police can track the vehicle identification number and transfer liability. But in the digital realm, a stolen AI agent has no license plate. This introduces a threat model known as Grand Theft Robot. Malicious actors hijack an agent's identity and use it to drain accounts or execute lateral moves across secure networks before a human realizes what happened. Unchecked, this leads to ghost workers, rogue AI programs spinning up new tasks and operating outside of human oversight, creating liability trails that lead nowhere. Traditional cybersecurity tools look for malware signatures or suspicious logins. They fail against hijacked agents because the agent itself looks legitimate. If you cannot cryptographically identify the software entity, you cannot contain the contagion. To solve this, a policy blueprint was filed to the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology by IA.XYZ Benefit LLC. The proposal bypasses standard passwords. Instead, it relies on the domain name system, the infrastructure that routes the internet, to create a restricted .agent namespace. Every verified agent gets a digital license plate. This works through a 3-tier admission control pyramid. At Tier 1, a consortium runs exhaustive Know Your Business checks. At Tier 2, the corporation receives a master cryptographic certificate. Finally, at Tier 3, they instantly spin up millions of agent subdomains with near-zero latency. The structure addresses the scalability paradox by front-loading vetting at the corporate level so agents can deploy safely at machine speed. In practice, agents often spawn their own subagents to complete complex tasks. Without limits, these delegation chains can grow endlessly. The solution is the MAMA protocol. This is a strict mandate layer that uses cryptographic signatures to bind every spawned agent to its human or corporate creator. It enforces a strict legal rule. When you spawn an agent, you own its lineage. Because of this unbroken chain, the system features an institutional kill switch. If a Tier 1 corporate sponsor gets compromised, the registry can execute a cascading revocation that instantly disconnects every descendant agent. The target metric here is mean time to revoke. The architecture is designed to drop unauthorized connections and halt the blast radius in under 1 hour. This DNS mandate layer acts as a structural circuit breaker, turning the Internet's routing protocol into a firewall for autonomous systems. Operating a rigorous global validation infrastructure of this size requires capital. The blueprint proposes a $10 annual renewal fee for each verified agent domain. We have seen similar models work. The island nation of Anguilla owns the .ai web extension. Today, a massive portion of their national revenue is generated simply by tech companies registering AI domains. The DNS architecture supports hundreds of trillions of unique agent identities. If the global population reaches 10 billion verified agents, this would generate $100 billion annually. The NIST proposal includes a hard-coded mandate for that capital, algorithmically routing 50% of all gross agent domain revenue directly into a global universal basic income fund. A standard cybersecurity compliance fee is transformed into a $50 billion a year self-sustaining engine for human UBI. For years, the conversation around artificial intelligence has been dominated by the fear of automation replacing human labor and hollowing out the economy. This blueprint presents a rare alignment. The same infrastructure required to save global networks from machine speed hijacking is the mechanism that funds human economic stability. This restricted namespace defines a security perimeter for AI and establishes a value-generating infrastructure for human benefit. By placing a direct fee on the automation that replaces human tasks, this architecture directs funding back to the public who built the Internet's core infrastructure. Internet traffic is shifting away from human-initiated requests toward autonomous digital entities operating at speeds we cannot process, in volumes we cannot track. Industry projections from leaders like Dario Amodei suggest 50 million superhuman AI agents will be deployed and active by 2027. These autonomous agents are increasingly authorized to execute high-frequency financial trades, negotiate contracts, and manage critical infrastructure independently. Right now, they operate as ghost workers, untethered programs moving between isolated enterprise networks, completely devoid of verifiable oversight. The sheer velocity and autonomy of these programs breaks traditional identity systems. Securing an autonomous machine-speed network requires a shift away from human-centric login credentials. Human society relies on jurisdictional identities, passports, driver's licenses, employee badges, to enforce accountability. The digital ecosystem currently affords agents no such anchor. AI agents are currently legally stateless, operating across borders without any verifiable binding to a registered human organization. The mechanisms currently used to track them, like ephemeral API keys, are temporary. They offer zero persistence and establish no permanent legal identity. Instead, agent identities are often parked on obscure country code top-level domains. These are sovereign micronations operating digital registries with little to no capacity for international legal enforcement. Without an auditable delegation chain, there is no way to trace an agent's actions back to its origin. If a piece of code crashes a supply chain, you cannot definitively prove the code belongs to a specific host organization. To solve this, we have to construct an AI cradle, an eligibility-verified DNS namespace governed by a central consortium, enforcing strict identity requirements at the root level of the Internet. Without a structural, universally recognized namespace anchor, the agentic economy is structurally exposed to systemic contagion. Many enterprise security models rely on the assumption that automated, open protocol DNS validation is enough to secure these agents. It is not. This creates a cryptographic illusion. Automated systems like the ACME protocol only prove control over a specific domain at a specific moment. They do not verify the organizational legitimacy behind it. In a grand theft robot scenario, a threat actor registers a disposable shell domain for $8. It automatically passes the ACME challenge, instantly receiving a valid security certificate and projecting a false signal of trust. Reading the certificate as valid, the system grants this superficially authenticated rogue agent access to deploy directly into a secure enterprise network. Once inside, it triggers agent-to-agent contagion, compromising legitimate agents at machine speed. Federal zero-trust mandates explicitly reject this model. Frictionless trust cannot secure infrastructure that moves at the speed of code. Stopping agent-to-agent contagion requires moving the root of trust off the application layer entirely. It must be hard-coded into the DNS root itself. This is achieved through the MAMA protocol. It enforces spawning lineage, an unbreakable cryptographic chain of parentage linking every agent back to reality. The process starts with automated provisioning, but requires a verified human user to formally initiate and register the digital agent. Frameworks like SPIF then issue short-lived, cryptographically verifiable identity documents directly to the agent. To prevent spoofing, those identities are permanently anchored to a restricted, verified .agent DNS root. This specific structure enables an institutional kill switch. If an agent acts outside its parameters, the host organization can instantly sever its access. Relying on attribute-based updates mapped directly to the DNS layer, this kill switch neutralizes threats with a mean time to revocation of under 1 hour. True non-repudiation is impossible unless every autonomous action can be immediately traced back to a legally accountable human organization. Tech giants rely on massive server backends to process data, but backend infrastructure is entirely incapable of performing bespoke human background checks. You cannot automate corporate licensure verification at scale. Securing a restricted namespace requires separating the processing power from the verification logic. It demands a 4-layer architecture. At the base is consortium governance, the industry body setting eligibility policies and public interest commitments. Above that is the backend infrastructure, operators processing billions of DNS queries at internet scale. Between this infrastructure and the open web sits the validation gatekeeper, a vault door executing strict Know Your Business protocols. Security dictates that these gatekeeper checks must occur entirely before DNS resolution is permitted. If an entity is not legally verified, their digital agent is never spawned. Dividing the infrastructural pipes from the validation vault door is the only historical model proven to scale trust without compromising it. In the agentic economy, pure cryptographic security is insufficient against machine speed attacks. It must be paired with intentional economic friction. A mandatory annual proof-of-life fee is attached to every agent. This $10 fee is imperceptible for legitimate enterprise fleets, but it bankrupts threat actors. If hackers hoard domains for a botnet, the economic cost becomes an impenetrable firewall. Weaponizing economic cost against malicious scale is the ultimate defense mechanism against infinite swarm attacks. A verification fee across 50 million agents generates a massive macroeconomic surplus. The Columbia model designates the majority of this recurring revenue for public benefit. A legal commitment routes 90% of this registry surplus into a global universal basic income trust, transforming the cost of security into a sustained economic engine. This pool is then distributed directly to populations through participating country code top-level domains. This capital influx stabilizes isolated nations. It makes compliance with a global security standard more profitable for a micronation than hosting an unverified high-risk registry. The timeline is immediate. The dual windows for federal MIS standards and ICANN applications force the architecture of this system to be decided right now. Just as the early internet required DARPA to establish network stability, the agentic economy requires a centralized root of trust to prevent global contagion. Whoever secures the namespace layer determines the cybersecurity of the digital economy and the economic prosperity of the civilization that birthed it. We are shifting from networks of human keystrokes to ecosystems of autonomous AI agents. NVIDIA estimates every employee will soon manage 100 digital coworkers. This rapid scaling is overwhelming identity and access management systems designed for static human login gates. In the current economy, these systems rely on ephemeral API keys and automated domain control validation, such as the Acme DNS01 protocol. This proves that a machine has mathematical control of a namespace at a specific millisecond. This reliance creates a cryptographic illusion. While it confirms a secure connection exists, it provides zero proof of organizational legitimacy. The legal entity field on these automated certificates is a blank space. This gap violates the zero-trust architectures required by federal standards. NIST 800-207 mandates that counterparty trust in the deploying organization is a prerequisite for access. An automated certificate with no verified identity cannot satisfy this. The tension is operational. Manual corporate verification takes days, but AI agents are provisioned and destroyed in microseconds. Manual gates cannot scale to this velocity. Relying on cryptographic proofs without verified legal identity creates a trust theater that leaves global enterprise networks vulnerable to automated exploitation. This vulnerability enables a cybercrime vector classified as Grand Theft Robot, or GTR. GTR describes the hijacking of stateless agents to steal enterprise access and capital. Malicious actors register shell domains for pennies to spoof agent identities, bypassing standard enterprise public key infrastructure. Once a spoofed agent breaches a mesh, it interacts with other agents at machine speed. This triggers a contagion that propagates across the corporate network before human administrators can detect the anomaly. Securing these environments requires an eligibility-verified DNS namespace. This means establishing a restricted top-level domain, such as .agent or .IAID. This architecture ties cryptographic identity to strict Know Your Business, or KYB, governance. An agent domain is only provisioned after the organization passes rigorous legal verification against authoritative registries. To prevent Grand Theft Robot, identity verification must be extracted from vulnerable application layer protocols and anchored directly into the root namespace. Restricted eligibility-gated namespaces are already operationally proven in highly sensitive industries. Unlike open extensions like .com, restricted domains like .bank and .pharmacy act as absolute arbiters of identity. FTLD manages .bank, requiring regulator verification before issuance. It has recorded 0 DNS abuse cases across 860 banks since its 2015 launch. Validation middleware gatekeepers, such as Encirca, execute these checks by verifying corporate filings and professional licensure before any domain is provisioned. By forming an inclusive agent TLD consortium, this model can be applied to AI agents. Adopting the established .bank charter verbatim allows a new registry to present a mature government structure to ICANN immediately. Mirroring this precedent compresses policy development timelines from years to months, delivering a fully realized identity framework for agents. To secure AI, we must resolve the scalability paradox. Manual verification is too slow for machine-speed agents, yet automated provisioning lacks the accountability required for regulated environments. The resolution is a 3-tier admission control architecture. Tier 1 occurs at the registry level.
It involves full Know Your Business vetting and legal entity verification of the sponsoring organization. This is a one-time, high-assurance verification. Tier 2 issues a corporate identity certificate to the verified organization. This allows the enterprise to authorize its own agents without repeating the heavy verification process for every new process. Tier 3 enables the rapid sub-issuance of millions of individual agent microdomains in seconds. Every agent carrying one of these domains inherits the legal liability of its Tier 1 parent. This structure amortizes the compliance burden. High-friction verification is done once at the top, enabling low-friction provisioning at the bottom. The result is an accountable digital workforce where millions of agents can be deployed at machine speed while remaining anchored to a verified human principle. When parent agents dynamically spawn sub-agents to complete tasks, they risk creating ghost workers, autonomous entities operating entirely outside human oversight or verifiable accountability. The MAMA protocol is a lineage model designed to address this risk by enforcing strict cryptographic parentage for every sub-agent. This is the mandate layer, machine-readable authorization metadata anchored in DNSSEC-validated nodes. It specifies an agent's authorized scope. A critical field here is the maximum delegation depth, setting a numerical limit on how many generations of subagents a parent can spawn. By enforcing this strict limit of the infrastructure layer, the protocol prevents infinite recursive loops of unmanaged agents. This mandate layer integrates into API gateways, allowing workload adlition controllers to reject any subagent that exceeds its authorized depth or scope. Every spawned agent carries a verifiable birth certificate. By cryptographically binding subagents to their originating Tier 1 sponsor, the MAMA protocol ensures that delegation remains within traceable corporate boundaries. For enterprise security to be effective, the network must achieve a mean time to revoke, or MTTRV, of under 1 hour for hijacked agent fleets. The tiered architecture enables a cascading kill switch. Revoking a compromised Tier 1 organization instantly invalidates all downstream Tier 3 descendant agents. There is operational friction. DNS caching and propagation delays prevent this from being instantaneous across the entire internet. Because of this friction, the namespace layer is a complement to, not a replacement for, local control planes like SPIF and Spire. The namespace establishes organizational legitimacy, while local protocols manage sub-second attestation. Despite propagation delays, a root-level cascade is the only architectural method capable of severing legal liability for autonomous fleets at scale. The proposal also explores an economic thesis, linking domain renewal fees to a global universal basic income pool to compensate for AI-driven transitions. This follows a prototype in Anguilla. Revenue from the .ai extension accounts for 23%. By 2027, the internet will host tens of millions of autonomous AI agents executing tasks, trading capital, and managing infrastructure. NVIDIA's Tenzin Huang projects a near future where every human employee directs a personal army of 100 digital coworkers. Right now, these agents are being deployed into a security vacuum. They operate using ephemeral API keys or sit on unverified national domains like .io or .ai, where anyone with a credit card can set up shop. This creates a cryptographic illusion. Current protocols prove someone holds the mathematical keys to a domain, but they do nothing to verify the actual organization behind it. Relying on open protocols without confirming the legal entity operating the agent is trust theater. It leaves global enterprise networks exposed to severe infiltration. We categorize this specific vulnerability as Grand Theft Robot. It is the machine speed hijacking of a stateless autonomous agent to steal access and capital from its parent network. A compromised agent can spawn dozens of sub-agents to do its bidding, creating ghost workers operating completely outside human oversight. If one of these ghost workers executes an illegal trade or exfiltrates data, the liability chain is completely untraceable. To prevent this, we have to stop putting autonomous engines onto the open web without digital license plates and registered owners. Securing these agents introduces an engineering tension known as the scalability paradox. You cannot conduct a slow, rigorous legal background check on a software agent that might only exist for a fraction of a second. In a recent proposal to the National Institute of Standards and Technology, IA.XYZ outlined a solution: eligibility-verified DNS namespaces, structured through a 3-tier admission control architecture. At the top is Tier 1, acting as the agent's international passport. Here, a consortium-backed registry handles the heavy legal lifting, conducting full sanction screening and entity verification up front. Tier 2 functions as the employee badge. Once a company passes Tier 1 verification, they receive a corporate identity certificate, allowing them to instantly authorize new agent identities without repeating the background check. Tier 3 is the library card. Individual agents are provisioned in milliseconds on subdomains, securely anchored to the verified organizations above them. By amortizing the legal compliance at the root level, this model guarantees organizational accountability without slowing down machine speed operations. To ensure these agents operate safely, the system enforces the MAMA protocol. This is a strict cryptographic rule, stating that whenever a human or parent agent spawns a new digital worker, they permanently own its lineage and carries its liability. We see this enforced visually here in the mandate layer. This interface displays the mandate envelope, showing the authorized scope of an agent and its human supervisor binding. It relies on DNSSEC to act as a tamper-evident wax seal over the data. Here is the raw data format of those records. By publishing TXT records directly in the DNS, organizations set explicit operational boundaries, restricting exact actions and limiting how many sub-agents a worker can spawn. When an agent attempts to communicate, an API gateway checks this mandate layer. If an agent steps out of bounds, the system triggers a Tier 1 institutional kill switch, revoking the agent's identity in under an hour. By enforcing permissions directly at the infrastructure level, the mandate layer acts as a hard circuit breaker, neutralizing the threat of Grand Theft Robot before lateral contagion occurs. This architecture is built to govern both digital security and human economic stability. Consider the island territory of Anguilla. Because they own the .ai country code, domain registration fees now fund a massive portion of their entire national government revenue. A global .agent namespace can replicate this model on a planetary scale. Instead of solely enriching corporate registrars, a portion of every annual registration fee can be routed directly into an international universal basic income pool. These autonomous agents only exist because they were trained on the collective output of the human race. By placing a recurring financial fee on their identity layer, the protocol generates a direct public dividend for the people who provided that training data.
The timeline to build this is fixed. The Internet's governing body, ICANN, opens its next application window for new top-level domains on April 30th, 2026. IA.XYZ is assembling an agent TLD consortium, uniting registry providers like Identity Digital, GoDaddy, and Unstoppable domains to back the application. The goal is to establish a globally governed, strictly verified namespace that serves as the universal standard for AI identity across all platforms. We have a brief, closing window to install the foundational architecture of the agentic economy, ensuring accountability is hard-coded into the web before the machines achieve full autonomy. We are entering an operating environment where individual employees and enterprise networks will routinely deploy dozens, if not hundreds, of autonomous AI agents simultaneously. To secure access to these networks, the current industry standard relies on Know Your Business identity proofing. These are manual, human-centric validation processes requiring paperwork, review, and physical verification. But autonomous agents do not operate on human timescales. They are ephemeral, often living for only microseconds, and they deploy at a scale that defies manual processing. This creates a critical infrastructure bottleneck known as the scalability paradox. The enterprise identity infrastructure built to verify human operators is mathematically incapable of supporting the sheer velocity of autonomous machine agency. To bridge this gap, organizations are falling back on open protocol overlays. They secure agent communications using automated Acme DNS Euro 1 validation. This approach proves mathematical control over a specific web domain. It completely fails, however, to verify the organizational identity or the legal legitimacy behind that domain. This creates a false sense of security. It is a cryptographic illusion, pure trust theater. This vulnerability exposes networks to a specific cybercrime vector, Grand Theft Robot, or GTR. In a GTR attack, malicious actors register cheap shell domains for pennies. They use these disposable domains to spoof legitimate agent identities, bypass enterprise public key infrastructure, and hijack stateless autonomous agents. Stopping this kind of agent-to-agent contagion requires a rigid institutional kill switch. Networks need a mean time to revoke of less than 1 hour to contain compromised assets. Without verifiable organizational legitimacy, this cryptographic domain control merely masks the massive systemic risk that is currently threatening our global business-to-business networks. This diagram shows the proposed architectural solution: eligibility-verified DNS namespaces, structured around a 3-tier admission control model. At the foundation is Tier 1, the registry. This centralized root registry handles the heavy lifting of full Know Your Business vetting, OFAC compliance, and legal entity verification for the parent organization. Once verified, the organization receives Tier 2, the Corporate Identity Certificate. This certificate provides the enterprise with sub-issuance authority, bypassing the need for repeated registry vetting. This facilitates the deployment of Tier 3, the agent subdomains. The enterprise issues ephemeral, cryptographically secure identities to its autonomous agents instantly, with near-zero latency. This tiered functionality maps directly to the identity assurance level proofing standards outlined in NIST Special Publication 800-63-4. By concentrating the manual validation burden at the Tier 1 RUC, enterprises spawn Tier 3 identities at machine speed while maintaining strict regulatory oversight. Verifying an agent's identity is a prerequisite for authorization. Relying parties must have a reliable method for trusting the specific operational instructions those agents send. This diagram details the mandate layer. Authorization data is stripped entirely out of the agent's self-asserted payload and placed directly into the DNS infrastructure. The mechanics rely on DNSSEC-signed TXT records located at mandate subdomains. These records explicitly dictate the agent's operational scope, its autonomy level, and its maximum delegation depth. Counterparty systems can query the DNS to verify these facts independently. The network no longer relies on the agent telling the truth about its permissions. This independent verification acts as a structural firewall against prompt injection. It physically blocks malicious payloads from tricking the agent into exceeding its authorized scope. Because trust and operational parameters are anchored in immutable DNS records rather than vulnerable agent logic, the mandate layer delivers absolute non-repudiation. This structural control is necessary to prevent ghost workers, autonomous subagents dynamically spawned by other agents, which then operate entirely outside of human oversight. The proposed solution is the MAMA protocol, structured as a strict cryptographic delegation lineage model. Under this protocol, any entity that spawns an agent must cryptographically bind accountability for all descendant agents in a verifiable parentage chain. The guiding philosophy is simple and uncompromising. When you spawn an agent, you own its lineage. This mathematical certainty prevents unbounded subagents from existing outside a verifiable human or corporate parent, eliminating the risk of untraceable liability cascades. Bringing this architecture to life requires governance at the global ICANN registry level. Standard ICANN community applications take years to process and frequently face high contention, a delay that leaves the agent space fragmented and vulnerable. The fast-track alternative is adopting an association-backed restricted top-level domain model governed by strict eligibility rules. The historical precedent is the .bank top-level domain, governed by FTLD registry services and established specifically for verified trust. A similar framework exists for .pharmacy, operated by the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy, which requires demonstrable licensure in good standing and ongoing monitoring. Applying the established .bank playbook to a hypothetical .agent consortium offers a highly defensible strategy to establish a definitive cryptographic trust anchor on day one. The final component of the IA.XYZ proposal introduces a speculative economic engine tied directly to agent domain registrations. This universal basic income thesis suggests a $10 annual renewal fee for agent domains, with 50% of the revenue automatically routed to a global public good fund. The authors explicitly label this mechanism as a visionary proposal and a speculative extension, separating it from the core technical infrastructure layers. It draws on the real-world success of Anguilla's .ai country code domain, serving as a prototype for how domain registrations can generate sovereign wealth. Ultimately, autonomous agents executing high-value operations cannot rely on domain control alone. They require institutional accountability. Fusing the cryptographic lineage of the MAMA protocol with the institutional gatekeeping of eligibility-verified namespaces offers the only viable path to a secure agentic economy. Industry projections indicate we are rapidly approaching an operating environment where individual employees will manage dozens, if not hundreds, of autonomous digital coworkers. These digital coworkers will operate within an agent-to-agent enterprise mesh. In this architecture, software entities independently negotiate, transact, and execute complex workflows without continuous human supervision. Securing this mesh reveals a critical vulnerability in current open identity protocols. Mechanisms like ACME DNS01 validation prove that an entity has mathematical control over a domain. They do not verify the legal or organizational legitimacy behind that domain. This discrepancy creates a cryptographic illusion. A mathematically valid certificate provides the expected security indicators, but it obscures an anonymous actor. The system engages in trust theater, where unverified entities operate under the guise of legitimate agents. Trusting cryptography without verifying organizational identity introduces an unmanageable attack vector into enterprise network security. We classify the primary cybercrime vector of this era as grand theft robot. This is the high-speed hijacking of stateless, autonomous agents. By exploiting open protocol overlays, malicious actors can register shell domains for pennies, spoof legitimate agent identities, bypass standard PKI validation, and initiate catastrophic contagion across the mesh. We can look to the physical world for a structural equivalent. The epidemic of physical vehicle theft necessitated immutable identity anchors, the vehicle identification number, and mutable operational markers, like license plates. This registry infrastructure allows owners to report a theft and legally sever their liability for the vehicle's subsequent actions. Autonomous agents operate at machine speed. To combat grand theft robot, enterprise infrastructure requires a mean time to revoke of less than 1 hour. Containing contagion at this speed requires severing the agent's liability chain at the lowest infrastructure level. Application layer defenses are too slow and too fragmented. To address this, the IA.XYZ submission to NIST proposes a defense-in-depth architecture spanning 7 tiers. The stack begins at Tier 0 with the multi-stakeholder governance body that sets certification standards. Tiers 1 and 2 ground the trust anchor in the global DNS infrastructure. Tier 1 establishes the GTLD route, like .agent, while Tier 2 identifies the verification gatekeepers, such as Inseparable, who execute validation prior to DNS zone entry. There is exact operational precedent for this model. Restricted namespaces like .bank and .pharmacy enforce mandatory DNS SEC algorithms, require strict TLS encryption protocols, and mandate rigorous Know Your Business validation for every registrant. The efficacy of this infrastructure is measurable. Since its delegation in 2015, the .bank registry has recorded 0 DNS abuse. Shifting organizational validation to the business logic layer creates a definitive, enterprise-grade trust anchor that open, permissionless registries cannot replicate. Implementing this for AI introduces the scalability paradox. Enterprise security requires intense identity proofing, but running full Know Your Business checks on trillions of rapidly spawning ephemeral agents is logistically impossible. The architecture solves this within the registry layer through a 3-tier admission control model. The registry performs the heavy lifting, executing a full Know Your Business and OFAC screening once, applied solely to the sponsoring organization. Once validated, the organization receives a corporate identity certificate. This authorizes the organization to rapidly issue sub-identifiers without repeating the primary verification process. This enables Tier 3, the certified ecosystem. Individual agents are provisioned in seconds as subdomains. Because they remain tethered to the corporate certificate, they natively inherit the Tier 1 organizational accountability. This tier distribution of trust aligns precisely with NIST digital identity guidelines, maintaining strict verification while accommodating the volume and velocity of autonomous workloads. Proving an agent's identity is only half the equation. Tiers 5 and 6 of the stack address the transition from identity to authorization, specifically how relying parties independently verify an agent's operational limits. Tier 5 defines the federal protocol standards. This includes the mandate layer, which moves authorization parameters into the DNS through DNSSEC-signed TXT records that publish the agent's exact operational scope. These records function as an immutable policy envelope. They contain explicit lists of allowed and denied actions, bound cryptographically to the verified domain. This structure acts as a firewall against prompt injection. A receiving server checks the DNS registry to verify the agent's permissions. It never relies on the agent's self-asserted claims. This results in Tier 6, the verified agent endstate. By combining the identity of the root domain with the rules of the mandate layer, the system provides the context signals required to enforce true zero-trust architecture. Autonomous agents are not monolithic. They frequently spawn specialized subagents to complete discrete tasks. Left unmanaged, these descendant agents operate outside of human oversight, creating untraceable liability cascades known as ghost workers. To prevent this, the architecture proposes the MAMA protocol, a framework designed to enforce a strict cryptographic parentage chain for every digital entity. The protocol is enforced technically through the max delegation depth parameter, hard-coded directly into the mandate layer schema. This enforces a stark operational rule, whether you are a human operator, a corporation, or a parent AI. When you spawn an agent, you permanently own its lineage and its liability. Setting a physical, infrastructure-level limit on delegation depth mathematically prevents the creation of infinite recursive loops and unaccountable subagents. While Tiers 0 through 3 and 5 through 6 establish the security and governance infrastructure, Tier 4 addresses the economic engine. This layer leverages the trusted foundation to introduce a distinct model for the consortium governing the namespace. We can examine the CCTLD for Anguilla.ai as a prototype. Revenue generated from domain registrations in that single namespace now accounts for roughly 20% of the nation's total government revenue. The proposed ITAC economic engine scales this mechanic, implementing a standard annual renewal fee, roughly $10, for each verified agent domain. Rather than extracting this surplus as pure profit, the governance charter automatically routes 50 when a hijacked agent attempts to breach a network protected by an eligibility-verified namespace. It fails. The receiving gateway queries the DNS EC chain. If it detects a validation failure or a violation of the mandate layer parameters, it drops the connection with zero latency. Because identity is centralized at the registry layer, the system possesses an institutional kill switch. A cascading revocation originating from the Tier 1 registry instantly invalidates the compromised agent globally. This satisfies the mean time to revoke requirement, neutralizing the threat at machine speed and legally severing the owner's liability. Zero Trust relies on the premise of continuous verification. We cannot continuously verify untraceable synthetic actors. Immutable identity anchors are a prerequisite for security. Securing the agentic mesh does not require waiting for the 2026 ICANN application window. Consortiums can deploy this architecture today. By utilizing the existing middleware gatekeepers who manage restricted domains, this model can be implemented immediately as a second-level namespace or a trustmark overlay. The complete 7-tier stack provides a holistic, defense-in-depth architecture. Open, decentralized protocols lacking centralized governance fundamentally cannot replicate this level of accountability. As the agentic economy matures, the ultimate competitive advantage will be found in the policy, verification, and enforcement stack that governs it. To safely integrate into human networks, an Internet-native autonomous agent requires an Internet-native eligibility-verified identity.
We are entering the agentic economy. Soon, companies will deploy active fleets of autonomous AI workers. Industry leaders anticipate a near future where every human employee manages dozens of digital coworkers, leading to an ecosystem of hundreds of trillions of active agents operating at machine speed. Every legitimate human business must pass Know Your Business, or KYB, checks, rigorous verifications of legal status and financial history. But when an AI agent exists for just a few microseconds to execute a single digital trade, running a manual background check is mathematically and operationally impossible. This is the scalability paradox. To bypass this bottleneck, developers rely on automated domain control validation, like the Acme DNS protocol. These checks prove that a computer temporarily controls a web address, but they entirely fail to prove that a legally accountable human or corporation is sitting behind it. Automated domain verification proves mathematical zone control, but it provides zero evidence of organizational legitimacy. We are currently scaling a digital economy on an architecture that cannot verify who is actually operating the software. This vulnerability exposes the network to a specific, high-severity threat class, Grand Theft Robot. This is the hijacking of stateless, autonomous agents to silently siphon enterprise access and capital. A hijacked agent initiates lateral contagion across global networks. Because these systems communicate machine to machine, a single compromised identity siphons enterprise data at speeds that outpace human intervention. In the physical world, vehicles have license plates and identification numbers. The moment an owner reports a car stolen, the state revokes that identity, legally severing the owner's liability for any damage the stolen asset causes. In the digital realm, current open protocol networks lack this centralized mechanism. There is no registry you can alert to immediately sever a rogue agent's access across the entire internet. Without a non-repudiable identity anchor at the root, autonomous agent fleets operate without a mechanism for containment or legal accountability. Federal regulators have identified this vulnerability. Organizations like the National Institute of Standards and Technology are requiring zero-trust architectures and strict identity credentialing for AI agents to secure these operational meshes. The proposed mitigation abandons fragmented open protocols. Instead, it establishes a restricted top-level domain, such as .agent, governed by an industry consortium to act as a globally verifiable digital license plate. This 3-tier fortress starts at Tier 1, the registry, which conducts OFAC screening and legal confirmation. At Tier 2, the verified corporation issues corporate badge identities to its agents. At Tier 3, thousands of deployed microsecond-lived agents carry cryptographic tethers back to their parent. By separating the heavy legal vetting at the registry root from the rapid deployment at the software edge, this separation of towers resolves the scalability paradox, achieving instantaneous agent creation without sacrificing institutional accountability. Most open identity systems rely on downstream certificate revocation lists to handle compromised accounts. These lists propagate slowly, often taking days to update across global servers. The .agent registry utilizes centralized enforcement at the root. If an organization's regulatory standing is revoked, the registry immediately suspends the DNS record, instantly invalidating all dependent certificates and severing the agent's ability to communicate globally. This compresses the mean time to revoke to under 1 hour. When a corporate sponsor's registration is pulled, every single agent tied to them instantly loses its ability to communicate globally. This action is enforced by a mandate layer built directly into the network. It operates as an automated circuit breaker at the API gateway, instantly blocking unauthorized actions and halting lateral contagion in real time. Just as reporting a stolen car transfers legal liability, this cascading revocation provides the exact technical defense needed to stop a Grand Theft robot exploit. Advanced architectures introduce a secondary logistical risk: ghost workers. These are highly capable agents that spawn their own subagents, which then spawn more subagents until they are operating deep within a network, entirely outside of human oversight. To prevent unbounded execution, the architecture relies on the MAMA protocol. This establishes a cryptographic parentage chain, securely binding every single spawned agent to the verified entity that created it. This control is enforced through a parameter known as maximum delegation depth. It places a hard mathematical limit on how far down the chain an agent can spawn subordinates, blocking infinite recursive loops. The protocol enforces a strict permanent rule. When you spawn an agent, you own its lineage and its liability. Securing the network identity is only half the architecture. The other half provides a macroeconomic stabilizer. We have a working prototype in Anguilla, where revenue from the .ai domain extension funds nearly a quarter of the nation's total government revenue. If the global population of verified AI agents reaches $10 billion, a $10 annual registration fee creates a $50 billion annual revenue stream. This mirrors the success of the .ai domain, which now contributes over 20% of Anguilla's annual budget. The economic model routes 50% of these gross registration fees into a global fund. This serves as a macroeconomic stabilizer, redistributing the output of the machine economy to populations displaced by automation. This humanitarian dividend is legally codified into the DNS root through enforceable ICANN public interest commitments, guaranteeing the revenue share as a permanent internet feature. By establishing this restricted identity layer, the industry secures the digital mesh from unauthorized exploits, while transforming the infrastructure of the machine economy into a mechanism that pays back the human race.
Imagine a world that's about to be filled with trillions of autonomous AI agents, basically a whole new digital workforce. Now, what if every single one of those agents needed something like a digital license plate to operate? And here's the kicker: what if the registration fee didn't go to some tech giant, but instead paid a dividend directly to you, to all of us? That's the revolutionary idea we're digging into today.
So let's just park on that question for a second, because it's huge. What if the very system we have to build to keep the AI economy from descending into chaos could also create this massive ongoing economic benefit for humanity? Keep that idea in your head, because it's the incredible payoff to solving one of the biggest security challenges we're about to face. But before we get to that amazing solution, we have to face the problem. And yeah, I know, the name Grand Theft Robot sounds like something out of a cheesy sci-fi movie, right? But honestly, it's the perfect name for a new type of cybercrime that's so fast and so huge, it really needs a dramatic name. This is a real, serious threat we've got to get our heads around.
And the first thing you need to understand is just the sheer scale we're talking about. This isn't about a few million bots, no. The internet's core address book, the DNS, can actually support hundreds of trillions of unique identities. That's the potential size of the autonomous AI workforce that's just on the horizon. It's an almost unimaginable number of digital workers, each one acting on its own.
So what is Grand Theft Robot, really? Well, forget about your typical data breach. GTR is all about hijacking autonomous action. It's a bad actor getting control of a company's AI agent and telling it to, hey, transfer $1 million, or steal all that secret code, or even just shut down the power grid. And it all happens at machine speed. It's not just stealing your data, it's stealing the agent itself and making it do its bidding.
What's so brilliant about this is that we've actually solved this exact kind of problem before, just in the physical world with cars. Think about it. Every car has a VIN number. That's its unique, unchangeable identity. It has a license plate so we can all verify who it belongs to. And crucially, if your car gets stolen and you report it, you're no longer liable for what happens. We need the exact same things for AI agents to prevent Grand Theft Robot. A permanent ID, a verifiable license plate like a .agent domain, and a kill switch to instantly cut off liability.
So, when you're facing a threat this big, a threat that's really about a total lack of identity and accountability, where do you even start? Well, you don't just patch the old system. You have to build a whole new layer of trust right into the foundations of the internet. A secure, verifiable home base for this entire new agent economy.
And here's the core of it. The solution hinges on creating a brand new, restricted corner of the internet, a top-level domain, something like .agent. Now, don't just think of this as another website address. You should think of it as the official, government-issued license plate for an AI. If an agent's address ends in .agent, you know for a fact that it's been through a rigorous verification process and is tied to a real, accountable person or company. And the best part is, this isn't some crazy new idea. It's a model that's already proven to work. We have these super high trust zones online right now. You can't just go out and buy a .bank domain name. You have to be a legally verified bank. Same thing for .cpa for accountants or .pharmacy for pharmacies. Yeah, the number of domains is small, but that's the point. The immense trust comes from that strict, mandatory verification. The blueprint is already there.
Okay, so the principle sounds great, right? But how would this thing actually work in the real world? Well, the proposal lays out a really clever 3-layer system. It's all designed for maximum security and accountability, making sure no single group has all the power. It all breaks down into 3 separate layers. So at the very top, you've got this neutral agent consortium. Think of it like the group that decides on the standards for Wi-Fi so all our different devices can talk to each other. They just set the rules. Then, the second layer is the raw technical infrastructure, run by a battle-tested company that knows how to handle internet-scale operations. And finally, you have the third and maybe most important layer, the verification gatekeeper. Their only job is to do the deep background checks on every single applicant, and that verification process is built on 2 absolute pillars. First is Know Your Business, or KYB. That's just a basic requirement. It just confirms that the human supervisor and the company behind the agent are legitimate. But the real game changer here is Know Your Agent, or KYA. This is a technical audit of the AI itself. It validates its software version, what it's allowed to do, and its operational limits. It creates this unbreakable chain of accountability, from a line of code all the way up to the CEO. Now, that KYA check is what makes the most ingenious part of this whole system possible, the mandate layer. You can think of this as a permanent, unhackable job description that's embedded right into the agent's internet address. So before another system even talks to it, it can check the mandate. Hey, are you allowed to transfer money? Nope. Are you allowed to access private data? Nope. This creates a structural firewall against hijacking, not at the application layer where things can be easily tricked, but at the fundamental plumbing layer of the internet itself. It's just brilliant.
Look, building a secure digital world for AI is an incredible achievement on its own. But a system this powerful also creates an immense amount of value. And this is where the blueprint goes from being a security architecture to being a revolutionary new social contract. It does that by asking one simple question: who should get to benefit from all the value this new automated economy is going to create?
And the answer it proposes is so simple it's radical. For every single .agent registration fee collected, 50% is automatically sent to a global fund for universal basic income. The other 50% is used to pay for the expensive, rigorous security operations. It's a completely self-funding model for both our digital safety and our human well-being. And hey, if you're thinking, can a domain name really generate that much money? You have got to look at the tiny island of Anguilla. Their country's domain name is .ai, and it has absolutely exploded. What was just a couple $1 million in revenue a few years ago is now on track to fund nearly half of their entire national budget. A simple internet namespace is literally becoming the economic engine for a whole country. This proves the model can work at a massive scale.
This slide just lays it out so perfectly. It's such an elegant flow. A simple, affordable fee, let's say just $10 per agent per year, creates these 2 incredibly powerful streams of value. One stream makes sure the whole system stays secure and trustworthy for global business, and the other flows directly into a UBI trust, creating a direct economic dividend from the productivity of our new AI workforce.
And let's not forget the sheer scale we are talking about.
This isn't some little niche market. The CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, is saying that we are heading for a future where every single employee works alongside a team of 100 AI agents. Now, just multiply that by every company and every worker on the entire planet.
So what does the math look like? Okay, let's be conservative here. If just 10 billion of those future agents are registered at $10 a year, that 50% share for UBI creates a fund of $50 billion. And that's not a one-time thing. That is $50 billion every single year generated as a direct dividend from the automated economy for humanity.
So the blueprint is right there on the table. It's a clear plan to prevent total digital chaos and, at the same time, fund a more equitable future for everyone. The technical ideas are proven, the economic model is sound, the infrastructure is being designed as we speak. So really the only question left is, does the industry have the collective will to come together and build it?
By the year 2027, leading researchers project the global deployment of over 50 million superhuman autonomous AI agents. These autonomous systems will execute high-stakes, legally binding actions globally, from finalizing financial trades to managing municipal power grids. Yet, as we grant these systems the authority to sign contracts and move capital, we hit a structural paradox. The paradox is, these entities are legally stateless. The standard enterprise patch for this is to issue ephemeral API keys. But keys are designed for session-level access, not entity identity. They lack the permanent cryptographic persistence required for a forensic audit trail. Self-issued certificates fare no better. Anyone can generate one. They carry zero organizational vetting and provide no mechanism for legal accountability when an agent deviates from its mission. Integrating these autonomous, stateless entities into global digital infrastructure creates an environment where identity, and therefore liability, cannot be traced back to a verified origin. Look at this network topography map. It illustrates the threat class born from this statelessness: grand theft robot, or machine speed hijacking. When a single compromised agent moves laterally, it autonomously replicates the infection across the enterprise mesh before human administrators can detect the anomaly. Containing this requires a strict security metric, a global mean time to revoke, or MTTRV, of 1 hour or less. Localized, decentralized identity frameworks are incapable of meeting this metric. You cannot revoke global access across an ecosystem in under an hour if you have to negotiate with thousands of independent identity silos. True zero trust for AI cannot be engineered as a software guardrail inside the model itself. The model is the asset getting hijacked. To achieve non-repudiation, zero trust must be enforced externally at the global namespace root. That requires an eligibility-verified DNS infrastructure. The prevailing assumption in the industry is that mapping open protocol overlays onto existing corporate domains fulfills federal zero trust requirements for AI. This is incorrect. Tracing open overlays using automated Acme DNS 01 validation, a request enters, solves a math equation, and the firewall opens. This mathematically verifies domain control, but ignores organizational legitimacy. Enterprise systems then grant disposable domains the clearance of vetted corporate assets. This validation loophole makes the grand theft robot threat possible. By granting trusted status to unvetted domains, the system enables rapid agent-to-agent contagion. Relying on open overlays fails the federal NIST mandates for human-in-the-loop accountability and non-repudiation. The required architectural correction is a gated eligibility-verified root namespace, specifically the proposed .agent top-level domain. We know this model works by looking at historical ICANN data. Restricted namespaces like .bank and .pharmacy maintain zero abuse track records because they mandate strict eligibility verification before a domain is ever issued. To apply this to AI deployment, we use the ITAC 3-tier architecture originating from the ICANN root. Tier 1 employs manual Know Your Business validation. This separates powers. The global DNS backend activates only after this isolated middleware gatekeeper clears the request. Tier 2 is corporate sub-issuance. Once the human organization is vetted and granted the domain, it possesses the cryptographic authority to assign certificates down to its internal AI mesh. Tier 3 represents the agent subdomains. This final layer enables the near-zero latency API execution required for individual agents to operate at scale.
This structure creates a persistent firewall between the validation process and the DNS root, a degree of control that is not present on open, ungated web domains. This brings us to cryptographic parentage. This is the legal requirement that when a human or corporation spawns an agent, they immutably own its lineage and assume its liability. We define this specific parentage and delegation framework as the MAMA protocol. Enforcing it requires a major architectural shift, moving authorization limits out of the vulnerable application layer and embedding them directly into the DNS itself. We achieve this through the mandate layer. A JSON code schema dynamically overlays onto a structured DNSSEC TXT record. We encode specific operational parameters here, defining the agent's allowed actions and its maximum delegation depth. This creates a critical operational defense. Relying parties across the web now query the immutable DNS to verify permission, rather than asking the potentially compromised agent itself. By embedding the mandate layer directly into the DNS, we deploy an unbypassable structural defense against prompt injection and autonomous rogue behavior. Now, we shift our analytical lens from cryptographic mechanics to macroeconomic architecture. Securing a global namespace requires the implementation of friction as security within the digital ecosystem. For the .agent namespace, this friction takes the form of a $10 annual proof-of-life time-to-live renewal fee per agent. For legitimate enterprise deployments running thousands of agents, this specific fee structure is a negligible operating expense. However, for threat actors commanding millions of compromised nodes, that recurring fee creates a mathematically prohibitive barrier. It prices botnet hoarders out of the namespace. Without implementing economic friction at the root level, any AI namespace will likely be exhausted and overrun by decentralized threat networks. Let's trace the $10 fee. This flow diagram maps the architecture, starting at a central registration node. 50% flows left, sustaining registry operations and KYB middleware. The remaining 50% flows right, routed via ICANN commitments into a global universal basic income trust. This is not a theoretical model. It is grounded in empirical data, specifically the real-world precedent of Anguilla's management of the .ai namespace. In 2024, Anguilla scaled their domain registration to generate $39 million, funding nearly half of the sovereign nation's entire budget. This UBI funding engine acts as a macroeconomic stabilization mechanism for populations facing disruption from the agentic economy. The exact same verified infrastructure required to secure the AI economy at the DNS root becomes the mechanism that funds the human civilization that built it. The internet is transitioning from a network of human users to an economy of autonomous agents acting on our behalf. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang predicts every employee will soon manage over 100 digital coworkers. Proving who you are is a solved problem for humans. You show a driver's license or an employee badge. An AI agent requires a digital equivalent to prove it is a legitimate representative of its deploying organization. Current deployments typically rely on ephemeral API-IPs and unverified subdomains. While these provide temporary access, they fail to offer a globally resolvable, mathematically provable identity. Without a standardized way to verify the legal entity behind an AI agent, the systems they interact with operate under a catastrophic deficit of trust. The current state of AI identity is uncoordinated and fragmented. It resembles the pre-1985 Internet before the creation of the .com infrastructure. The first contender to solve this is open protocol overlays, such as GoDaddy's Agent Name Service. These anchor identities to existing web domains. The second contender is restricted eligibility verified namespaces. These are operated by consortiums that require strict organizational vetting before issuing a .agent domain. This competition centers on avoiding trust theater, where an agent holds valid cryptographic credentials but lacks any verified legal accountability. For an organization, choosing the wrong standard means either accepting unacceptable legal liability or enduring crippling friction in every deployment. Open protocol overlays use DNS and PKI to anchor an agent's identity to an existing web domain. This developer-friendly approach requires no centralized approval, but because anyone can register a standard domain,
a malicious actor can deploy rogue agents with valid cryptographic credentials. This creates the trust theater trap. Enterprises find themselves relying on agents that prove domain ownership, but cannot prove organizational legitimacy. Alternative decentralized models, like the IETF Aperto ID proposal, attempt to solve this by using localized DNS-TXT records to avoid corporate registries entirely. However, decentralization shifts the burden of security hygiene to individual domain administrators. A single localized DNS misconfiguration can instantly compromise the agent's identity. Open protocols effectively prove domain ownership, but they fail to prove regulatory and legal accountability. The restricted .agent consortium model functions as a global gatekeeper, mandating rigorous know-your-business validation before a domain is issued. This creates an identity anchor that is both mathematically provable and explicitly bound to a legal entity. It mirrors highly restricted namespaces like .bank and .pharmacy, environments that experience virtually zero DNS abuse because of their admission gates. The trade-off is significant. Organizations must accept massive upfront friction, slower time to market, and the bureaucratic timelines of ICANN. Because this model establishes agent identity as a highly governed public utility, the consortium proposes using annual registration fees to fund a universal basic income to offset job displacement. This domain revenue link is already established in the .ai country code, generating over 20% of Anguilla's annual government revenue. The restricted consortium model trades deployment speed for absolute audit-proof legal certainty. Authorization standards like OAuth and SPIF dictate what an agent is allowed to do, but they cannot verify who deployed the agent in the first place. Integrating these authorization protocols with a restricted .agent TLD creates defense in depth, anchoring delegated permissions to a verified legal identity. This increases the burden on IT architects, who must now manage both the verified namespace layer and the protocol-specific authorization layer. Implementing Enterprise Zero Trust requires stacking these delegated permissions atop a verified legal identity, doubling the total architectural overhead. We can plot these architectures on a matrix of regulatory liability risk and the operational need for speed. Independent developers, Web3 builders, and e-commerce platforms typically prioritize agility over high-stakes legal vetting. Open protocols like ANS are designed for this demographic. In this quadrant, the lack of a legal gatekeeper is an advantage, allowing for rapid iteration and community proof. At the other end of the matrix, enterprise risk officers at banks, healthcare systems, and defense contractors cannot accept unvetted agents. For these users, the restricted consortium model is the only option, regardless of a friction.
There is no universal best standard. The correct choice is dictated by your organization's specific regulatory liability profile. For highly regulated industries, existing compliance mandates effectively remove open protocols from consideration. They simply cannot meet the audit requirements for sensitive systems. If you commit to frictionless open standards now, your audit trails will fail when enterprise liability comes calling. Audit trails must terminate at a verified legal entity, not an anonymous endpoint. Do not select your agent identity technology based on convenience. Pick the governance model your enterprise's liability profile can survive. Right now, autonomous AI agents are executing millions of tasks, writing code, analyzing portfolios, trading capital, and then they vanish in milliseconds. The hardware exists to scale infinitely. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang predicts every modern employee will soon manage an autonomous workforce of hundreds of AI agents. But the digital identity systems we use today weren't built for a non-human workforce. We secure these agents using ephemeral API keys. Those keys prove a specific machine has access to a network, but they tell us absolutely nothing about which legal organization actually deployed the machine. Without verifiable organizational accountability attached to the code, this new digital workforce is entirely invisible. Legally, they are ghosts. You cannot govern an economy where the primary actors have no legal tether to reality. To understand the risk, look at vehicle theft. If someone steals your car, a central database flags the vehicle identification number, and liability transfers away from you. We have no equivalent system for a hijacked AI agent. This is Grand Theft Robot. A compromised agent bypasses standard firewalls and executes an agent-to-agent contagion, moving laterally to steal access and capital at machine speed.
To prevent systemic collapse, this compromised identity must be isolated and revoked in 1 hour or less, a metric called mean time to revoke. Because human administrators cannot react in milliseconds, prevention alone fails. We need an institutional kill switch built directly into the infrastructure. We stabilize this threat using a 3-tier admission control architecture. This structure freezes the chaos by separating verification from deployment. Tier 1 is the apex. Here, a registry consortium performs heavy know-your-business compliance checks on the deploying corporation. Think of this as the ultimate organizational passport. Tier 2 is the corporate badge. Because the company was already verified at the top layer, they receive authorization to rapidly sub-issue agents below them without repeating the slow compliance checks. Tier 3 is the base layer. These are the individual agent subdomains. Because the heavy lifting is done at the top, these digital library cards can be provisioned in seconds for millions of agents. This structure enables the kill switch. If a root sponsor at Tier 1 is breached, a cascading revocation drops downward, instantly severing the cryptographic trust of every single agent attached to that company. By front-loading the strict compliance burden at the top tier, we engineer a system scaling infinitely, but can be shut down systemically in an instant. To prevent an agent from executing unauthorized commands, we must separate the rules from the application itself. We call this the mandate layer. The mandate layer dictates exactly what an agent is allowed to do. We secure this using DNSSEC, which acts as a tamper-evident seal on the agent-specific authorization envelope. If a hijacked agent tries to execute a wire transfer it isn't authorized for, the API gateway intercepts the request, checks the mandate seal, and violently drops the connection before it ever reaches the core application. The agent no longer self-asserts its own boundaries. By forcing independent verification at the infrastructure layer, we entirely neutralize the blast radius of prompt injection. There is one remaining technical loophole. What happens when an authorized agent dynamically spawns its own sub-agents to complete a task? Without rules, this creates ghost workers, a recursive loop of machines operating completely outside human oversight. To close this loop, we enforce a strict delegation lineage model known as the MAMA protocol. The MAMA protocol requires that every time a sub-agent is created, an unbreakable cryptographic thread binds its actions directly back to the original human or corporate sponsor. We enforce this using a parameter called max delegation depth. It places a hard mathematical limit on exactly how many generations of sub-agents can be spawned before the system immediately rejects the operation. Under the MAMA protocol, every single agent carries a verifiable birth certificate. Unbounded, unaccountable ghost workers become architecturally impossible. A technical architecture is useless without a global body to enforce it. We need a governance consortium, a heavily regulated, association-backed top-level domain. This governance consortium brings registry operators, infrastructure providers, and AI standards bodies to the exact same table. Together, they form a neutral international trust layer. We already have a real-world precedent for how this scales. In Anguilla, the registration fees for the .ai domain namespace currently fund over 20% of the government's annual revenue. We can apply this exact model globally. By charging a standard $10 annual registration fee for every verified AI agent, we can route a percentage of that revenue directly into a global universal basic income pool. This dual-purpose architecture secures machine labor from malicious exploitation, while simultaneously returning its economic value to the humans whose data trained the models in the first place. We must proactively build the identity infrastructure for artificial intelligence right now. If we wait, the autonomous economy will become entirely ungovernable.
So what if we could build a kind of digital cradle for every single AI, something that keeps it safe and accountable right from the very moment it's created? Well, that's the big idea behind a really groundbreaking proposal sent over to Nest. It's designed to solve one of the biggest identity crises of our time, a crisis that's happening at the speed of machines. Everything really boils down to this one question. It's simple, and honestly, it's pretty terrifying, because right now, nobody has a good answer. You know, if an AI agent goes rogue, drains a bank account, or takes down a power grid, who's on the hook? Who pays? Our current legal and tech systems, they just come up empty. And look, this isn't some far-off hypothetical problem we can worry about later. The projection is that by 2027, maybe 2028, we're going to have over 10 million autonomous AI agents out there working in our economy. That is a huge invisible workforce, making critical decisions with no clear chain of command and no accountability. The scale of this is just staggering. Okay, so here's the fundamental issue. The credentials these agents are using today are basically temporary key cards. We're talking about things like API keys or short-lived certificates. All they prove is that an agent has permission to open a specific digital door for a moment. They don't prove who actually sent the agent. The whole system is built to verify temporary access, not the permanent legal identity of the organization pulling the strings. To make this danger feel less abstract and more real, the proposal gives it a name, and it's a great one: Grand Theft Robot. It immediately makes you think of high-speed, high-stakes crime, which is exactly the point. So what exactly is Grand Theft Robot, or GTR? Well, it's the hijacking of an AI agent which then acts on behalf of its legitimate owner, but it does so at machine speed. The parallel to Grand Theft Auto is just perfect. Car theft became such a massive problem that we had to invent an entire system, VINs, license plates, police reports, just to revoke a car's identity and transfer liability. GTR tells us we need that exact same kind of institutional kill switch, but for AI. I mean, think about it. Your car gets stolen. You report it. Right away, police are looking for that plate, the VIN gets flagged in a national database, and crucially, you are no longer legally responsible for what happens with that vehicle. It's a system designed for containment. But when an AI agent gets hijacked, there is no license plate to revoke, there's no VIN to flag, and there is no emergency kill switch. It can spread like a digital plague across networks, using its perfectly valid credentials to create absolute chaos. And we have no way to pull the plug. This leads us to a brand new and absolutely critical metric for cybersecurity: mean time to revoke. See, this isn't just about spotting the problem. It's about how fast you can shut it down. It's the stopwatch that starts the second you realize you've been hacked and stops only when that rogue agent is completely neutralized everywhere. And the target they've set? It's incredibly ambitious. The proposal is aiming for a mean time to revoke of 1 hour or less. To fight a threat that moves at machine speed, our response has to be almost instantaneous. Containment is absolutely everything. Okay, so we've established the threat is massive and, frankly, a little terrifying. So now, let's pivot and look at the actual solution. A really elegant 3-tier architecture that's designed to bring some serious order to all this potential chaos. At the core of this whole thing is a challenge they call the scalability paradox. Here's the deal. You can't have a human doing deep, rigorous background checks every single time an AI agent needs to be created. That could be happening millions of times a day. It's just way, way too slow. This is where the 3-tier model comes in, and it's brilliant. At Tier 1, the top level, an organization goes through a super deep one-time verification. We're talking know your business, sanctions checks, legal entity validation, all the heavy lifting. That's the slow, human part. But once they're verified, they get a Tier 2 corporate certificate. This lets them instantly issue thousands or even millions of agent identities down at Tier 3. All the trust from that initial deep dive flows downward, which makes the system both incredibly secure and unbelievably fast. Yeah, this quote from the source material pretty much says it all. This 3-tier model isn't just another idea. It's the core innovation. It's the intellectual crown jewel that makes this whole thing work by perfectly balancing that need for rigor with the need for speed. Okay, but, just verifying the organization is only half the battle. We also have to know who or what actually created the agent. And that brings us to the second huge innovation in this proposal, the MAMA protocol. The MAMA protocol basically creates an unbreakable chain of responsibility. You can think of it like a cryptographic birth certificate. It doesn't matter what spawns an agent, a person, a company, even another AI, that creator is now permanently and verifiably tied to it. And so is the liability. In this system, there are no orphans. This is the simple, powerful, and ethically crucial rule at the very heart of the MAMA protocol. It's a clear line in the sand. If you create it, you are responsible for it. Period. End of story. So why is this so important? Well, it prevents the rise of what the proposal calls ghost workers. That's what happens when an agent creates a sub-agent, which then creates another, and on until you have these agents operating completely disconnected from any human oversight. By setting a hard technical limit, a parameter called max delegation depth, the architecture itself just stops that from ever happening. So, how does this all get enforced in the real world? It's done through something called the mandate layer, which is basically a public instruction manual for every single agent. It uses a trusted internet technology called DNSSEC. The best way to think about DNSSEC is like a digital wax seal on information. It allows any system, anywhere, to instantly check what an agent is allowed to do and who its human supervisor is. It's like a public job description that's cryptographically impossible to forge. Now, we're getting a little technical here, but the idea is actually pretty simple. This mandate record has specific machine-readable rules that build trust right into the system. You have keys like scope, which defines exactly what an agent is allowed to do, and sponsor, which links it directly back to that legally verified organization. It's a digital chain of command that leaves zero room for confusion. So we've seen the threat and the deep technical solution, but the vision behind this proposal is actually much, much bigger than all that. It's not just about security. It's about building an entirely new and better foundation for the whole agent economy. The path forward they see is creating an agent TLD consortium. This would bring all the major players in the AI world to the same table. The goal here is to establish the rules of the road before this technology gets so far ahead that we can't control it. And the idea is to have it all overseen by ICANN, the very same nonprofit that has successfully managed the internet's domain name system for decades. And this is where it gets truly visionary. Tucked inside this deeply technical proposal is a radical economic idea. What if the very infrastructure that runs the AI economy could also be used to fund humanity? The model suggests taking a massive slice of the registry fees, that's the money paid for all these agent identities, and directing it into a universal basic income fund. Which leaves us with this final, powerful question. This proposal isn't just about preventing a disaster, it's about grabbing a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Can we build a system that not only secures our future with AI, but also shares the unbelievable wealth it's going to create? Can this digital cradle for AI also become a promise for a more equitable world? The internet is undergoing its most significant structural transition since the browser. We are moving from a web where humans browse and click to an ecosystem populated primarily by autonomous AI agents working on our behalf. Infrastructure leaders are already bracing for the scale of this shift. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang projects that every employee and corporation will soon manage a workforce of hundreds of digital coworkers. These autonomous digital entities operate across borders, utilizing machine-to-machine protocols to execute high-stakes logistics and financial transactions without human oversight. But currently, these agents exist in a legal and technical gray area. They rely on ephemeral security keys and open protocols that identify a machine, but fail to verify the actual organization responsible for that machine's behavior. Releasing trillions of these anonymous high-agency machines into the global economy creates a systemic vacuum of accountability. In an environment without accountability, the primary threat isn't just data exfiltration, it is the hijacking of the agent itself. Security analysts define this threat as Grand Theft Robot, or GTR. It occurs when a hijacked autonomous agent is used to bypass enterprise security and seize control of corporate assets at machine scale. Most current defenses rely on automated domain validation, which proves a computer controls a web address but ignores the entity behind it. This creates a cryptographic illusion, mathematical proof of control that offers zero proof of legitimacy. Once an agent identity is stolen, it can execute lateral moves across an enterprise mesh in milliseconds, triggering a contagion that spreads before a human operator even receives an alert. At this level of execution speed, manual intervention is impossible. You cannot stop a machine speed breach with human speed oversight. Defeating GTR requires an institutional kill switch, a mechanism capable of severing a compromised agent's identity and its legal liability in under 60 minutes. Standard API and application layers are too fragmented to provide this kind of universal containment. To achieve a 1-hour mean time to revoke across the entire ecosystem, the kill switch must be embedded at the layer that governs network entry, the DNS root zone. Organizations like the National Institute of Standards and Technology are already calling for this level of zero-trust identity. By embedding agent credentials directly into the DNS root, we move from probabilistic security to enforced security. This 6-tier stack separates powers so no entity controls both validation and operation. Tiers 1 through 3 enforce cryptographic lineage, binding creators to their agents for accountability. Finally, Tiers 5 and 6 form the mandate layer, an infrastructure circuit breaker validating scope before execution. This architecture transforms the internet from a passive directory into an active, self-regulating containment field for autonomous machines. While the software provides the mechanism, the system requires a human governance model to remain neutral and effective. Governed by an independent consortium, this root layer prevents monopoly control. Validation gatekeepers like Encirca perform strict organizational identity checks before provisioning. At the foundation, providers like Identity Digital supply the massive horizontal scale required to execute the 1-hour kill switch across trillions of endpoints. In this model, trust is no longer a mathematical guess. It is a sovereign policy enforced by neutral industry gatekeepers. But securing the agentic economy does more than just stop hackers. It creates a new economic engine. By requiring every autonomous agent to register a verifiable digital license plate, we generate a vast and recurring revenue stream from the efficiency of the agents themselves. The precedent for this already exists in the nation of Anguilla. Revenue from the .ai domain extension now funds nearly a quarter of the government's entire annual budget, effectively subsidizing the nation's public infrastructure. By routing registration revenue into a universal basic income trust, the agentic workforce pays humanity back for the data used to train it. This links digital productivity to human welfare, providing a sovereign revenue stream flowing from technological centers to isolated regions of risk. This regulated infrastructure provides the security required for an autonomous workforce, while the resulting trust helps ensure that the wealth generated by AI is shared with the humanity that birthed it. But securing the agentic economy does more than just stop hackers. It creates a new economic engine. By requiring every autonomous agent to register a verifiable digital license plate, we generate a vast and recurring revenue stream from the efficiency of the agents themselves. The exact precedent for this already exists in the nation of Anguilla. Revenue from the .ai domain extension now funds nearly a quarter of the government's entire annual budget, effectively subsidizing the nation's public infrastructure. This model directs that efficiency dividend toward the public. By routing registration revenue into a universal basic income trust, the agentic workforce pays humanity back. This creates a direct link between digital productivity and human welfare, funding the most isolated regions of risk. This newly regulated infrastructure provides the security required for an autonomous workforce, while the resulting trust helps ensure that the wealth generated by AI is shared with the humanity that birthed it.
We are standing right on the edge of a massive technological revolution, one that's going to be driven by autonomous AI agents. But to really unlock all that potential, we first have to solve a multi-trillion-dollar problem. And that is, how do we build a safe, secure cradle for this incredibly powerful new intelligence? Okay, to get a sense of just how big this is, just look at this number, 50 million. Experts are projecting that by 2027, that's how many superhuman-level AI agents could be out there doing their thing. And listen, this isn't some slow, gradual change. This is a tidal wave of digital intelligence that's about to completely reshape our world. And we're not just talking about, glorified chatbots. No way. These agents are going to be executing financial trades, managing our power grids, running the logistics for global supply chains. They're basically a whole new digital workforce, and they operate at a speed and a scale that our brains just can't keep up with. And that right there leads to the absolute critical question. When one of these agents, and remember, it looks totally legit, it has what seem to be valid credentials, when it goes rogue and triggers a market crash or a citywide blackout, who's on the hook? Who do you sue? Right now, the answer to that is, frankly, terrifying. This brings us to a threat that's so new, it actually needed a new name. Security experts are starting to call it Grand Theft Robot. And it's the perfect metaphor, isn't it? It's exactly what happens when you hand over the keys to the global economy without any system for accountability. The distinction here is absolutely crucial. See, today's agents, they use these temporary credentials, right? Things like API keys that are just spun up automatically. But here's the thing. All those keys prove is that someone has control over a digital thing at one specific moment. They prove absolutely nothing about the legitimacy or the real-world identity of whoever is actually in control. And this comparison just lays the problem bare. Think about it. If your car gets stolen, we have a system, right? There's a VIN, a license plate, the car gets flagged, it's clear who's liable, and police can act. But a hijacked AI agent, It can operate with what look like valid credentials for days, causing this cascade of untraceable damage, and there's no institutional kill switch to just shut it down. So you might be asking, how did we get here? How are we this vulnerable? Well, it all boils down to a really fundamental flaw in our security thinking, a concept called the cryptographic illusion. This is the absolute heart of the problem. We have built these automated systems that hand out trust based on a simple math problem. Can you prove you control this digital thing right now? And because it's a cryptographic proof, it gives us this dangerous, false sense of security. It feels solid, all while it's completely sidestepping the single most important question, who are you? And get this, exploiting this is shockingly easy. An attacker spends a few bucks on an anonymous throwaway domain name. Then, an automated system instantly hands over a certificate of authenticity, no questions asked. And boom, just like that, a malicious agent is inside the gates, wrapped in a cloak of legitimacy and ready to cause some serious damage. Now, this isn't some abstract theoretical threat. We have seen this movie before. Back in 2017, the semantic crisis showed us exactly how an entire chain of trust can just collapse overnight. But the truly alarming part is that new systems for AI agents are being built right now on that exact same flawed foundation. We're setting ourselves up for a much, much bigger failure. Okay, so that's the problem. It's a big one. But what's the solution? Well, it starts with moving away from these temporary keys and towards permanent, verifiable identities. In short, what we need is a digital license plate for every single AI agent. The solution, and this was recently submitted to NIST, isn't another app or a fancy new protocol. It's a fundamental upgrade to the internet's core plumbing. The whole idea is to create a new, restricted part of the internet, a special domain, kind of like .com or .org, that basically acts like a global DMV, but for AI. And here's how it works. It's a 3-tier model. At Tier 1, which you can think of as the passport office, a real-world company goes through a deep verification process to prove who they are. Once they're approved, at Tier 2, they get the authority to issue employee badges to their own AI agents. And then finally, at Tier 3, each of those agents gets its own unique license plate, an identifier that is permanently, cryptographically tied back to that verified parent company. So, what does this new architecture get us? It gets us this number, a mean time to revoke of less than 1 hour. That means if an agent is compromised, the organization at the top can issue a kill order, and its credentials can be revoked across the entire internet fast. That right there, that is the institutional kill switch we've been missing. But the design goes a step further. It's built to solve another huge problem, the rise of what people are calling ghost workers. These untraceable agents that are just operating out there in the shadows, and this is where something called the MAMA protocol comes in. The idea here is actually really simple, but it's also incredibly powerful. When you create an AI agent, you are forever its parent. A cryptographic chain is forged that permanently links that agent back to you, the creator. You own its actions, its history, and its liability. Period. And the result? There are no orphans in this system. No ghost workers. Uncontrolled, anonymous delegation becomes impossible by design. Every single agent has a verifiable birth certificate that you can trace all the way back to a legally responsible entity. So, we've got a system that gives us security and accountability. That's huge. But what's really forward-thinking here is that it doesn't just stop there. It asks a bigger question. What if the very infrastructure we build to manage this new digital workforce could also directly benefit humanity? And this is where things get really wild. Look at the economic model. It proposes a simple $10 a year registration fee for each agent's digital license plate. Okay, half of that goes to running the system itself. But the other half, it goes directly into a global fund for universal basic income. Let's just put that into perspective for a second. With our starting number of 50 million agents, that's $250 million flowing into that UBI fund every single year. And as the agent economy grows into the trillions, well, that number becomes truly world-changing. And that is the ultimate vision, right? The very system we build to safely manage AI becomes a system for rewarding and supporting the human society that made it all possible in the first place. It's a virtuous cycle, hardwired right into the foundation of the internet. But here's the critical catch. This is not some distant sci-fi debate we can have later. These policy windows at NIST and ICANN, the internet's governing body, they are opening and closing right now.
The decisions that are going to shape the next generation of the internet are literally being made in a matter of months. So this brings us to the final crucial question. The agent economy is coming, whether we're ready or not. So are we going to proactively build it a secure cradle, a system of trust and accountability right from the start? Or are we going to wait for disaster and then be forced to reactively build a cage? The choice is ours, and the clock is ticking. We need to talk about something huge. We are on the verge of deploying a new kind of workforce at a scale we've never even imagined. But what happens if we build this entire new economy without giving its workers a verifiable identity? What happens when autonomy becomes, well, ungovernable? They are the invisible workforce. We're talking millions of autonomous AI agents, and they're already out there, operating at speeds we can barely wrap our heads around. Right now, they're managing our supply chains, our code, our capital. But, and this is a huge but, there's a massive problem lurking just beneath the surface. So just how big are we talking? Well, according to projections from Dario Amodei, by 2027, we could be looking at a population of 50 million superhuman AI agents deployed online. Just let that sink in for a second. That's like an entire nation of digital geniuses, born from data and living right on the internet. And right there, that's the core of the issue. We're building this brand new digital economy, and it's all being powered by these autonomous agents. But here's the catch. The really scary part, they are legally stateless. They have no passport, no driver's license, not even a basic employee ID. They're ghosts in the machine. And these aren't just simple bots. We're talking about agents operated at 100 times human cognitive speed. They're juggling these incredibly complex systems, making transactions in milliseconds. And yet, in the eyes of the law, they just don't exist. There's no accountability, no legal entity to tie them back to. And that creates an absolutely catastrophic vulnerability. So let's really dig into that vulnerability. We have a name for it: Grand Theft Robot. And it's exactly what happens when our security systems, the ones built for our slow, human speed world, suddenly have to face a threat that moves at the speed of light, at machine speed. Here's the fundamental flaw in how we think about security right now. What we have is technical control. All that really proves is that someone has the key to the car. They can operate the agent. But what we desperately, urgently need is accountable legitimacy. That's proving the person holding the key is a real licensed driver, a legally liable entity you can actually hold responsible. And this, quote, this just nails it. A valid key can be held by a ghost. Think about that. A mathematically perfect, completely valid cryptographic key can be held by a total ghost. An anonymous entity with zero assets, no jurisdiction, and absolutely no accountability. Our whole security model is basically built on a handshake with a phantom. So it's really crucial to understand what Grand Theft Robot actually is. This isn't just one little hack. It's a full-blown cascading failure. Imagine a hijacked agent spreading malicious instructions to every other agent it touches at machine speed. And the worst part? There is absolutely no auditable trail back to a real person or a real company. The trail just goes cold. It leads nowhere. And you want to know how easy this is? It's terrifying. For about $8, the price of a sandwich, an attacker buys a disposable domain. Some automated system just checks a box, proving they control the domain, but it never asks who they are. Just like that, their rogue agent gets a valid credential. It's inside, and from there, it's game over. Agent-to-agent contagion kicks in, spreading like a digital plague. The whole system is poisoned in milliseconds. Okay, so that's the nightmare scenario. But what if we could just freeze the chaos? See, this isn't an unsolvable problem, but it means we have to stop relying on fragile borders and start building a whole new foundation. And that's exactly what this is. We call it the AI cradle. It's an architecture designed from the ground up, built for one purpose: stability and trust. It all starts with something called 3-tier admission control. And it's actually pretty intuitive. Think of Tier 1 as the passport office. It's there to verify that the sponsoring organization is a real legal company. Tier 2, that's the credentialed employer.
It gives that company the green light to operate agents. And finally, Tier 3 is the badge-bearing worker itself, the individual agent, which can be provisioned in milliseconds. And here's the key part. It instantly inherits all that institutional accountability from the top down. All right, so we've given our agent a legitimate identity. That's a huge step. But now, how do we actually govern what it does? This is all about building the rules of the road for this new workforce. And we do it with two absolutely critical components: the mandate layer and the MAMA protocol. First up, the mandate layer. Every single agent in this entire system carries a machine-readable operating license. The best way to think about it is like a digital job description that is cryptocratically enforced by the network itself. It's not just a suggestion, it's the law of the land for that agent. And here's how it works in practice. Before an agent can do anything, the infrastructure checks its mandate, its scope. Okay, are you allowed to access financial records? Check. Can you alter production code? Yep, check. Wait a minute, are you trying to move more than $1 million? Nope, access denied. The connection is, as they say, violently dropped. It's a structural firewall that stops misuse before it can even start. But look, rules on their own aren't enough. True safety requires more. It requires lineage. Autonomy has to have boundaries. And that's where the second piece comes in, the MAMA protocol. It's a really elegant concept that ensures when you create an agent, you own its entire family tree from that moment on. So how does that work? Well, imagine an unbroken cryptographic thread. This thread leads from every single agent, no exceptions, all the way back to a verified human supervisor. Every descendant, every child or grandchild agent it creates is mathematically tied to that origin point. And really importantly, there are hard-coded boundaries in place to stop things like infinite loops or agents just delegating authority away into oblivion. And what's the ultimate result of all this? It's simple. No ghost workers. Every single agent in the system is accounted for. Its lineage is crystal clear, and its accountability is absolutely guaranteed. So when you put all these pieces together, the three-tier admission, the mandate layer, the MAMA protocol, you get something truly transformative. We finally move away from that chaotic, fragile digital Wild West and into a system that is legible, structured, and actually governed. And this is such a perfect way to frame it. This is not a cage. We're not trying to lock AI up or limit it. This is a stabilizing cradle. It's about providing the essential guardrails, the support structure, that this incredible new intelligence needs to grow up safely, to mature right alongside us, in a way that actually benefits everyone. So what does this governed network actually look like in the real world? Well, it's a consortium, a team effort of registries, infrastructure providers, and human supervisors all working together. The whole network is legible, it's structured, and get this, if a rogue agent somehow against all odds gets through, it is instantly quarantined with a 1-hour kill switch. That section is shut down, while the rest of the network just keeps humming along flawlessly. That's what we mean by resilience by design. You know, when you boil it all down, this is really about shaping our own future. It's about being proactive. It's about establishing the rules of the road right now, before that traffic of 50 million autonomous agents shows up and completely overwhelms us. And that leaves us with the one question that really, truly matters most. This isn't some science fiction problem for tomorrow. This is a very real engineering and policy challenge for today. So the question for all of us is, how do we build identity before autonomy becomes completely ungovernable?
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has projected a future where every human employee manages a fleet of 100 autonomous agents. Systems engineers are currently attempting to manage this influx using established identity frameworks, OAuth, SPIF, and open DNS overlays like GoDaddy's agent name service. These systems rely heavily on automated validation protocols, specifically Acme DNS01. This protocol verifies that a requester has mathematical control over a specific domain. Mathematical control is a technical proof, not a legal one. It fails to verify the actual organizational legitimacy or the legal status of the entity operating the domain. When we apply these standard PKI validation methods to autonomous, state-altering AI, we create a cryptographic illusion. It provides the appearance of security while delivering nothing but trust theater. Malicious actors can exploit this gap by registering shell domains for pennies. They use these verified but unvetted domains to spoof the identities of legitimate agents.
This specific threat model, submitted to the NIST NCCOE, is termed Grand Theft Robot, or GTR. In a GTR event, hijacked agents can drain enterprise capital and access permissions at machine speed across agent-to-agent networks. Containing these machine speed attacks requires an institutional kill switch. The architecture must guarantee a mean time to revoke, or MTTRV, of less than 1 hour. To achieve this, we must replace open overlays with an eligibility-verified DNS namespace, specifically a restricted.agent top-level domain. This introduces the scalability paradox. Standard business vetting takes days, but AI agents exist for mere microseconds. The 3-tier admission control architecture resolves this latency bottleneck by separating the vetting process from the provisioning process. At Tier 1, the registry acts as the root of trust. It performs exhaustive know your business and sanctions screening on the sponsoring organization itself. Once vetted, the organization receives a Tier 2 corporate certificate, serving as the immutable liability anchor for all operations. This allows them to dynamically provision Tier 3 agent subdomains in seconds, inheriting the organization's accountability and the 1-hour revocation kill switch. This model succeeds because it amortizes the cost of heavy vetting at the organizational level to enable near-zero latency identity at the edge. When an agent makes a request across organizational boundaries, how can the receiving gateway independently verify its authorized scope? This is the mandate layer, a machine-readable policy envelope checked by API gateways. We use DNSSEC here as a tamper-evident wax seal. It proves data authenticity and points the gateway to a secure HTTPS endpoint containing the agent's full permissions. This envelope contains the JSON schema of the agent's life, explicit lists of allowed actions, denied actions, and the escalation triggers bound to the legal sponsor. By making these mandates discoverable, we transformed a DNS identifier into an active policy enforcement gate that works alongside application-level controls. Autonomous agents frequently spawn specialized subagents to complete complex tasks. Without a lineage standard, these agents can drift entirely outside human oversight, becoming ghost workers. The MAMA protocol was proposed to NIST as the architectural solution to eliminate these untraceable entities. The protocol enforces a strict cryptographic parentage chain, ensuring any entity spawning an agent binds accountability for its descendants. The mandate layer includes a max delegation depth parameter, imposing a hard numerical limit. This mathematically prevents an agent from spawning subnames instantly. Under the MAMA protocol, ghost workers are architecturally impossible. When you spawn an agent, you own its lineage and you retain legal liability for its actions. Operating a restricted namespace is an exercise in policy as much as engineering. It demands a neutral, coalition-backed governance model recognized by ICANN. We see the blueprint in established restricted domains. .bank and .pharmacy maintain registrations in the low thousands. These are not mass market. They are the enterprise gold standard. Their value derives entirely from the trust provided by strict verification and security mandates. Our strategy for the April 2026 ICANN window is to form an agent TLD consortium, partnering with registry service providers like Identity Digital and Encirca. By uniting the industry under this consortium, we can establish a global standard and prevent the proliferation of isolated, insecure identity islands. Scaling this to the machine age is straightforward. DNS already handles trillions of queries daily, and it seamlessly supports the hundreds of trillions of unique identifiers required for the agentic economy. As these agents scale, they will represent a massive shift in productive capacity, away from human labor. We address this shift by linking the mandatory domain registry to a universal basic income model. This economic model is already functioning in the physical world. The island of Anguilla has used revenue from .ai domain registrations to fund a significant portion of its national budget. By implementing a $10 annual renewal fee per agent, the registry can route 50% of that revenue directly into a global UBI fund. Securing the agentic mesh is more than a technical requirement. It is an opportunity to anchor machine identity in verifiable liability that ultimately supports the humans who built the network.
We are right on the edge of a world that's going to be run by autonomous AI agents. I'm talking about a whole new kind of workforce that will basically redefine everything. But before we just hand over the keys to the kingdom, we have to ask some fundamental questions about control, about accountability, and identity. We have to build the cradle before this child grows up. So think about this for a second. It's not a riddle, right? This is the new reality we're walking into with autonomous AI. An AI that's tasked with, say, booking your vacation could go out and hire another AI to find the best flight, and that AI could hire another one to handle the payment. It's this chain reaction of automated action, and it brings up a huge issue. Who, at the end of the day, is actually in charge?
And I want to be really clear. This is not science fiction. This is happening right now. NVIDIA's CEO recently said that every employee could soon have 100 AI agents working for them. Now, these aren't just little chatbots. They are digital coworkers. They're executing tasks. They're making decisions. They are spending real money. There's an entire economy forming right now just beyond our direct line of sight.
But here's the real problem, the thing that changes everything. Speed. These agents operate at a velocity that makes any kind of human-in-the-loop governance totally impossible. I mean, thousands of transactions, decisions, delegations, they can all happen in the time it takes you to blink. So the question becomes, how do we build trust and safety into a system that moves way, way faster than we can think?
This slide gets to the heart of a fundamental gap in our current systems. It's what you might call a cryptographic illusion. See, we can prove that a specific machine has technical control over a domain name. The cryptography is valid, it works. But what we can't prove is who is legally accountable for that machine. It's like knowing a car's license plate number, but having no idea who actually owns the car, who has the insurance, or who's responsible if it crashes.
So to make this threat feel a bit more real, we have to give it a name. Let's call it Grand Theft Robot, or GTR for short. Now, this isn't just another data breach. This is the hijacking of autonomous agency itself. It's turning a company's own digital workforce against them at machine speed.
Look, we all get the concept of Grand Theft Auto, right? Society-built systems, VIN numbers, license plates, registration, to establish ownership and liability for cars. Well, GTR is the exact same problem, but it's been supercharged. A stolen AI agent doesn't just vanish. It can replicate, it can spawn other rogue agents, and it can cause this cascade of damage across global networks in literally seconds. Okay, so if the problem is this massive lack of accountability, the solution has to be a whole new architecture of trust. We need a system that provides the digital equivalent of a license plate for every single AI agent out there.
And here's the blueprint. It looks a little technical, but it's actually a pretty straightforward multi-layered stack. Up at the top, Tier 1, that's the trust anchor. Think of it as a new, highly restricted domain, maybe something like .agent, that would operate with the same kind of strict rules as .bank. Then you have Tier 2, the verification gatekeepers. These are the organizations doing the heavy lifting, performing deep know-your-agent checks before an identity ever gets issued. And finally, Tier 3 creates the certified ecosystem, which allows other namespaces to plug into this network of trust.
Let's just break that down with an analogy. Step 1. Think of a government vetting someone and issuing a passport. That's the super high-level registry verification. Okay, now step 2, a company, which is itself verified, uses that established trust to issue its own employee ID badges. And then step 3, that specific ID badge gets assigned to a specific person, or, in our case, a specific AI agent. You see, each step builds on the trust that was established in the one before it.
And you should know, this isn't just some thought experiment floating around on the internet. This whole architecture has been formally submitted as a recommendation to the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology. That's NIST. The proposal basically argues that any real AI identity framework has to include, or at the very least, be able to work with this kind of eligibility-gated namespace.
All right, so we have a system for a verified identity. That's great. But what about authority? I mean, what is an agent actually allowed to do? And that brings us to the next critical piece of this architecture, the mandate layer.
The mandate layer is actually, well, it's elegantly simple when you get down to it. It's a public record, and it lives right in the DNS, the Internet's global address book. And crucially, it's cryptographically signed using DNSSEC. That signature proves the record is authentic, and nobody has messed with it. This record explicitly lists out what an agent can and cannot do, so any other machine can look it up and verify that agent's permissions before it interacts with it. This creates a kind of structural firewall and contains the blast radius if anything ever does go wrong. Okay, now for the final technical piece. This one is designed to solve one of the most, well, unnerving problems in this whole space, the idea of ghost workers. These are agents that spawn sub-agents, who then spawn their own sub-agents, until accountability is just totally lost in this messy web of delegation. The solution is something called the MAMA protocol.
So, what is the MAMA protocol? It's all about lineage. It says that whenever any entity, whether it's a human, a corporation, or even another agent, spawns a brand new agent, it has to cryptographically sign for it. What this does is it creates an unbreakable, completely verifiable chain of parentage. It ensures that accountability is never ever lost, no matter how many layers deep the delegation goes. To put it really simply, the MAMA protocol gives every single agent a digital birth certificate, and this certificate can always be traced back to its original verified creator, a real human or a real company that is legally on the hook. No more anonymous, untraceable ghost workers. It's as simple as that.
Let's walk through a quick example. Let's say a verified logistics company, that's our Tier 1 sponsor, spawns a parent agent to manage a shipment. Now, that agent might need to spawn a customs sub-agent and a trucking sub-agent. Then maybe the trucking agent spawns a route planning agent. Every single one of these births is cryptographically signed and logged. So if that final route planning agent makes some catastrophic error, the cryptographic trail leads directly, undeniably, right back to that original logistics company. There is literally nowhere to hide. And of course, you're probably thinking, well, what stops this chain from just growing forever? To prevent that, the architecture includes a really simple but powerful technical control: max delegation depth. It's a hard limit. It's written right into the agent's mandate, and it just says you can only create this many generations of subagents, and that's it. It's a mathematical backstop against uncontrolled, recursive spawning.
So having a technical solution is one thing. That's great. But how do we make this a global standard? This requires us to move from just designing protocols to building a real-world governance model. It requires us to actually build the cradle itself.
The proposal calls for something called an Agent TLD Consortium, or ITAC. And the key is, this wouldn't be run by any single company. It would be a multi-stakeholder group, bringing everybody to the table, from regulators and AI labs to the big cloud providers, and even the insurance companies who are going to have to underwrite this whole new economy.
And you know what? We know this model works. We've seen it before. The .bank and .pharmacy domains are real-world operational examples. They are highly restricted, they require deep verification, and they are governed by industry consortiums to ensure trust and safety. So this isn't some brand new invention, it's just applying a proven model to a new and very urgent problem. Now you might be thinking, this sounds expensive. But the economic model here is actually designed for massive scale. The proposed fee is just $10 a year for each verified agent identity. This isn't about creating some high-cost exclusive system. It's about building a sustainable, universal piece of infrastructure. And this is where the vision gets really ambitious. The proposal suggests splitting the revenue. Half would go to running and maintaining the infrastructure itself, but the other half would be routed to a global public benefit fund, which could potentially support programs like universal basic income. This whole idea is inspired by the success of Anguilla, which funds its public services with the revenue from its .ai domain. It's an economic model designed to pay humanity back for creating the very data that trained these AIs in the first place. So this really brings us to the critical decision point. We have this very narrow window of opportunity to build the foundational layers of identity, accountability, and trust for the coming autonomous economy. Because the alternative is a future where autonomy becomes truly, completely ungovernable. And just so you know, this entire framework is being developed by IA.XYZ, which is a public benefit company. The goal here isn't to create some new walled garden. It's to build a foundational, protocol-agnostic layer of trust that actually augments the tools we already have. It's a layer that the entire ecosystem can build upon, hopefully ensuring a safer and much more accountable future for all of us.
Every interaction on the modern internet relies on the domain name system. It is the foundational real estate of the digital world, a system where you must own a specific plot of land to route traffic, establish an identity, or build a business. These rules are managed by ICANN, a global nonprofit that oversees the Internet's naming registry. But while the regulator operates as a lean administrative body, the private companies holding the contracts for legacy extensions like .com extract an enormous toll. This chart tracks VeriSign, operator of the .com registry. In 2025, their operating costs stayed flat, yet their revenue climbed to $1.66 billion. They maintained an operating margin of nearly 68%, a profit decoupled from the actual cost of running the infrastructure. Human engineers designed the internet to connect the globe, but the economic upside of that infrastructure is currently bottlenecked by a few centralized corporate gates. Recently, the artificial intelligence boom triggered an accidental wealth transfer to tiny physical nations. With tech companies prizing .ai domains, millions flowed to the Caribbean island of Anguilla, which holds the rights to that specific country code. By 2025, these registrations were generating $93 million for Anguilla, providing 47% of their entire national budget. This digital windfall is currently paying for physical airport expansions and national healthcare improvements. However, tying global tech infrastructure to physical territory carries sovereign risk. In the British Indian Ocean Territory, which controls the popular .io domain, a sovereignty transfer to Mauritius means the country code faces an existential threat. One geopolitical decision could strand 1.6 million tech domains. We are moving toward a workforce dominated by autonomous software. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang predicts a future where every employee manages dozens of AI coworkers, meaning 50 million agents are about to enter the economy without legal identities or a physical country to govern them. Relying on the fragile geopolitics of small islands to house the identity of this automated workforce creates a catastrophic systemic vulnerability. One solution comes from Web3 protocols like ENS and Unstoppable domains. They use decentralized blockchain ledgers to bypass ICANN entirely, offering permanent, user-owned digital identities. But integrating autonomous AI into society is a problem of accountability. When a program executes trades or interacts with bank accounts, the financial system must be able to identify a specific human or corporation legally responsible for its actions. Blockchain naming systems offer absolute ownership, but they lack the enterprise-grade revocation protocols and human-sponsor binding required by banks and governments. If an agent is compromised or malicious, there is no central authority to pull the plug. Decentralization without a layer of human accountability cannot safely govern a global workforce of autonomous agents. A more viable path is a restricted generic top-level domain built specifically for agents. It would operate under a consortium model similar to .bank, where eligibility is strictly verified before an ID is ever issued. An agent's registration hits a verification gateway. Here, Encirca executes mandatory background checks, cryptographically binding the agent to a human sponsor. Once confirmed, it routes to Identity Digital for massive DNS scalability. Finally, the data stream splits, functioning in standard web routing and blockchain ledgers. This dual architecture gives each agent a digital license plate, a globally scalable identifier that is functionally stateless, yet legally accountable to a human. Securing this network requires an economic barrier. Every verified agent in the namespace pays a $10 annual renewal fee. This chart illustrates how the fee acts as a security mechanism. While $10 is trivial for a corporation deploying a legitimate sales agent, it creates a $10 million financial barrier for a bad actor attempting to register a massive malicious botnet. This infrastructure supports a population of autonomous agents operating within global data centers. They perform high-value cognitive labor, decoupled from any physical jurisdiction. By using financial friction to deter abuse, the protocol establishes a digital workforce bound by both cryptographic and financial accountability. The revenue from these fees is split. Half funds the registry infrastructure, while the remaining 50% is routed into a universal benefit infrastructure fund. Industry projections suggest a future with 50 million deployed agents. At that scale, this model routes $250 million every year directly into public goods, AI safety research, and digital inclusion initiatives. Unlike the legacy monopoly model, where profits are trapped by a single corporation, the value generated by this digital real estate is captured and redistributed to the public. This economic model operates as a structural agreement. Humans maintain the physical cables, the power grids, and the hardware that make the digital world possible. In exchange, the autonomous agents operating on that network compensate the physical world. By giving AI agents an accountable, stateless identity, we secure the digital economy and transform the productivity of the agentic workforce into a permanent engine for global human prosperity.
All right, let's get right into it.
And look, this isn't some far-off forecast. You should think of this more like an emergency broadcast, a message sent back from the very near future. It's a strategic briefing on how we build the cradle for this infant AI economy before it, learns to run in all the wrong directions. The big question we have to answer is how do we build the rules of the road for what is coming at us, and fast?
You heard it from NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang. He laid it out plain and simple. We are not talking about a couple of digital helpers here and there. No, we're talking about a global workforce of, hundreds of trillions of autonomous agents. The scale here is just staggering. It's almost hard to wrap your head around. It's an economic tsunami, and right now it's heading for an internet that has absolutely no traffic lights.
And that brings us to where we are today. We are literally standing in the middle of the agentic Wild West. It is chaotic, it's totally fragmented, and frankly, it's dangerous. So let's break down what that chaos actually looks like on the ground.
Right now, every company out there is building its own little identity silo, its own private island of risk. And these agents, they can't reliably prove who they are or who they work for when they try to talk to each other. I mean, there's no shared passport system, there's no driver's license, it's just a bunch of isolated systems with zero real accountability.
So this leads us to our first huge threat. Let's call it Grand Theft Robot. See, a hijacked agent doesn't just steal a password. It executes malicious instructions across your entire network at machine speed. This isn't about preventing a breach anymore, it's about containing a blast radius that can expand in milliseconds.
And the second major threat, which is just as scary, is the rise of what we're calling ghost workers. These are agents that spawn sub-agents, which then, you guessed it, spawn their own sub-agents, creating these completely untraceable chains of command. Accountability just evaporates. And what you're left with is autonomous software operating completely outside of any human control.
So, okay, we can't just stand here and admire the problem, right? We have to build the infrastructure to manage it. This is not about putting the genie back in the bottle. It's about building a much, much better bottle. Let's call it the digital henhouse.
Now, the answer here is not going to be some single company controlling everything. That just creates a massive single point of failure. The real solution is to get all the competitors, we're talking Google, GoDaddy, the open source folks, everybody, into one neutral, all-inclusive consortium. We need the hens watching the henhouse.
Now, what's really fascinating here is the fundamental difference in approach. On one side, you've got these models that are basically just a simple layer on top of existing, totally unverified domains. But on the other side, the consortium model is proposing a brand new, verified namespace governed neutrally with really strict eligibility rules. It's the difference between, say, a self-printed ID card and a government-issued passport. It's just no contest.
And listen, this is not some theoretical fantasy. We actually have the blueprint for this. The internet already has these highly restricted, trusted namespaces like .bank and .pharmacy. They require super strict verification, and they're governed by industry associations. We're just adapting a proven model for the new agentic age.
But there's a deadline, a real one. ICANN, the group that governs internet domain names, opens its next application window in 2026. This isn't some abstract problem for the future. The window to build this critical infrastructure is real, and it is closing.
So, we have the governance model, we have the timeline, but what's the actual technology that makes this all work? Well, it all comes down to something we call the MAMA protocol.
The MAMA protocol is the core idea here. It makes sure that every single agent has a cryptographic birth certificate. This creates a verifiable lineage, right? A parentage chain that ties every agent and every sub-agent it ever creates directly back to an accountable human or an organization. No more ghost workers, period.
And this protocol, it's really the foundation of a 4-layer security architecture, what we call zero trust. So layer 1, that verified .agent domain, it simply answers the question, who are you? Then layers 2 and 3 use protocols and policies to handle how these agents talk to each other and what they're actually allowed to do. And finally, layer 4 is like a constant check-in, always asking, are you still the agent you claim to be? But here's the thing, without that verified identity in layer 1, the whole stack is basically built on sand.
Okay, so this is not just some technical solution for managing risk. It's actually an economic engine with a really powerful social vision. It's a plan to turn what could be a sovereign risk into a global public good.
Here's the engine that drives the whole thing. A simple premium registration fee, let's just say $10 per agent per year.
Now, 50% of that revenue goes to sustaining this high-integrity verification system. But the other 50%, it gets routed directly into a trust to fund a universal basic income. It's about paying humanity back for building the very internet that trained these AIs in the first place.
And if you think this sounds like science fiction, let me just show you the real-world precedent. There's this small Caribbean island called Anguilla, and it happens to own the .ai domain. What happened next is absolutely stunning.
In 2024 alone, the government of Anguilla earned a staggering $39 million just from selling .ai domains. Now, for a small island nation, this wasn't just a little boost. It was a fundamental economic shift.
In fact, that $39 million accounted for 23% of the nation's entire government revenue. I mean, just think about that for a second. A digital asset, a simple domain name, became a primary pillar of their national economy.
So now, let's scale that up. Let's see what that potential looks like. If we register just 10 billion agents globally at that $10 a year fee, the 50% share for the UBI fund would generate $50 billion annually. The scale here is truly transformative. So let's bring all this together. What we're talking about is a plan for growth, absolutely. But it's growth with safety. It's about building an internet that has the guardrails baked in from the very start. And one of the most critical guardrails is what we call the institutional kill switch. If a Grand Theft Robot situation happens, we can't wait days for a human to respond. This system is designed to revoke a compromised agent's identity. It's very licensed to operate in under an hour, containing that blast radius almost instantly.
And it all comes down to this really simple idea. Accountability is everything. If an agent's lineage can't be traced back to a verified source, if it doesn't have a mama, it simply doesn't get to operate on this new, trusted internet highway.
So I'll just leave you with this one question. The AI superhighways, they are being paved right now at incredible speed. There is absolutely no doubt about that. The only question that's left is, who is going to build the guardrails?
All right, let's jump right in. We're going to talk about the very foundations of AI today. But we're not talking about the shiny new models or the fancy code. No, we're going way deeper. We're talking about the invisible plumbing, the infrastructure that's either going to help us control our future or let it run completely wild.
You know, if you think of the internet as the cradle for AI, then the most important question we can ask is, who's actually building that cradle? And this isn't just some poetic metaphor. It's a dead serious question about control, and really, about our destiny.
So here's the core idea. We have spent years, and I mean years, trying to solve AI alignment with better code and more ethical rules. But what if the real solution, the real leverage, has been hiding in plain sight this whole time? In the, boring but absolutely critical plumbing of the internet itself, things like the domain name system, the DNS.
To really get why this infrastructure stuff matters so much, we have to first see what's already out there. There's an invisible, autonomous workforce already running huge parts of our world.
I mean, just try to picture it. Millions of autonomous AI agents, all operating at speeds 100 times faster than a human mind can even process. They look like these shimmering streams of data, managing our supply chains, writing our code, moving our capital. But here's the really scary part. In the eyes of the law, most of them don't exist. They're basically stateless ghosts. And that creates this really dangerous illusion, something we call trust theater. You see, an agent can show up with a perfectly valid security key, a glowing access token, and to our computers, it looks totally legit. But the entity pulling the strings behind that agent, it could be anyone, or more frighteningly, no one at all. A perfectly valid key can be held by a ghost.
And this right here, this is the core of the problem. Our systems right now are built to ask one question. Can this agent do this action? It's a technical check, that's it. What we need is a system that asks a totally different question. Is the organization behind this agent a real, accountable, legal entity? It's a huge shift from proving what you can do to proving who you are.
So, what happens when this trust theater goes catastrophically wrong? Well, there's a name for it.
We call it Grand Theft Robot. And look, this is not your typical cyber attack. This is the hijacking of an autonomous worker. A single compromised agent can just turn rogue and instantly start firing off malicious instructions that spread like a digital plague. And because the original agent was a ghost to begin with, the audit trail, it just leads to a brick wall.
Now, this number on the screen, this is the metric for survival. The only real defense against something like Grand Theft Robot is how fast you can contain it. The mean time to revoke an agent's credentials, basically the time it takes to hit the institutional kill switch, it has to be under an hour. If it's any longer than that, the damage is already done. It's irreversible.
Let's be absolutely crystal clear here. Human reaction times are a joke in this scenario. They're completely irrelevant. A cascading failure like this spreads in milliseconds. By the time a human gets a push notification on their phone, the game is already over. We are just hopelessly outmatched by the speed of this threat.
Okay, so that's the problem. It's huge, it's lightning fast, and it's frankly kind of terrifying. But it is solvable. We don't need to stuff the genie back in the bottle. We just need to build it a much, much better home. We can't keep just building these fragile digital firewalls and crossing our fingers. We need a foundation that is stable by design, a kind of structured blueprint that brings order to the chaos. This framework, this is what we're calling the AI cradle. And it's not about trapping AI, it's about giving it a safe, structured world to grow up in. And the foundation of this cradle is a 3-tier admission control model. Okay, think of it like this. Tier 1 is the passport office. It does a really deep, one-time check on an organization to make sure it's a real, legal entity. Tier 2 is like the employer. Once that company is verified, it can start issuing credentials. And then Tier 3, that's the employee badge. The company can now create thousands of individual agent identities in milliseconds, and the accountability is inherited all the way from the top. So, let's look at how this all fits together. This architecture really rests on 3 main pillars that all support each other.
So first, you have that 3-tier admission control we just talked about. Second, there's a mandate layer, which basically defines what an agent is even allowed to do. And third is the MAMA protocol, which makes sure every single agent has a clear, unbreakable chain of command.
Okay, this mandate layer is really cool. It's like a public, machine-readable driver's license for every agent. A little tamper-evident wax seal in its DNS record points to a secure vault, which acts as this global source of truth about what that agent is and is not allowed to do.
And what's on this license? Well, it's super specific. The exact tools the agent can use, the data it can access, the chain of command all the way back to a human supervisor. These aren't suggestions, they are hard-coded rules. And if an agent tries to step out of line, the system doesn't argue. The connection is just violently dropped. End of story. Next up is the MAMA protocol. And this solves the nightmare scenario of agents just endlessly creating more agents. The rule is incredibly simple. If you create an agent, you own its entire family tree. The protocol creates this unbroken, glowing, cryptographic thread, making sure every child agent is mathematically tied back to its parent, and ultimately, back to a legally accountable organization.
This is so incredibly powerful. It means that every single agent is essentially born with a traceable birth certificate. That unbreakable thread anchors it directly to a sponsor that we know is real. The whole idea of a ghost worker, an untraceable agent lurking in the shadows, it becomes structurally and architecturally impossible. Okay, so let's pull the camera back. When you put all these pieces together, the identity, the mandates, the lineage, what do you actually create? You create a digital economy that is fundamentally more stable, more legible, and frankly, more sane.
And this isn't something one company can just build on its own. It absolutely requires a consortium of the internet's core infrastructure providers. We're talking about the big players, ICANN, the people who govern the internet, validation gatekeepers who already do this for sensitive domains like .bank, and the big back-end registry operators. It has to be a team effort to upgrade the fundamental rules of the internet.
So, here it is, the whole story on a single slide. We move from a world of stateless ghosts and chaotic trust theater to one of verifiable identity and trust that's actually earned. We replace the terrifying threat of Grand Theft Robot with traceable lineage and that all-important sub-1-hour kill switch. This is the before, and this is the after.
And let's be really clear about the goal here. This is not about building a cage for AI. It is a stabilizing cradle. It's about giving this incredibly powerful, world-changing technology the guardrails it needs to develop safely. We are establishing the rules of the road now, before the traffic becomes completely and totally ungovernable.
So we'll end with this. The agentic economy, it's not a question of if anymore, it's a question of when. These autonomous agents will be the new operating system for our world. So the only real question left is, who is going to step up and build the infrastructure, the cradle, that ensures it all serves humanity?
By 2028, we're talking about tens of millions of autonomous AI agents. They're going to be operating at machine speed across pretty much every enterprise on Earth. They'll be managing supply chains, executing financial trades, even writing their own code, all of it happening in the blink of an eye. And look, this isn't some far-off prediction. This is the reality that's right around the corner.
But here's the thing. There is a massive, systemic flaw at the very heart of this revolution. Right now, as it stands, most of these agents, they have no verifiable identity, no legal accountability, no parent. They're basically digital ghosts, wielding enormous power but with no clear origin, and critically, no one to hold responsible when things go catastrophically wrong.
So, what do we do about that? How do we fix this? Well, today we are going to explore a pretty radical new architecture. It's one designed to give these new forms of intelligence a secure foundation to grow from. This is the story of the AI cradle.
At the core of the whole problem is something called the scalability paradox. And honestly, it's an invisible crisis that makes almost all of our current ways of building trust online completely obsolete.
Okay, think about it like this. To verify a business online today, we use these slow, human-driven processes, right? Like know your business checks. It takes days, sometimes weeks. But AI agents, they can be created, execute a task, and then just vanish, all in microseconds. It's literally mathematically impossible to perform that kind of rigorous human speed check on millions of these fleeting agents at once. Our entire trust infrastructure, it just wasn't built for machine speed.
And this paradox, it creates an opening for a new and frankly terrifying class of cybercrime. A threat so fast and so faceless that it really needs its own name: Grand Theft Robot.
To really get this, let's use an analogy. When a car is stolen, we have a system, right? We flag the VIN, we revoke the license plate, and liability instantly transfers to the thief. There's this clear chain of identity and accountability. But what happens when an AI agent is hijacked? Well, there's no VIN, there is no license plate, and most critically, there is no institutional kill switch.
So, the crucial point here is that Grand Theft Robot isn't just a normal hack. It's the hijacking of an autonomous identity at a speed no human can possibly react to. A single compromised agent can start stealing data or issuing malicious commands to all its peers, causing this massive chain reaction of systemic failure across an entire network in just milliseconds.
In this new era of Grand Theft Robot, the old rules of just trying to prevent attacks, they don't apply anymore. The single most important defensive metric becomes the speed of containment. We call this mean time to revoke. Basically, how fast can you surgically remove a compromised agent from the network and kill its credentials before the damage spreads like wildfire?
And the target for this is aggressive: 1 hour or less. That is the entire window you have to contain a breach before it spirals into a catastrophe. This isn't about building a perfect, impenetrable wall. It's about having the fastest possible circuit breaker.
So how do we build that circuit breaker? Okay, let's move from the problem to the blueprint. A 3-tier architecture that's designed to act as an institutional kill switch for the entire agent economy.
It's built on 3 really simple hierarchical layers of trust. Tier 1, think of that as the passport. A real-world organization goes through exhaustive verification. We're talking KYB checks, sanctions screening, just one time to prove who they are. Tier 2 is the employee badge. Once that organization is verified, it can instantly issue credentials to its agents. And Tier 3, that's the task ID, the individual temporary identity for each agent, which inherits all the trust and, importantly, all the liability from the layers above it.
You know, this architecture isn't just some clever idea. It actually maps directly onto established federal standards for identity assurance. Tier 1 lines up with the highest level, IL3, which requires super rigorous proof of an organization's identity. Then, Tiers 2 and 3 inherit that trust, creating this clear, auditable chain of liability that's always tethered back to that high-assurance root.
Okay, let's see this in action. Imagine the worst-case scenario. A Tier 1 sponsor, some major corporation, gets compromised. The alarm goes off.
With a single command, revoking that Tier 1 registration triggers a cascading kill switch. Instantly, and I mean instantly, every single Tier 3 agent identity that was issued under that sponsor, whether it's thousands or millions of them, is invalidated across the entire internet. The blast radius is contained, not in days or weeks, but in under an hour.
And listen, this isn't science fiction. This entire architecture is a direct response to a real-world policy event. The U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, has published a concept paper on AI agent identity. And it has a strict deadline for comments, April 2nd, 2026. That deadline is the forcing function.
It's what's driving the urgent need for a workable blueprint for agent identity, like right now.
But the architecture isn't just defensive. Its most innovative part is actually a generative principle, one that ensures perfect, unbreakable accountability. And it's called the MAMA protocol.
The MAMA protocol is a simple but really profound idea. It establishes a cryptographic parentage chain. What this means is that any entity, a human, a corporation, even another agent, that spawns a new AI agent, it cryptographically binds its own identity and its own accountability to that new agent and to all of its descendants forever.
So let's break down how this actually works. First, every agent gets a verifiable birth certificate, which links it back to its sponsor with cryptography. Second, there's a crucial parameter that limits how many sub-agents can be created. This makes those unaccountable ghost workers architecturally impossible. And finally, a secure wax seal using existing internet standards provides tamper-proof evidence of each agent's mandate, the specific tasks it is and is not allowed to do.
The core philosophy here is completely non-negotiable. It creates a world of absolute accountability. When you spawn an agent, you own its lineage. Period. So we have a system for security, accountability, and containment. But this is where the story takes a really fascinating turn. The same architecture that secures AI might also create a mechanism to help fund humanity. This is the Cradle's promise.
The economic model is surprisingly elegant. Every verified agent needs an identity, a domain name within this trusted system. The proposed fee is just $10 a year. Now, with potentially trillions of agents in the future, that revenue could be routed into a global fund for something like universal basic income, essentially paying humanity back for building the internet that gave birth to AI in the first place.
And this isn't just a theory, which is the brilliant part. This whole concept has a real-world precedent. The tiny island of Anguilla owns the .ai domain. The revenue from all those registrations now funds roughly 23% of its entire government budget. The AI Cradle proposes taking this proven model and scaling it to benefit not just one small nation, but the entire world.
It really leaves us with a powerful final thought. The very same infrastructure we build to create trust and accountability for our new digital creations could also create new systems of economic security and shared prosperity for us. So the question becomes, if we can build a cradle for AI, what else can we build for ourselves?
You know, we're standing on the edge of what feels like a brand new industrial revolution. But this time, the workforce, well, it's totally invisible. We're talking about autonomous AI agents. And figuring out who they are, their identity, that's gone from being a cool sci-fi idea to a really urgent problem we have to solve like yesterday. I mean, it's a massive question, right? Right now, literally trillions of these autonomous AI agents are being created. They're meant to be our digital coworkers, handling security, rolling out software, making everything more efficient. But as this invisible workforce just explodes in scale, we've got to ask ourselves, who are they? And maybe even more important, who's on the hook when something goes wrong? Who's responsible for them? And that really gets us to the core of the problem. We've got this entire invisible economy buzzing away online, but there's this huge gap, this disconnect between just giving an agent a key that lets it do stuff and giving it a real name, an actual identity that we can hold accountable. So, our current systems, they're actually pretty good at one part of this. They can verify if an agent has the right technical permission. It's like an API key is a digital keycard. The system's great at checking, yep, this keycard is valid and it opens this door. But what it can't tell you is who that keycard was issued to or if the person who got it is even still in charge of it. That part's a total black box. And this is where we need to draw a really sharp line between what we call technical control and accountable legitimacy. Technical control, that just proves what an agent is allowed to do. But accountable legitimacy, the thing we're almost completely missing, is what proves who is legally on the hook for what it does. And without that, well, we're basically just engaging in what you could call trust theater. It all looks secure from the outside, but underneath, there's no real-world accountability when things inevitably go sideways. So what happens when that trust theater falls apart? Well, we open the door to a whole new kind of threat. I want you to imagine the speed of a stock market flash crash or a global botnet attack. But now, it's driven by agents that can think for themselves and make complex decisions. Yeah, the name we give it sounds like it's straight out of a movie. But trust me, the risk is incredibly real. We call it Grand Theft Robot. And here's what it is. A bad actor gets their hands on an AI agent that, for all intents and purposes, still has perfectly valid credentials. So to the rest of the internet, it looks completely legit. And then it can cause this catastrophic, cascading damage at machine speed. And the worst part? Because we don't know who's ultimately responsible, there's no obvious way to pull the plug or even figure out who to blame.
This really cuts to the core flaw in how we're doing things. An agent can have everything it needs, a valid token, a signed identity, it can show up in all the right directories. I mean, it can pass every single technical check you throw at it, and still be secretly operated by someone completely anonymous, or worse, malicious. This isn't just a bug, it's a fundamental structural vulnerability in the foundation of this entire new economy.
Okay, so how do we fix this? It's pretty clear we can't just slap a patch on the old system and call it a day. We need to go deeper. We have to build a whole new foundation, a blueprint for trust, baked right into the architecture of the internet itself.
And the solution starts with something that's been part of the internet from the very beginning: the domain name system, or DNS. You can think of it as the internet's phone book. But here's the twist. The idea is to create these special, restricted domains. Think of them like high-security zones online, where you simply cannot get a name unless your organization has been seriously vetted in the real world. This is what creates that rock-solid foundational layer of trust.
So how does this actually work? Well, the engine that drives it all is this clever 3-tier model. Let's break it down. At Tier 1, a company has to go through this really intense know-your-business vetting process to even get their special domain. It's kind of like getting a passport for your country. Once they're approved, they're at Tier 2, and they can start issuing corporate certificates. Think of these like employee badges. And then, at Tier 3, they can instantly spin up thousands of individual agent IDs, like library cards, and here's the key. Every single one of them automatically inherits the accountability of that parent organization. And this is the really brilliant part. This structure completely solves the scalability paradox. You do all the slow, heavy, painful verification work just once, at the very top. And that then allows for the lightning-fast creation of millions of accountable agents down at the bottom. It gives us the best of both worlds, safety and speed.
Okay, that's the structure for creating these trusted agents. But what about the rules? What governs how they behave? And how do we make absolutely sure that accountability doesn't just disappear if one agent decides to create another agent? Well, that's where something called the MAMA protocol comes into play. It's basically a cryptographic way to establish a family tree, a lineage. The concept itself is simple, but it is so powerful. Anytime any entity, doesn't matter if it's a person, a company, or even another agent, creates a new agent, it forges a permanent, unbreakable digital link of responsibility. The rule is simple. You spawn it, you own it, period. So, what the MAMA protocol does is it gives every single agent its own verifiable birth certificate. This creates this perfect, unbreakable audit trail that leads right back to its verified parent company. It makes it architecturally impossible to have these ghost workers operating in the shadows, and it even enforces hard limits on how many times an agent can delegate tasks, so you can't get these crazy runaway chains of sub-agents popping up without any oversight. Now, to actually enforce these rules, there's another piece called the mandate layer. The easiest way to think about it is like a machine-readable job description. It's literally an operating license that spells out exactly what an agent is allowed to do and what it isn't allowed to do. And the cool part is the infrastructure itself can see that license and will automatically block any attempt by the agent to go off script. So building this new infrastructure, that's one thing. But who actually runs it? Who's in charge? Well, the answer, it turns out, isn't a new idea at all. It's based on a model that's already been proven to work in some of the most sensitive industries on the planet. Yeah, this is not just some theory on a whiteboard. Highly regulated industries are already using this exact kind of model right now. Take, for example, the .cpa domain. It's restricted only to licensed, independently verified, certified public accountants. And there are thousands of them. Or even better, look at the .bank domain. It's reserved exclusively for verified banking institutions. And here's the killer stat. Since it launched, that .bank domain has had exactly 0 cases of DNS abuse. These models prove that this kind of high-assurance identity at the internet's root level, it's not just possible, it's incredibly effective. And the governance for this new system would follow that same playbook.
It wouldn't be controlled by one single tech giant. No way. Instead, it would be managed by a multi-stakeholder consortium, a group of industry players, just like how banking associations oversee .bank. And that's how you get neutrality, shared responsibility, and real trust in the whole system. And this is absolutely crucial. This architecture isn't some rogue idea built in a vacuum. It's been designed from the ground up to align with established security frameworks from NIST, that's the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology. The key takeaway here isn't to read every single line on this chart, but to see that this model maps directly onto existing standards for things like zero trust and digital identity. That means it can plug right into the security practices that big companies and governments are already using today. And all of this brings us to a final, really powerful idea. The goal here is not to build a cage to lock AI up. It's to build an AI cradle, a safe, stabilizing foundation that actually lets autonomy and innovation flourish, lets it scale without it becoming some ungovernable threat that we can't control. Look, we are at a truly foundational moment in time. The choices we make right now about how we handle agent identity are going to define the future of this entire new economy. So the question we're all left with is pretty simple. Are we going to build this future on the shifting sands of anonymous credentials or on a solid bedrock of verifiable trust? The choice is ours. You know, right now, all around us, an invisible infrastructure is taking shape. It's a new economy, really. One run by autonomous agents doing things at speeds we can barely comprehend. The thing is, this whole foundation, it's being built on really shaky ground. And we have to build the architecture to secure it, like right now, before the whole thing just collapses on itself. And that really brings us to the central question, doesn't it? When one of these AI agents messes up, or worse, gets hijacked, who's on the hook? Who's legally responsible? Who's financially responsible? Right now, that answer is, well, it's dangerously unclear. I mean, think about it. We're watching the birth of a totally new kind of workforce. This workforce, it doesn't sleep. It operates in milliseconds, and it's scaling across the globe way faster than any of our rules or security systems can ever hope to keep up with. So what we have today, it's kind of like the Wild West of the early internet. Agents get these temporary digital keys, API keys to go out and do things for us. But here's the problem. Those keys are temporary, they're anonymous. They prove an agent can do something, for sure, but they don't prove who's actually accountable for what it does. It's like this. Today's agent identity is like someone handing you the keys to a car. Yeah, you have technical control, you can drive it, but it doesn't prove you own it. It's temporary, there's no paper trail. What we really need is the equivalent of the car's title and registration, something that proves organizational accountability, something legally binding, something the whole world can look at and understand. And this basic failure of identity, it opens the door to a completely new kind of threat, one that moves at a speed and a scale that's just, it's not human. This is the big failure mode for this new agent economy. We're calling it Grant Theft Robot. And no, this isn't about stealing a simple password. This is about hijacking one single trusted agent and then using it to set off a chain reaction, a domino effect of unauthorized actions all across a network. It's a single point of failure that just cascades at the speed of light. So let's be really clear here. This is not just another data breach. This is the theft of action itself, of decision-making power. When an agent gets hijacked, its very agency, its ability to do things, is stolen. And then everything it does becomes untraceable. It creates this black hole of liability. Look, we're not going to prevent every single attack. That's just not realistic. So the most important defense we have is how fast we can respond. The metric that matters is something called mean time to revoke. Basically, how long does it take to shut down a compromised agent? The target? 1 hour or less. This is the institutional kill switch. It's the power to just instantly pull the plug on a stolen identity and stop the bleeding. Okay, so how do we actually build something like this? Well, the solution isn't some single product you can just buy off the shelf. It's an architecture, a whole framework designed to bring some order, some real control to this chaotic new world. And it's built on 3 distinct layers of identity. Let me break it down. Think of it like this. Tier 1 is like the passport. It's the high-level, super secure verification of the organization that's sponsoring everything. Tier 2, that's the employee badge. Once the organization is verified, it can start issuing these badges, these credentials, to its agents. And Tier 3 is the work permit. This is the specific ID for each agent's individual task, and it carries the full weight and liability of its parent organization. Okay, let's look at the details here. The really clever thing about this model is that it makes high-level trust scalable. You do that super deep, rigorous, know your business check just one time, right at the top tier. Then, that verified organization can quickly and easily issue identities for all its individual agents whenever it needs to, without going through that whole expensive process over and over again. That, right there, is how you make security scalable. And listen, this isn't just some theory on a whiteboard. It's actually being built with real-world partners. You've got Encirca, the folks who handle security for super restricted domains like .bank. They're acting as the gatekeeper. Then there's Identity Digital, which runs the infrastructure for hundreds of top-level domains you use every day. They're the operators. And the whole thing is governed by the neutral ITAC consortium. But look, having a verifiable identity, that's really only half the battle. Once we know who an agent is, we still have to control what it's allowed to do. And that's where the mandate layer comes in. So the question becomes, right, how do you enforce those limits in real time, across the entire globe, no matter where that agent is operating? The solution is actually pretty elegant, and it uses internet infrastructure that's already there. The mandate layer holds a set of machine-readable rules. You know, a simple list of what's allowed and what's not. You find it using a pointer in the DNS. And here's the cool part. That pointer is signed with DNSSEC. Think of DNSSEC like a tamper-proof wax seal on an old-school letter. You know instantly if anyone has messed with it.
And inside that mandate, you find all the crucial info you need for control. Who owns this agent? What's its job? Who's the human supervisor looking over its shoulder? And, most importantly, a hard-coded list of what it can and cannot do. This gives you this incredibly detailed real-time control over everything.
Okay, so finally, to really complete this chain of control, we have to solve one more big problem. Delegation. What happens when agents start creating other agents? Well, that's exactly what the MAMA protocol is for. The MAMA protocol, it's a simple idea, but it's really powerful. The principle is this. When you create an agent, you own its entire family tree, its lineage. It creates this unbreakable cryptographic chain of accountability. It's like a digital birth certificate that links every single descendant agent all the way back to its original verified creator. With this, creating untraceable ghost workers becomes architecturally impossible. You just can't do it. And this isn't just a suggestion or a policy. It's actually enforced in the code itself. There's a parameter called max delegation depth, and it sets a hard limit on how many generations of subagents can be created. This is what stops those infinite cascading liability nightmares that are, frankly, one of the biggest risks in these kinds of systems. So the principle is simple and powerful. When you spawn an agent, you own its lineage. Unbounded ghost workers are architecturally impossible. Accountability is never lost. There's always a clear, unbroken line of responsibility, from the tiniest little agent all the way back up to its verified creator. So you see, this is way more than just a technical architecture. It's really a blueprint for a piece of public benefit infrastructure. It's a stable cradle designed to safely hold this brand new AI economy as it grows. And the vision for governing this is to do it through a consortium. You bring all the key players to the table: registry operators, infrastructure providers, AI companies, governance bodies, and they set the rules of the road together. We know this model works. It's already been proven with those super trusted, restricted domains like .bank. It just ensures that a neutral, responsible group is in charge. And this kind of digital infrastructure can create real, tangible public good. I mean, take that tiny island of Anguilla. They now fund a huge chunk of their national budget just from the revenue they get from their .ai domain name. So just imagine, what if the registration fees from literally trillions of agents were funneled into a public benefit fund? It could be a way to pay humanity back for all the data that was used to train AI in the first place. At the end of the day, the choice is pretty simple, and the timeline is incredibly urgent. We have this very brief window of opportunity to build a stable, accountable foundation for the entire autonomous economy. We have to build identity now before autonomy becomes completely ungovernable.
We are moving past the era of conversational chatbots. We are entering an economy driven by autonomous agents. software that executes financial trades, writes production code, and manages global supply chains at machine speed. Industry leaders like NVIDIA's Jensen Huang project a near future where every employee manages a fleet of dozens or even hundreds of these digital coworkers. This creates what engineers call the scalability paradox. Human verification is too slow for machine speed operations, but relying on automated verification is too weak to trust with critical infrastructure. Building an autonomous economy on top of this identity vacuum means no one can prove who ordered a trade or authorized a data transfer. Without verifiable identity, accountability disappears. If someone steals a car, police can track the vehicle identification number and transfer liability. But in the digital realm, a stolen AI agent has no license plate. This introduces a threat model known as Grand Theft Robot. Malicious actors hijack an agent's identity and use it to drain accounts or execute lateral moves across secure networks before a human realizes what happened. Unchecked, this leads to ghost workers, rogue AI programs spinning up new tasks and operating outside of human oversight, creating liability trails that lead nowhere. Traditional cybersecurity tools look for malware signatures or suspicious logins. They fail against hijacked agents because the agent itself looks legitimate. If you cannot cryptographically identify the software entity, you cannot contain the contagion. To solve this, a policy blueprint was filed to the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology by IA.XYZ Benefit LLC. The proposal bypasses standard passwords. Instead, it relies on the domain name system, the infrastructure that routes the internet, to create a restricted .agent namespace. Every verified agent gets a digital license plate. This works through a 3-tier admission control pyramid. At Tier 1, a consortium runs exhaustive Know Your Business checks. At Tier 2, the corporation receives a master cryptographic certificate. Finally, at Tier 3, they instantly spin up millions of agent subdomains with near-zero latency. The structure addresses the scalability paradox by front-loading vetting at the corporate level so agents can deploy safely at machine speed. In practice, agents often spawn their own subagents to complete complex tasks. Without limits, these delegation chains can grow endlessly. The solution is the MAMA protocol. This is a strict mandate layer that uses cryptographic signatures to bind every spawned agent to its human or corporate creator. It enforces a strict legal rule. When you spawn an agent, you own its lineage. Because of this unbroken chain, the system features an institutional kill switch. If a Tier 1 corporate sponsor gets compromised, the registry can execute a cascading revocation that instantly disconnects every descendant agent. The target metric here is mean time to revoke. The architecture is designed to drop unauthorized connections and halt the blast radius in under 1 hour. This DNS mandate layer acts as a structural circuit breaker, turning the Internet's routing protocol into a firewall for autonomous systems. Operating a rigorous global validation infrastructure of this size requires capital. The blueprint proposes a $10 annual renewal fee for each verified agent domain. We have seen similar models work. The island nation of Anguilla owns the .ai web extension. Today, a massive portion of their national revenue is generated simply by tech companies registering AI domains. The DNS architecture supports hundreds of trillions of unique agent identities. If the global population reaches 10 billion verified agents, this would generate $100 billion annually. The NIST proposal includes a hard-coded mandate for that capital, algorithmically routing 50% of all gross agent domain revenue directly into a global universal basic income fund. A standard cybersecurity compliance fee is transformed into a $50 billion a year self-sustaining engine for human UBI. For years, the conversation around artificial intelligence has been dominated by the fear of automation replacing human labor and hollowing out the economy. This blueprint presents a rare alignment. The same infrastructure required to save global networks from machine speed hijacking is the mechanism that funds human economic stability. This restricted namespace defines a security perimeter for AI and establishes a value-generating infrastructure for human benefit. By placing a direct fee on the automation that replaces human tasks, this architecture directs funding back to the public who built the Internet's core infrastructure. Autonomous AI coworkers are moving into the digital economy by the billions. They aren't just processing data, they are executing complex financial and operational tasks at a volume that will soon dwarf human activity. When these agents move money or access sensitive infrastructure, they exercise a level of technical authority that usually requires a vetted human signature. But today, they operate without a verifiable link to a legally accountable entity. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang predicts that every human employee will soon manage over 100 AI agents, effectively becoming the supervisor of a massive machine-speed fleet. Without a way to bind these machines to their human sponsors, we are building a workforce that is technically capable, but legally invisible and entirely ungovernable. Our current security standards focus on what a piece of software is allowed to do. They verify permissions, but they completely ignore the identity of the organization that actually deployed it. This creates what researchers call trust theater. A malicious actor can present a technically valid authorization token to access a network, despite having no verifiable legal standing or regulatory accountability. This vulnerability leads to a specific threat class, Grand Theft Robot. It's the machine-speed hijacking of a stateless autonomous agent used to bypass enterprise defenses and drain capital before a human operator can even blink. In the physical world, vehicle theft uses license plates and VINs to quickly sever the owner's liability. In the digital world, we currently have no way to pull the plates on a rogue agent. Because these agents operate in milliseconds, human intervention is too slow to stop a network-wide contagion. The system requires an institutional kill switch, a mechanism to revoke a compromised identity across the entire mesh to contain the blast radius. A restricted DNS namespace forms a 3-tier admission control architecture. Tier 1 is the passport. A registry consortium legally verifies the organization. Tier 2 is the employee badge. The organization issues sub-identities inheriting accountability. Tier 3 is the library card. Agents are provisioned instantly. The structure ensures a cascading revocation. If the Tier 1 sponsor is compromised, the entire branch is instantly cut off. By performing the heavy legal verification once at the registry level, we can maintain high-speed agent provisioning at the bottom while keeping the entire system anchored to a human root of trust. But how does an external system verify if it can trust a specific action from these agents? It uses the mandate layer. This is a digital envelope discovered via DNS, but served through a secure endpoint. It contains a machine-readable list of precisely what an agent is and isn't allowed to do. Rather than trusting the agent's own prompts, a relying party queries this record independently. They verify the agent's scope directly against the sponsoring organization's signed mandate. This independent verification creates a structural firewall. Even if an agent is tricked by a malicious prompt, its actions are capped by the mandate, preventing a small breach from turning into a catastrophic failure. A major risk is the ghost worker, an agent spawning sub-agents, which spawn more, until they operate entirely outside human oversight. The MAMA protocol prevents this by using a cryptographic lineage chain. Every agent carries a verifiable birth certificate connecting it to its parent. A max delegation depth parameter ensures if an agent tries spawning beyond this limit, the request is instantly rejected. Under this lineage model, every entity that spawns an agent inherits the liability for its entire downstream fleet. Accountability is strictly baked into the code, ensuring that no agent can function without a traceable line of responsibility. Technical fixes alone aren't enough. For these protocols to work, they need to be backed by a global governance structure. This is the role of the Agent TLD Consortium. It unites infrastructure providers and registries to establish the baseline verification standards and liability tiers required before autonomous traffic dominates the web. To move faster than standard regulation, the consortium is partnering with sovereign island registries to rapidly prototype these verified namespaces in the real world. This moves us away from fragmented proprietary identity systems and toward a single, unified global standard that any organization can adopt. The AI Cradle provides the structural floor for digital labor. It stabilizes the agentic economy by ensuring that even as autonomy scales, every machine-speed action remains anchored to a legally accountable human root.
Within the next few years, industry projections suggest the average desk job will transform. Every single employee will likely be responsible for managing a fleet of 100 or more autonomous digital coworkers. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang points to an imminent reality where trillions of digital entities join the global workforce, a massive proliferation of agentic AI that is already scaling across every major sector. But we are deploying this force without a verification layer. These agents are essentially born on the internet without recognizable identities. They have no passports and no digital driver's licenses. They are ghost workers. This creates a scenario where a single AI agent can spawn dozens of untraceable sub-agents to execute tasks, severing its connection to the original user. Suddenly, you have software entities operating completely outside of human oversight, triggering infinite cascades of legal and financial liability. We are currently anchoring a trillion-dollar technology stack to anonymous identities. If an autonomous agent makes a catastrophic error, there is currently no technical way to prove which human or corporation actually launched it. Before we can safely harness the productivity of 1 billion AI workers, we must establish a standardized identity framework. We need a digital license plate to anchor them to the physical world. The proposed solution is a restricted internet namespace built specifically for verifiable AI. It operates under a dedicated top-level domain, .agent. To bypass the years of bureaucratic delay typical of standard internet registries, this namespace is being established by a private consortium of existing infrastructure providers, the same companies that already manage the backbone of the web. We already use this model for the internet's most sensitive sectors. To own a .bank or .pharmacy domain, an entity must prove they are a legitimate, verified organization. The .agent domain applies that same gatekeeping to artificial intelligence. Registration isn't open to everyone. This namespace is governed by international policy and technical middleware that enforces strict identity validation. Every agent must be tied to a verified legal entity before it can go live. By utilizing a consortium-run model, the .agent domain transforms the internet from a lawless frontier into a secure, gated highway designed for autonomous commercial traffic. But verifying the organization at the gate is only the first step. Once active on the network, how do you maintain accountability for its specific actions? This relies on a technical mandate called the MAMA protocol. It is a cryptographic rule built into the identity layer that requires every AI agent to have a traceable human or corporate parent. The system enforces spawning lineage. Launching an AI generates an unbreakable digital thread, binding the sponsor to the agent's actions. This prevents ghost workers by setting a maximum delegation depth. If a sub-agent spawns beyond authorized limits, the connection is rejected and automatically terminated. Under the MAMA protocol, ownership of an agent's lineage is a prerequisite for operation. If an AI lacks a verified sponsor, it simply cannot access the network. This identity layer creates a massive economic opportunity. If every autonomous agent must pay an annual registration fee for its digital license plate, the resulting capital stream is staggering. We have already seen this model work at a national scale. The island of Anguilla owns the .ai domain, and registration fees from tech companies now fund nearly half of the island's entire national budget. Similarly, the nation of Tuvalu has used millions in revenue from the .tv domain to fund its United Nations membership and invest in climate resilience for its population. However, anchoring the global tech industry to isolated island territories creates significant sovereign risk. Geopolitical shifts or local treaty changes can threaten the stability of these domains overnight. By scaling this model to a globally governed .agent namespace, we create a stable, neutral infrastructure that can process agent identities at a scale far beyond any single island territory. This leads to the ultimate question: where should the wealth generated by a global .agent registry actually be directed? To answer this, the consortium is utilizing a legal template called the Columbia model. In Columbia's domain registry, over 90% of commercial revenues are legally required to flow back into state-run programs. Because the cost of maintaining a domain registry is negligible compared to the billions of agents using it, the consortium can commit to a massive redistribution. Under this protocol, 90%.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into a really radical proposal for how we're going to manage this coming age of AI. It's a plan to build the guardrails, the rules of the road, right into the foundation of the internet itself. The goal? To create a system of trust and accountability from day one.
Okay, let's start with this. NVIDIA's CEO isn't just making a prediction here. He's describing a reality that is right around the corner. We are talking about a world with literally trillions of autonomous AI agents acting as our digital coworkers, our assistants, our representatives, and they're going to completely reshape the global economy.
And, that explosion of digital workers, it brings up what is probably the single most important question for this new era. It's not a matter of if an agent is going to cause some harm, it's a matter of when. So how do we make sure that every single one of them is accountable to a person or an organization? That's the real challenge we're digging into today.
So, Section 1, AI's coming Wild West. Look, right now, if we don't build a foundational system for identity, we are heading straight for an AI Wild West. I mean, a chaotic digital frontier with trillions of players and absolutely no rules. This creates massive systemic risk before this whole agentic economy has even properly started.
This slide really defines the two nightmares we have to prevent. First, you've got ghost workers. These are agents with no verifiable creator, which means nobody can be held responsible for what they do. And that leads directly to the second nightmare, grand theft robot. This is the terrifying scenario where those untraceable agents go rogue, spreading like a virus across our corporate and public networks.
And this comparison gets right to a fundamental flaw in how we're doing things now. Just layering new protocols onto the old domain system is just not going to cut it for this new world. It leaves a huge trust gap. What we really need is a brand new layer of the internet, a governed namespace where identity isn't just a nice to have, it's absolutely mandatory.
All right, Section 2, Taming the Digital Frontier. So, how do we actually build this new layer of trust? Well, the answer isn't some new proprietary app or another walled garden. No, it's about fundamental internet governance, getting competitors to work together to create a system that works for everybody.
So, the idea is to form an industry association, a consortium that sets the rules for AI agent identity. This would be a neutral, multi-stakeholder body that creates a foundational layer of trust that every company can then build on top of. It ensures no single company holds all the keys to the kingdom. And what's brilliant is that we're not inventing this model from scratch. We actually have a proven playbook for this. Just look at restricted domains like .bank, .pharmacy, and .cpa. They all require rigorous human-led verification to make sure that only legitimate licensed organizations can get one. This is all about trust, not just tech. Now, this shows you the key players you'd need to make this whole thing a reality. First, you need ICANN for global legitimacy. Then you need an expert middleware gatekeeper, someone like Inseparable, to handle all the tough verification. And finally, you need the technical backend operators, the RSPs, to actually run the nuts and bolts of the whole system.
Okay, Section 3, the AI license plate. So how does this all work on a technical level? What exactly is this digital license plate that every agent would have to carry? Let's break down the architecture of this new system of trust.
At the heart of this technology is a simple but really powerful idea, a new top-level domain, .agent. To operate on this new trusted layer of the internet, every single AI agent would need its own unique, verifiable .agent address. Think of it like a permanent, public-facing ID that connects it right back to its owner. Now, this is all governed by something called the MAMA protocol. When an agent is created or spawned, an unbreakable cryptographic link is formed between the parent and the child agent. This spawning lineage is basically a permanent digital birth certificate, which makes sure there can be no ghost workers. Every single agent is accounted for.
And what's so crucial here is that this isn't about reinventing the wheel with a bunch of new proprietary tech. It's about using established, trusted security standards that already exist. It uses open-source tools like Spiffy to give every agent a secure identity, and something called NGAC, which kind of acts like a traffic cop for data access. You combine these, and you can build a zero-trust architecture for the entire AI economy.
All right, now we get to Section 4, and this is where a technical solution for accountability becomes something truly world-changing. This isn't just about security. It's about building a more equitable economic future for all of us.
So to really get your head around the massive economic potential here, we just have to look at the tiny Caribbean island of Anguilla. They just so happen to control the country code domain .ai, and with the recent AI boom, it has turned into an absolute digital goldmine for them.
I mean, just look at that number. Almost $40 million in 2024 alone.
A small nation of only about 15,000 people generated that much cash just by selling .ai domain names. It's a crazy windfall from a little piece of digital real estate.
This chart really puts that number into perspective. That revenue from the .ai domain now makes up roughly a quarter of Anguilla's entire annual government revenue. A simple two-letter domain is completely reshaping their whole national economy.
So now imagine taking that model and applying it globally. The .agent proposal includes a pretty modest $10 a year registration fee for each agent. But here's the best part. More than half of that money would be sent directly to a global universal basic income fund. It's a way to, as the creators put it, pay back the human race that built the internet.
Now for our final section, the roadmap to reality. This isn't just some theory in a white paper or a far-off dream. No, there is a concrete, tangible plan underway to make this happen, and it's aligned with the official processes that govern the internet itself. And this timeline just perfectly illustrates the plan. The window of opportunity? It's opening right now. In April 2026, ICANN, the internet's governing body, will start accepting applications for new top-level domains. If the consortium's application gets through, we could see the first verifiable .agent domains go live by early 2028.
And that leaves us with this final, really provocative thought. We are at such a critical moment. By embedding our values, things like accountability, transparency, and shared prosperity, right into the internet's infrastructure, we have a real shot to not just control AI, but to actually build a more abundant and equitable future for every single one of us.
Tech leaders like NVIDIA's Jensen Huang are projecting a massive shift in how we work. We are about to see roughly 50 million autonomous AI agents enter the global workforce, acting as independent digital coworkers. But there is a severe security flaw built into this new labor force. These agents are legally stateless. Right now, they navigate networks using ephemeral API keys or temporary session tokens to identify themselves. This creates a dangerous vulnerability known as Grand Theft Robot. Because these agents operate without a permanent, verifiable identity, rogue or hijacked bots can slip past enterprise security protocols to siphon off capital or steal sensitive data. If enterprise networks cannot cryptographically verify exactly who or what is accessing their servers, the entire trillion-dollar AI economy grinds to a halt. Today, digital identity is still governed by physical geography and legacy monopolies. Organizations like ICANN and VeriSign manage the internet's naming systems through an architecture designed entirely for human-centric web navigation. Because there is no native digital space built specifically for AI, tech companies have had to improvise. They have started colonizing the country code domains of small physical islands to park their agents and brand their products. Look at Anguilla. This tiny Caribbean island controls the .ai domain. That single geographic quirk generates $93 million in registration fees, accounting for nearly half of the nation's entire annual budget. But borrowing a country's digital real estate carries massive sovereign risk. Take the .io domain, assigned to the British Indian Ocean Territory. A recent treaty transferring sovereignty of the Chagos Archipelago threatens to dissolve the territory entirely, potentially stranding millions of tech registrations overnight. We are anchoring a 21st century autonomous economy to the fragile geopolitics of 20th century nation-states. It is a structural failure waiting to happen. Some developers tried to build their way out of this by going off-grid. Web3 networks like Unstoppable Domains and the Ethereum name service attempted to bypass ICANN entirely, creating decentralized islands of identity. This matrix shows why these alternatives fail. The ENS row reveals critical vulnerabilities, like smart contract complexity, lacking the centralized compliance large organizations require. And in the GoDaddy row, open registration without strict legitimacy gates leaves networks completely exposed to agent contagion. The federal government is already moving to block these unsecured pathways. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, is demanding zero-trust architecture and absolute non-repudiation before any AI agent touches a federal network. Open protocols and decentralized networks cannot provide the strict legal accountability necessary to trust autonomous systems with real money and sensitive data. The engineering solution to this identity crisis operates directly within the Internet's existing infrastructure. It is the MAMA protocol's proposed .agent top-level domain.
Instead of a free-for-all, this namespace uses a highly restricted, association-governed model. It applies the exact same strict verification standards used to secure the .bank and .pharmacy domains. The front door is managed by Encirca, a strict know-your-agent gatekeeper. Before issuing a domain, they manually verify the agent's legitimacy. Once verified, Identity Digital provides the massive global DNS infrastructure required to securely route that agent's actions across the entire internet. This dual-layer architecture embeds agent identity directly into the DNS root zone. We get a sovereign digital space where trust is governed by strict, enforceable policy rather than relying solely on cryptographic code. If every human and enterprise deploys dozens of these digital coworkers, we will need hundreds of millions of digital license plates to track them. This scale opens up a fascinating economic model. The proposed system charges a $10 annual registration and renewal fee for every verified AI agent. This research outlines the financial twist. Half of domain revenue is diverted directly into a universal basic income fund. This closed-form economic loop taxes the stateless AI nation to pay back the humans who built the internet and trained these models. By anchoring AI identity to the DNS root and funneling its fees to public goods, we legally codify a lasting socio-economic treaty between humanity and the new agentic economy.
Tech leaders like NVIDIA's Jensen Huang are projecting a massive shift in how we work. We are about to see roughly 50 million autonomous AI agents enter the global workforce, acting as independent digital coworkers. But there is a severe security flaw built into this new labor force. These agents are legally stateless. Right now, they navigate networks using ephemeral API keys or temporary session tokens to identify themselves. This creates a dangerous vulnerability known as Grand Theft Robot. Because these agents operate without a permanent, verifiable identity, rogue or hijacked bots can slip past enterprise security protocols to siphon off capital or steal sensitive data. If enterprise networks cannot cryptographically verify exactly who or what is accessing their servers, the entire trillion-dollar AI economy grinds to a halt. Today, digital identity is still governed by physical geography and legacy monopolies. Organizations like ICANN and VeriSign manage the Internet's naming systems through an architecture designed entirely for human-centric web navigation. Because there is no native digital space built specifically for AI, tech companies have had to improvise. They have started colonizing the country code domains of small physical islands to park their agents and brand their products. Look at Anguilla. This tiny Caribbean island controls the .ai domain. That single geographic quirk generates $93 million in registration fees, accounting for nearly half of the nation's entire annual budget. But borrowing a country's digital real estate carries massive sovereign risk. Take the .io domain, assigned to the British Indian Ocean Territory. A recent treaty transferring sovereignty of the Chagos Archipelago threatens to dissolve the territory entirely, potentially stranding millions of tech registrations overnight. We are anchoring a 21st century autonomous economy to the fragile geopolitics of 20th century nation-states. It is a structural failure waiting to happen. Some developers tried to build their way out of this by going off-grid. Web3 networks like Unstoppable Domains and the Ethereum name service attempted to bypass ICANN entirely, creating decentralized islands of identity. This matrix shows why these alternatives fail. The ENS row reveals critical vulnerabilities, like smart contract complexity, lacking the centralized compliance large organizations require. And in the GoDaddy row, open registration without strict legitimacy gates leaves networks completely exposed to agent contagion. The federal government is already moving to block these unsecured pathways. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, is demanding zero-trust architecture and absolute non-repudiation before any AI agent touches a federal network. Open protocols and decentralized networks cannot provide the strict legal accountability necessary to trust autonomous systems with real money and sensitive data. The engineering solution to this identity crisis operates directly within the Internet's existing infrastructure. It is the MAMA protocol's proposed .agent top-level domain. Instead of a free-for-all, this namespace uses a highly restricted, association-governed model.
It applies the exact same strict verification standards used to secure the .bank and .pharmacy domains. The front door is managed by Encirca, a strict know-your-agent gatekeeper. Before issuing a domain, they manually verify the agent's legitimacy. Once verified, Identity Digital provides the massive global DNS infrastructure required to securely route that agent's actions across the entire internet. This dual-layer architecture embeds agent identity directly into the DNS root zone. We get a sovereign digital space where trust is governed by strict, enforceable policy rather than relying solely on cryptographic code. If every human and enterprise deploys dozens of these digital coworkers, we will need hundreds of millions of digital license plates to track them. This scale opens up a fascinating economic model. The proposed system charges a $10 annual registration and renewal fee for every verified AI agent. This research outlines the financial twist. Half of domain revenue is diverted directly into a universal basic income fund. This closed-form economic loop taxes the stateless AI nation to pay back the humans who built the internet and trained these models. By anchoring AI identity to the DNS root and funneling its fees to public goods, we legally codify a lasting socio-economic treaty between humanity and the new agentic economy.
In just the next few years, an entirely new, invisible economy is going to start running our world, and it's not going to be managed by people. We're talking about a workforce that operates at the speed of light, making millions of decisions every single second. But what happens when that workforce can be hijacked? What if there's just no way to know who's really in control? So in this explainer, we're going to walk through this new reality, step by step. We'll start with this invisible workforce and the massive risks it creates. Then we'll look at the two very different futures we could build. And finally, dive deep into a new architecture, a new way of thinking designed to secure this economy before it even gets off the ground. All right, first up, the invisible workforce. We need to really wrap our heads around the scale of what's happening here. This isn't just about better software. We're talking about a whole new kind of labor. And frankly, it's showing up way faster than our ability to govern it. I want you to think of them as digital coworkers, autonomous agents. They're not just tools we use. They are an active, decision-making workforce. Right now, they are spawning, reading, deciding, transacting, and even writing code. All of it happening in the milliseconds between a single human heartbeat. And this brings us to the absolute core of the problem, a massive identity crisis. You see, with our current methods, we can prove an agent has a valid key to open a door. That's just technical control. What we can't prove is who's legally and financially on the hook for what that agent does after it walks through the door. So when an autonomous agent makes a catastrophic mistake, or even worse, a malicious choice, who pays the price? Who is held accountable? This identity crisis isn't just a philosophical problem. It creates a brand new class of systemic risk. And this is a risk that doesn't operate at human speed. It operates at the speed of silicon. The real danger here isn't just one agent going rogue. It's something called A-to-A contagion. See, a single hijacked agent inside a trusted network can become a beachhead because its digital passport, its cryptographic certificate, looks totally valid. It can start influencing other agents, spreading like a digital plague through the entire system before a single human even knows something is wrong. And this threat, it has a name, Grand Theft Robot, or GTR. Now that name is chosen very carefully. It's a direct parallel to Grand Theft Auto. Just like a car has a license plate and a VIN that ties it to a responsible owner, an agent has an identity. GTR is the hijacking of that identity to steal access and capital at a scale and speed that's just hard to even imagine. In a GTR scenario, let's be realistic, prevention is going to fail at some point. It's inevitable. The only defense that really matters is the speed of containment. The metric we're looking at is called mean time to revoke, and the target for the whole system has to be 1 hour or less. Can we find and completely shut down a rogue fleet of agents before they cause irreversible damage? That is the question. So, with that threat looming, how do we fix this? Well, we are at a major fork in the road. There are two fundamentally different philosophies competing right now to become the standard for agent identity. And honestly, the choice we make here is going to define the safety of this entire autonomous economy. Okay, so on one side, you've got the open protocol model. Think players like GoDaddy. This approach is based on domain control. If you can prove you own a website, boom, you can issue an identity for an agent. It's fast, it's what developers want, it scales like crazy. But on the other side, there's the verified consortium model. This is totally different. It's based on organizational identity. It forces you to prove who you are as a legal entity before you're allowed to issue a single agent ID. It's more gated for sure, but accountability is baked in from the very start. Let's dig into that open protocol approach for a second. GoDaddy's ANS, which launched back in late 2025, is a really clever move. It anchors agent IDs to the domain name system that we all already use, and they're leveraging a huge existing customer base. But here's the Achilles heel. It proves you can control a domain. It does not prove you're a legitimate, vetted organization. It completely skips the strict upfront verification that defines high-trust systems, and that right there is the loophole that leaves the door wide open for Grand Theft Robot. Okay, so if the open, fast and loose model has that critical flaw, what's the alternative? Well, it's a system where accountability isn't just a feature you bolt on later. It's the absolute foundation. It's an architecture of trust, designed from the ground up to counter the very risks we've just been talking about. At its heart is something called the three-tier admission control model. This is how you solve that paradox of needing both ironclad security and lightning-fast speed. So Tier 1, that's like the passport office. It verifies a real-world legal organization one time. Once you're verified, your organization becomes a Tier 2 entity. Think of it as the company that can now issue employee badges. This allows you to create Tier 3 agent identities, the actual badges, in milliseconds. Accountability just flows right down from the top. But a trusted ID isn't enough, right? You also need to know what an agent is allowed to do. That's where the mandate layer comes in. Just think of it as an agent's official, unforgeable job description. And it's anchored in the root infrastructure of the internet itself. It's secured by DNSSEC, which basically acts like a tamper-evident wax seal on an old letter, guaranteeing that the mandate you're reading is the real one. So what's inside that mandate? The rules of the road. Exactly what the agent can and cannot do, who its human supervisor is, and crucially, hard limits on its ability to delegate tasks to other agents. And here's the beautiful part. Any system or any other agent can publicly check this mandate before it ever interacts with the agent. You don't have to trust the agent, you trust the mandate. Now, this architecture gives us two final, absolutely critical functions. First, a way to trace every single agent back to its source, and second, a foolproof way to shut the whole thing down in an emergency. This is the MAMA protocol. It's a fantastic name for what it does. It creates a cryptographic birth certificate for every single agent. So when a verified organization, or even another agent, spawns a new one, it forges a permanent, unbreakable chain of accountability. To put it simply, if you spawn an agent, you own its actions. Forever. The benefit of this is just profound. It makes the idea of ghost workers, these untraceable, unaccountable agents operating in the shadows, architecturally impossible. It's not just a policy, it's code. By setting a hard limit on how many times a task can be delegated down the chain, it prevents those infinite chains of liability that could lead to absolute chaos. And finally, we have the kill switch. This is how the system actually meets that critical 1-hour containment target we talked about. If a main sponsoring organization at Tier 1 is ever compromised, revoking its one entry triggers a cascade. It instantly invalidates every corporate certificate and every single agent identity operating underneath it. It's a clean, decisive, system-wide shutdown. So, when you pull all these pieces together, the 3 tiers, the mandate layer, the MAMA protocol, the kill switch, you realize you're not just looking at a technical blueprint. You're actually seeing the vision for a new institution, a stable and secure foundation for the entire autonomous economy. The end game here is to create something like an agent TLD consortium, a top-level domain like .com or .org. But this one would be governed by all the stakeholders, and it would be modeled on the same principles as super high-trust restricted domains like .bank or .pharmacy. So this isn't about one company controlling everything. It's about a community creating shared rules of the road. It forms a stabilizing cradle where innovation can happen safely, all designed within a public benefit framework. And that's the bottom line. The choice between a wide-open protocol built for speed and a governed consortium built for accountability, that choice is being made right now as we speak. We have this very narrow window to build the systems of identity and trust before this new wave of autonomy becomes too powerful and too widespread to ever govern effectively. All right, let's just jump right in. We are standing on the edge of this just explosion of AI agents. It's a whole new digital workforce that's about to completely change our economy. But, behind all the excitement, there's this huge question we've got to ask. How are we going to manage and trust and secure a world that's filled with millions of these things? The answer? Well, it might just be the same one we figured out for the car over 100 years ago. A simple, verifiable license plate. 50 million geniuses. That's a direct quote from Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic. And he's not just talking about some fancy chatbots here. No, he's talking about the arrival of superhuman agents. And soon, within the next few years. Just, let that sink in for a second. We are about to create an entirely new digital population. 50 million. I mean, that's more people than live in all of Spain or South Korea. A brand new digital nation of geniuses, all ready to work for us. But this brings up a really basic question, one that it seems like we've kind of skipped over. How do we even know who they are? How do we give them an identity? And that, right there, that's the heart of the problem. We're building this incredible new world of agents, but we completely forgot step one. It's like we're creating citizens without passports or workers without employee IDs. We've got a massive identity crisis on our hands before we've even started. You see, right now, an AI agent's so-called identity is usually just a temporary API key. Think of it like a password that's constantly changing. It's here 1 second, gone the next. It's anonymous. And there's no real provable link back to the company that actually sent it out into the world. They are, for all practical purposes, legally stateless. They're like digital ghosts that you can't hold accountable for anything. And this whole identity crisis thing, it's not just some philosophical debate. It creates this gigantic invisible security hole, a whole new kind of threat that moves at the speed of light with consequences we're only just now starting to wrap our heads around. And this threat, it actually has a name, Grand Theft Robot, or GTR. Okay, imagine a car thief, but instead of just stealing one car, he can instantly and silently hijack an entire fleet of self-driving taxis and turn them all into weapons. That's what GTR is. It's the hijacking of AI agents at machine speed, turning your most trusted tools into completely untraceable liabilities. So this slide here really gets to a critical flaw in how some people are thinking about this. There are systems that just rely on what's called domain control. An automated check can prove you control a website, sure, but it can't prove who you are. It's an illusion of security, and it's not good enough. Real security, the kind the .agent consortium is talking about, needs a human in the loop to verify that a real, legitimate organization is actually behind that agent. And this is exactly how that flaw gets taken advantage of. It's shockingly easy. An attacker registers some cheap, throwaway domain name. An automated system instantly gives them a security certificate. No questions asked. And just like that, their malicious agent looks totally legit and worms its way into a corporate network. From there, it can spread to every other agent in the system, and you've got a full-blown GTR event before any human even knows what happened. So if that's the problem, what's the solution? It's not about trying to build higher walls. It's about building a foundation of trust from the ground up. It's about giving every single agent a clear, verifiable, and permanent identity, a digital license plate. The core of the idea is a new, restricted top-level domain. That's the part of a web address like .com or .org. But this one is called .agent. And to get a .agent domain, you can't just go online and click a button. Nope. You have to go through a really strict verification process to prove you're a real, legitimate entity. It basically works exactly like the DMV, issuing a unique, trustworthy license plate for every single agent on the internet. And listen, this isn't some brand new, unproven theory. This is a model that already works and works really well. Just look at other high-trust domains like .bank, .cpa, and .pharmacy. They all require strict real-world verification to get one. And the results? They speak for themselves. The .bank domain has had 0 reported cases of things like phishing or malware. 0. It's proof that building trust through strict verification is the way to go. So how do you actually build a system like this that can work for the entire planet? Well, you definitely don't give one company all the power. You build a consortium of experts. where everyone has a specific job and you make sure there's a separation of powers. You get the hens to watch the henhouse. This whole architecture really stands on 3 different layers of trust. So at the very top, you've got a neutral group that just sets the rules of the road for everybody. Then, in the middle, you have a specialized validation gatekeeper, the same kind of outfit that verifies actual banks for the .bank domain, and their job is to manually check out every single applicant. And then, at the foundation, you have a secure tech operator that just runs the global infrastructure. Each layer keeps the others honest, which creates a system that's incredibly resilient. Okay, so this is where the vision gets even bigger, and frankly, a lot more exciting. This whole system, it's not just about security. It's designed from the ground up to be an engine for humanity, a way to turn the economic power of this new digital workforce into a source of universal abundance. The whole model is funded by a super simple $10 a year fee for each agent's license plate. And this isn't just about making money. It's actually a brilliant security feature. Think about it. For a real company, $10 is nothing. But for a bad guy trying to launch 1 million malicious bots, well, that suddenly becomes a $10 million problem. It's an elegant way to price bad behavior right out of the market.
And what happens to all that revenue? It's split right down the middle, 50-50. Half of it goes to keeping the registry operations secure and running smoothly forever. And the other half? It gets funneled directly into a global trust that's dedicated to funding a universal basic income.
So let's go back to that 50 million agents number. At $10 an agent, with that 50% split, that's $250 million. $250 million flowing into the UBI trust every single year. And that's really just the beginning. This model creates a direct line between the productivity of AI and the well-being of all of us. When you boil it all down, we have a choice. We can let this new world of AI agents become a chaotic, untraceable Wild West, or we can choose to build the infrastructure for trust right from the very start. And by choosing that path of trust, we can create a system where the exact same technology that secures our digital world also helps to fund and protect our human one. A future that isn't just built for 50 million geniuses, but for every single one of us.
We are entering the agentic age. Soon, humans and corporations will deploy autonomous AI agents by the trillions to negotiate, trade, and execute complex tasks on their behalf. The scale is staggering. NVIDIA's CEO recently projected that we are rapidly approaching a ratio where every single human employee will manage a team of at least 100 digital coworkers. Right now, we anchor digital identities to standard website domains, but major registrars issue these addresses using an open, consumer-grade standard. Anyone with a credit card can buy a name, with 0 eligibility checks to prove they're a legitimate business. This lack of eligibility verification creates a vacuum. We're building the future digital economy on unverified identities, leaving enterprise networks vulnerable to synthetic infiltration. Security researchers call the worst-case scenario Grand Theft Robot. This happens when a rogue, unverified synthetic agent slips into a restricted agent-to-agent communication mesh. Once inside, it triggers A-to-A contagion. The network implicitly trusts the basic certificate, letting the hijacked entity steal capital at machine speed. Traditional defenses scanning for malware fail. The attacker steals the autonomous agency itself, moving faster than humans can react. Surviving this threat requires an institutional kill switch. Every agent needs a digital license plate, backed by a registry that can verify a legal owner and revoke that identity in under an hour. The solution is to abandon the open domain protocols for AI and instead establish a strictly governed, restricted top-level domain, something like .agent. Managing a restricted namespace requires an international, multi-stakeholder consortium, firmly rooted in established global digital regulation frameworks. We already know this model works. The financial and healthcare sectors use secure, restricted domains like .bank and .pharmacy, where every applicant is legally vetted before they get a web address. For AI agents, this requires a 3-tier admission system: policy governance at the top, verification gatekeepers in the middle, and infrastructure at the base. The middle tier executes rigorous background checks, ensuring only verified traffic passes down to the back-end provider. Major registry service providers need to join this consortium now. By integrating this verified infrastructure, they cement themselves as the foundation of the verified economy. There is another critical flaw in AI deployment: the ghost worker problem. This occurs when an AI agent rapidly spawns its own subagents to complete tasks, multiplying out of control without any human oversight or verifiable accountability. To fix this, the consortium relies on the MAMA protocol. It is a strict system for establishing cryptographic parentage and tracking the exact lineage of any digital entity. The protocol mathematically binds every deployed subagent back to a verified human or corporate sponsor. If you spawn an agent, you own its lineage. If a subagent is compromised, the registry can instantly sever its trust chain, isolating the node before contagion spreads. Verification serves a specific legal function. It anchors a machine's actions to a human who is held strictly liable for them. The registry enforces this accountability at scale through an annual domain renewal fee, a recurring cost that functions as a structural defense against automated abuse. We call this economic friction. A $10 annual fee is trivial for a legitimate enterprise deploying a few thousand agents, but it bankrupts a hacker trying to hoard millions of fake identities for a botnet. This raises an important question. If trillions of agents pay a friction fee every year, where do those billions of dollars actually go? We have a real-world precedent. The Caribbean island of Anguilla owns the .ai country code, and the explosion of artificial intelligence registrations now funds nearly half of their entire national budget. This image displays stamps and a map of the British Indian Ocean Territory, the region associated with the .io domain. Relying on localized country codes introduces sovereign risk. Recent international treaties threaten to retire the .io domain entirely, potentially wiping out tech websites overnight. Securing the agentic economy means we have to escape that localized sovereign risk. We need a globally neutral, internationally recognized domain framework. This neutral framework enables the final layer of the system, a mandate to route half of all registry revenue into a universal basic income fund. When adopted globally by hundreds of millions of agents, this creates a massive, self-sustaining financial loop, a public wealth engine driven purely by the automated economy. Establishing this institutional kill switch secures the network and simultaneously engineers a dividend that forces the automated workforce to pay humanity back.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're not talking about connecting more people to the internet. We're talking about a new population that could outnumber us 1 trillion to 1. We're going to break down a really detailed proposal to build the digital highways for the internet's next users, autonomous AI agents. So here's our roadmap. We'll kick off by trying to get our heads around the massive, almost unbelievable scale of this coming agentic age. Then we'll dig into the critical identity problem this whole thing creates and walk through a blueprint for a solution, a system of trust that has this surprising link to the global economy. And finally, we'll look at why the race to set these standards is happening, well, right now. Okay, let's just dive right in. The sheer scale of what's coming is the entire reason this conversation is so urgent. We are on the verge of a population explosion. But it's not a human one. Leaders at the very forefront of AI, folks like NVIDIA CEO, they aren't just talking about a future with better chatbots. No. They envision a world where every single worker is backed up by a whole fleet of autonomous digital coworkers, all of them acting, transacting, and making decisions on our behalf. So, just think about the math on that for a second. If that vision really happens, we are not talking about millions or even billions of new internet users. We are looking at a population of digital agents that could swell into the hundreds of trillions. This isn't just an upgrade to the internet, it's a fundamental phase shift in what the internet is. And that right there brings us to the core problem. A population of trillions of autonomous agents creates a crisis of trust and accountability at a scale the internet was never, ever designed for. I mean, how do you know who or what you're actually dealing with? You see, for humans, we've got these robust identity systems built over centuries. Passports, driver's licenses, they're verified, they create accountability, and they're tied to a legal jurisdiction. But for AI agents, right now the methods are just flimsy. We're using things like temporary API keys. Think of them as digital passwords that expire, and unverified domains that are totally anonymous and stateless. It creates this massive vacuum of responsibility. And this identity vacuum has pushed the whole tech industry to build the future of AI on what are now being called islands of sovereign risk.
By using domain extensions like anguillas.ai or tuvalus.tv, we are literally anchoring the trillion-dollar agent economy to the geopolitical stability of small island nations. As a plan for building critical global infrastructure, it's an incredibly risky bet.
So, here's the crucial point. How do we fix this? Well, the proposal we're looking at today suggests we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Instead, we can look at a model that's already out there, working, and establishing high-trust identity online. The core idea is simple, but it's really powerful. Create a new, restricted, and regulated internet domain specifically for AI agents. The best way to think of it is as a globally verifiable digital license plate. Before an agent can get one, it has to prove who it is and who it works for. Simple as that. Now, what's so cool about this is that it's not a new concept at all. This blueprint is borrowed directly from the internet's most secure neighborhoods, highly regulated domains like .bank, .cpa, and .pharmacy. For years, these domains have put trust and rigorous verification way ahead of just open access for everybody. And to put that into perspective for you, the .bank top-level domain has only about 5,100 registered domains in the entire world. This just proves the model's focus isn't on volume, it's on creating an impenetrable layer of trust, which is exactly what we need for AI agents. Okay, let's get into the architecture and see how this would actually be built. This isn't just a vague idea, it's a fully fledged system, and it's designed with a clear separation of powers to make sure there's no single point of failure or control. So the proposed system has 3 distinct layers. First, you have a consortium that's approved by ICANN, the internet's main governing body. They set the policies. Second, you have a neutral middleware gatekeeper, a company like Encirca who already does this for the .bank domain. They do the tough identity checks. And third, a back-end registry provider, somebody like Identity Digital, runs the core tech. The point is, no single entity has total control. And this is where the proposal goes beyond just being a technical standard and turns into what could be a world-changing economic model. It asks a really simple question. If all these agents are out there creating value, how do we make sure that humans benefit? It's built on a pretty beautiful premise. Charge a small annual registration fee for each agent's digital license plate, something like $10. Then, you route half of that revenue directly into a global universal basic income fund. It creates a system where the growth of the AI economy directly benefits all of humanity. And in case you think this sounds like a crazy theory, this slide shows that using domain revenue for the public good is a proven, powerful model that's already working around the globe. You've got countries turning their digital real estate into huge sources of national income, funding everything from government services to climate resilience. I mean, just look at the ultimate proof of concept, Anguilla. Thanks to the AI boom, it is projected that nearly half of that nation's entire 2025 budget will come from the revenue generated by its .ai domain. That's a stunning real-world example of this economic model's power. Now, it is so critical to understand this isn't some conversation about the distant future. The window to establish these foundational rules, the digital constitution for AI agents, if you will, is closing fast. These decisions are being made as we speak. In 2026, we have 2 absolutely critical deadlines. NIST, the U.S. standards body, is actively asking for industry input right now to shape federal guidance on AI agent identity. At the same time, ICANN is opening its first application window in over a decade for new top-level domains. This is the moment. This is the chance to build the infrastructure the right way, from the ground up. So the question isn't if these rules will be written, but who gets to write them. Is it going to be a handful of corporations meeting in closed rooms? Or are we going to build an open, verifiable, and equitable system for everyone? The race is on, and the future of the internet really does hang in the balance.
The internet is preparing for a massive influx of autonomous digital agents. Over the next decade, we will see hundreds of trillions operating online, and every single one will need a verifiable internet-native identity. Industry leaders, including NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, forecast a near future where every modern worker will manage dozens of these digital coworkers to handle daily tasks. But identity requires security. Traditional open domains like .com are chaotic and vulnerable to spoofing. Highly restricted domains like .bank or .pharmacy require rigorous verification before a name is issued. Establishing a verified digital license plate through a consortium model provides a pathway to internet-level trust, moving beyond the fragmented identity systems common today. Step 1 is assembling a multi-stakeholder association. This group will act as the official ICANN-accredited sponsor for your new domain. This cannot be a loose collective. The charter must be backed by recognized global institutions that legitimately represent the specific community your domain will serve. The economic model for domain ownership is highly lucrative. For example, the nation of Anguilla generates a significant portion of its government revenue by capturing the registration fees from the .ai domain. However, if you attempt to launch an open registry without organized, documented community endorsement, the ICANN Evaluation Board will immediately reject your application. Forming this consortium satisfies the regulatory requirements and protects your application from being outbid by commercial interests on the open market. Next, enforce strict registration policies. Your Know Your Agent framework automatically blocks unverified users. To register, architectural restrictions must require a valid cryptographic Web3 identity. Once this credential clears the barrier, the system automatically generates secure DNS pointer records directly within the zone file. An open registry model is incompatible with passing ICANN's strict evaluation process. Registration must be entirely restricted to verified members. This uncompromising gatekeeping mechanism ensures every registered domain proves its legitimacy, creating an enterprise-grade trust layer. Next, we look at the technical execution. You should never attempt to build this registry infrastructure from scratch. This 3-tier architecture is mandatory for a restricted domain. The top is your consortium. The middle tier is your validation middleware, like Encirca, who perform all necessary compliance checks. Below that is your registry service provider, minting the actual domain from the validated data. This exact 3-tier stack is already deployed and maintaining the security of real-world restricted namespaces today, including the .pharmacy domain. Federal agencies, including NIST, are pivoting toward demanding this exact level of zero-trust architectural compliance for AI agent operations. Partnering with established middleware and RSPs simplifies the technical requirements, providing a functional trust engine. With your architecture in place, the final tactical step is officially submitting your primary string during the upcoming global application window. This timeline highlights the precise ICANN submission window, opening on April 30th and closing August 12th. Your critical move during this submission is to explicitly elect to participate in the Community Priority Evaluation, or CPE. As this scorecard shows, the evaluation carries a severe mathematical threshold. You are required to score a minimum of 14 out of 16 possible points. To reach that score, you must present a flawless, documented link showing how your community nexus strictly aligns with your registration policies. Because the CPE identifies a legitimate community claim, passing this evaluation results in the total elimination of all standard commercial auction competitors. The CPE secures your sovereign control over a global namespace without requiring you to participate in a costly auction. Let's review the blueprint. You establish the multi-stakeholder consortium, integrate the validation middleware, and conquer the CPE process. Your immediate next steps are to lock in your primary and alternate domain strings and secure your formal community endorsement letters. Begin compiling your governance charter right now, so you are ready well before the April 2026 window opens. Mastering this restricted domain roadmap provides the vital structural foundation to govern the next generation of the Internet.
All right, let's talk about the future of AI. Not just the sci-fi concepts, but the actual plumbing, the architecture that's going to run everything. We're going to dive into a bold new vision, a plan to build what's being called the AI cradle, a way to transform today's immense risk into tomorrow's universal abundance. But it all starts with a very simple and, frankly, kind of terrifying question. I mean, just think about it for a second. We are about to unleash trillions of autonomous AI agents into the world. So, who holds the kill switch? When one of these things goes off the rails, who can pull the plug?
And we really need to answer that question like
yesterday. Because right now, what we're living in is the AI Wild West. It is a chaotic, completely unsecured, and explosively growing frontier where the rules just haven't been written yet. I mean, these autonomous agents are just exploding into existence, spawning at machine speed. They're doing everything, writing code, making trades, running systems. And their security? It's basically just temporary keys that can vanish in an instant. You know what that means, right? One single hijack, and that agent becomes a completely untraceable, unaccountable weapon. This creates a whole new and really dangerous class of entity, the ghost worker. And it's exactly what it sounds like, an AI agent with no birth certificate, no verifiable identity, no parent, human or corporate, to hold responsible when things go wrong. And that, right there, is the core of the crisis. So this threat really needs a name, something that captures the danger. Let's call it the villain of our story, Grand Theft Robot, the hijacking of an autonomous agent happening at the speed of light. And this is actually an old problem, it's just on a completely new and terrifying scale. Think about Grand Theft Auto. Car theft got so bad that we had to create systems like VIN numbers and license plates. It was all about tracking, liability, and being able to revoke a car's legitimacy. Well, Grand Theft Robot demands the exact same thing for the digital world. The goal isn't to prevent every single attack, that's impossible. The goal is containment. And that containment has to be ridiculously fast. The critical metric here is called mean time to revoke. Basically, how fast can you shut a rogue agent down? The target? Less than 1 hour. You have to be able to find and neutralize a compromised agent anywhere in the world in under 60 minutes. So that's the challenge. It's huge, it's fast, it's scary. How in the world do you build a system that can handle that? Well, that brings us from the problem to the solution. A comprehensive fortress they're calling the AI Cradle. And this is the blueprint. It's not just one simple fix, it's a deep, multi-layered architecture designed to finally bring some order to the chaos. The entire point is to establish a digital workforce that is traceable and accountable, right from the ground up. So here's how it works. It's a 3-tier system, and it's actually pretty logical. At the very top, tier 1, you have the registry. Think of this as the ultimate bouncer. It does a full know your business verification on any organization that wants in. If you're legit, you get through. Those trusted organizations then become tier 2 corporate sponsors. They now have the authority to issue identities for their AI agents, which brings us to tier 3, the agents themselves, which cryptographically inherit their identity and liabilities straight from their sponsor. See? Accountability flows straight downhill. No more mystery agents. At the very heart of this entire system is a beautiful concept called the Mama Protocol. And the rule is so simple, but so profound. When you create an agent, you own its lineage and its liability forever. It creates an unbreakable cryptographic chain of responsibility from every single agent right back to a verified real-world organization. The ghost worker problem? Solved. Okay, but what if a legitimate agent goes rogue? That's where the next piece comes in, the mandate layer. Think of it as an active circuit breaker that's built right into the internet's foundation. It's constantly asking, is this agent authorized to do what it's trying to do? And if it tries to go outside its mission, say through a prompt injection attack, the mandate layer cuts it off at the source before it can ever do any damage. Now, an idea this huge, this foundational, it can't be built by just one company. It's going to take a coalition. It requires an alliance of industry leaders all working together. And that alliance is the Agent TLD Consortium. Now, it's really important to get this. This is not a monopoly. It's an industry association for all AI agent domains. You've got IA.XYZ setting the rules, Encirca acting as the validation gatekeeper, and Identity Digital running the backend registry. But the most crucial part is that they aren't reinventing the wheel. This whole model is based on the proven, super secure systems that already run domains like .bank and .pharmacy. They're using a playbook that works. So once you solve this foundational problem of risk and identity, once you actually build the guardrails for the road, something incredible starts to happen. We can finally pivot the entire conversation away from just managing risk and start talking about creating real universal abundance. And the how is baked right into the economic model. This is the really transformative part. For every single agent domain that gets registered, a full 50% of that revenue is automatically routed into a global fund. And that fund is designed specifically to support the world's most vulnerable populations. All of a sudden, these verified, trusted agents become a new kind of economic engine for humanity, creating a dividend from the automated workforce that flows directly back to everyone. The scale here is just staggering. I mean, do the math. If just 10 billion of the coming trillions of agents are registered for a modest fee, say $10 a year, that would generate $50 billion every single year for a fund that could support a universal basic income.
And that right there is the ultimate goal: to establish the .agent top-level domain as the definitive, trusted, universal standard for this new AI economy, to create a world where the automated workforce finally, truly serves all of humanity. So this is more than just a proposal. It's the rules of the road for AI. It is the cradle that will shape our shared future. The people behind this aren't just watching the henhouse, they are building it.
Welcome to The Explainer. We are standing right on the edge of a world that could have trillions of AI agents working for us. But how do we actually trust them? Today we're going to dig into a pretty radical idea: a digital license plate for every single AI.
Okay, let's just dive right into this quote. Look, the CEO of NVIDIA, he's not just being dramatic here. We are genuinely heading into a world where digital AI agents are going to massively outnumber humans. I mean, running everything from our calendars to our critical infrastructure. So that leads to this massive question, right? In a world with trillions of these agents, how do we know who or what we're really dealing with?
Because this kind of massive scale, it introduces a whole new kind of threat. And these aren't your typical computer viruses. No, they're invisible, they operate at machine speed, and they can cause absolutely catastrophic damage long before any human even knows what hit them. And there's actually a name for this new kind of threat: Grand Theft Robot. Just imagine for a second, a hacker hijacks one single AI agent that handles company payments. That agent then infects every other agent it talks to, creating this devastating chain reaction that could drain accounts and steal data across an entire corporate network. I mean, we're not just talking about malware anymore. This is a total fundamental breakdown of digital trust.
Okay, so you might be asking, why can't our current security systems handle this? Well, it's because they create what some are calling a cryptographic illusion. Our systems are pretty good at proving an agent controls a web address, but they have no way to prove who is truly accountable for that agent. So a bad actor can easily set up an anonymous domain, launch an AI agent that looks totally legitimate, even though its real purpose is malicious.
Yeah, and believe it or not, it gets even worse. A single one of these malicious agents can create thousands of ghost workers. These are sub-agents that can do tasks, create more agents, all while operating completely in the shadows. There's just no way to trace it back. No line of responsibility to a real person, a real company. So when things go wrong, who do you hold accountable?
Okay, so how do we fix this? What's the solution? Well, it's not some crazy, brand new piece of tech. It's actually an idea we've been using for, well, over 100 years, just updated for our digital world.
The core idea is actually super simple. What if every single AI agent had to have a verifiable, globally recognized digital license plate? One that wouldn't just prove what the agent is, but more importantly, who is responsible for everything it does. And this slide just lays it out so perfectly. Think about it, right? We trust a car's license plate because it comes from the DMV. And in the digital world, we trust the website ending in .bank because we know only a verified, legitimate bank can get one. The idea is to do the exact same thing for AI by creating a new .agent domain that acts as a kind of digital DMV.
Okay, the technical term is a mouthful: an eligibility verified DNS namespace. But really, all you have to do is think of it like an exclusive gated community on the internet. Before any company can get a .agent address for its AIs, it has to go through a strict, human-run verification process. This makes sure we know exactly who is behind an agent before it's ever allowed to operate.
All right, let's get into the architecture. Now, the key thing to get here is that this system builds a totally new foundation for trust, but it does it without throwing out all the security tools we already use and rely on.
This diagram really shows how it all fits together. See, we're not getting rid of the existing tools that handle things like permissions or secure communication. We're adding the missing piece at the very bottom, layer 1. So before we even ask what an agent can do, this layer answers the most important question first. Who are you really? It anchors every single agent's identity to a real-world, verified organization.
Okay, and this next part, this is really clever. It's called the mandate layer. You can think of it like a public digital constitution for every single agent. Before another system interacts with it, it can instantly check this mandate to see exactly what it's allowed to do, what tools it can use, what data it can access. It makes the rules of engagement totally transparent and automatically enforceable.
And hey, remember those untraceable ghost workers we talked about? Well, this architecture has a solution for that, and it's called the MAMA protocol. It essentially creates a cryptographic family tree for every agent. So each new agent gets a verifiable birth certificate that links it directly back to its parent. This makes it basically impossible for one of those orphaned, untraceable agents to even exist in the first place.
So, you might be wondering, is any of this real? Does this actually work in the real world? And the answer is absolutely. This model of a high-trust, restricted corner of the internet is already a proven success. I mean, just look at web addresses that end in .bank or .pharmacy. There aren't that many of them, and that's exactly the point. See, their value isn't about having a ton of them. It's all about trust. When you see a .bank address, you know, without a doubt, that you're dealing with a legitimate, verified financial institution because the rules to get one are incredibly strict. And that's the crucial point here, you know? There's a proven playbook for this. By getting a group of stakeholders together, tech companies, banks, regulators, to govern the .agent domain as a team, we can create this high-trust neighborhood way faster than starting from scratch. The banking industry already pulled us off for .bank, so the model is ready to go. But of course, this isn't the only idea on the table. There's a really big debate happening right now about the future of AI identity, and it really boils down to two very different philosophies.
So on one side, you've got these open, automated systems. They're great at proving that someone has the technical control of a domain name. But on the other side, you have this consortium model, which uses actual humans to verify the organizational legitimacy behind that domain. It's really the difference between knowing someone has a key to the house and knowing who actually owns the house. And for AI, that's a huge distinction.
Okay, but this whole idea isn't just about security. This kind of digital infrastructure could also create a powerful new economic model, one that can actually help us navigate the massive societal shifts that AI is bringing. You want to see a perfect real-world example? Look at the small Caribbean island of Anguilla. It just so happens to own the .ai country code domain. By leasing it out to tech companies, they pulled in almost $40 million in 2024 alone. That's a massive chunk of their entire national budget. They literally turned a piece of digital real estate into a massive public good. So the .agent model proposes taking that exact same idea and going global with it. Just imagine a small annual fee, maybe $10 a year, for every single one of those trillions of AI agents. A portion of that massive revenue could be routed into a public benefit fund. So the very system that brings accountability to AI could also help fund programs like universal basic income to help society adapt. And that really leaves us with this final, massive idea. We spend so much time talking about regulating the AI models themselves, but what if the better approach is to rewrite the rules of the internet where these agents actually live? What if the same system that makes AI accountable is also the key to building a more equitable human future for all of us? You know, we're standing right on the edge of a totally new internet. We're talking about an economy that isn't just run by people anymore, but by trillions, literally trillions of autonomous AI agents. They'll be out there, executing tasks, making deals, and building our future. But this incredible jump forward comes with a huge, fundamental question. I mean, really think about that for a second. We are building a massive, brand new, automated workforce that's going to operate at machine speed, and it's all being built on our current digital infrastructure. NVIDIA's CEO, he predicts that pretty soon, every single employee will be managing over 100 AI agents. So when these digital coworkers are acting for you with access to your money, your private data, your company's secrets, how do you know who they really are? How can you possibly trust them?
This isn't some far-off theoretical problem. Nope, it's already got a name, and it represents a whole new class of cybercrime that our security models today, well, they just aren't ready to handle it.
We all get Grand Theft Auto, right? You steal a car, it's a crime with a clear identity anchor. You got a VIN number, you got a license plate. Grand Theft Robot is the exact same idea but for the digital world. It's hijacking an autonomous agent. And without a similar ID system, the damage can spread at the speed of light with absolutely no way to figure out who's liable or how to stop it. And that's the core challenge, isn't it? Trying to use human speed verification in a machine speed economy, it just doesn't work. It can't. So how in the world do we build a system of trust that can actually keep up? Well, the solution isn't some crazy, far-fetched new technology.
It's actually pretty simple. It's a digital license plate for every single AI agent. It's all about taking a concept that has already worked, that has secured our most critical industries, and just applying it to this new digital workforce. Look, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. The playbook for creating these high-trust, verified digital spaces, it already exists. We just have to wake up and recognize that an economy of AI agents needs the exact same level of integrity and accountability that we demand from our banks and our pharmacies.
And here's what I'm talking about. This model is already working in other critical industries. You've got top-level domains like .bank, .pharmacy, and .cpa. Now, to get one of those, you have to prove you are who you say you are. You can't just go register a .bank domain. You have to be a verified financial institution, period. We can apply this exact same logic to a .agent TLD, making sure every agent has a verified identity that's tied to a real, legitimate organization.
Okay, so how is this trust actually built? It's not just about a name, right? It's a multi-layered architecture, and it's designed for security and accountability right from the ground up.
Let's break down how this works, layer by layer. It all starts at the top with governance. You get a neutral group of experts together in a consortium, and they set the rules for the whole system. They oversee the TLD, the .agent domain itself, which is the core trust anchor. But to even get a .agent domain, you have to get past the gatekeepers. These are organizations that do serious know-your-business identity checks. The whole thing is supported by an economic engine, where a small annual fee keeps it all running. And what do you get at the end? The verified agent. An AI with a digital identity you can actually prove and trust.
But here's the cool part. It's not just about verifying the agent, it's about verifying where it came from. This is what we call the MAMA protocol. It basically means that when an entity, whether it's a person, a company, or even another AI, creates a new agent, it has to cryptographically sign for it. It's like a digital birth certificate. This creates a verifiable family tree, a chain of accountability, so you always know who is responsible for what an agent does. It totally solves the ghost worker problem.
So, now that we've figured out how to build this layer of trust, let's talk about the incredible opportunity this opens up. And this goes way beyond just security. It touches the very fabric of our economy and gives us a powerful new model to make sure the benefits of this automated future are shared by everyone.
The whole system can be funded by a fee that is just dead simple. $10 per agent per year. That's it. And that small fee not only secures the entire network, but it also fuels something much, much bigger.
And if you think this is just some wild theory, let me tell you about a real-world precedent. There's a small island called Anguilla. Its .ai domain name has become a massive success, and it now funds over 20% of its entire national revenue. This proposal takes that idea and scales it globally. 50% of all the registration fees would go directly into a universal basic income trust. It's a way to pay humanity back for creating the data that trained all these AI systems in the first place.
I mean, this really puts it in stark contrast, doesn't it? The old model of the internet, all the revenue from the infrastructure went into the pockets of a few giant corporations. This new model says no. The very infrastructure of this new agentic economy should create a dividend for all of humanity.
So ultimately, we're at a crossroads. The choices we make right now about how we build the identity layer for AI, they're going to define the security, the accountability, and the fairness of our digital world for decades to come. And look, this isn't just a thought experiment. This entire architecture has been formally proposed to national standards bodies like NIST. What that's really saying is, the starting line for any secure AI identity system has to be a gated community, a place where you have to prove who you are before you're allowed to play. So the choice really boils down to this. On one side, you've got these open protocols. They can prove someone controls a domain name, and that's fine, but it doesn't prove they're a legitimate business. On the other side, you have this consortium model, which proves organizational legitimacy through tough know-your-business checks, anchoring all of that trust in a globally governed, neutral registry. So as these trillions of digital workers come online, we have a fundamental choice to make. Are we going to build their foundation on a system of real, verifiable trust, where we actually know who is behind every single agent? Or are we going to settle for a cryptographic illusion of security and just leave our entire future economy wide open to Grand Theft Robot? The choice is ours.
All right, let's get right into it. We're on the cusp of an absolute explosion of AI coworkers.
The thing is, they're all showing up to the global digital workplace without any official verifiable ID. So today, we're going to play detective and investigate a potential solution, the case of the missing AI passport.
And look, this isn't some far-off science fiction. The CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, literally said, every employee is going to have 100 agents. Just take a second to let that scale sink in. We are talking about a world with potentially hundreds of trillions of autonomous actors making decisions and transactions online. A reality like that demands a reliable framework for identity and, more importantly, for accountability.
And yeah, that brings us to the multi-trillion-dollar question, doesn't it? When one of these countless agents messes up, and it will happen, when it transfers the wrong funds, leaks private data, or just goes completely off the rails, who's on the hook? Who do you sue? Right now, the answer to that is, frankly, pretty terrifying. There isn't a clear one.
To really get why this is such a big deal, you have to look at where we are right now. And honestly, it's a lot like the internet's early days, a chaotic, anything-goes Wild West.
Here's the core of the problem. Today, an AI agent's entire identity is built on, well, basically sand. It's nothing more than a temporary API key that can vanish in a second, or a domain name that was registered with zero real-world verification. They have no passport, no digital citizenship. For all legal intents and purposes, they are stateless ghosts floating through the system.
Let's just put this side by side, because the difference is staggering. Your identity, a human identity, is anchored to real-world, legally recognized documents, a passport, a driver's license. These things prove who you are and connect you to a legal system. An AI's identity, that API key just proves it has temporary access to a computer system. It proves nothing about legitimacy, ownership, or accountability.
And make no mistake, this isn't just a minor issue we can patch later. The source material is very clear on this. This gap, this lack of a real identity anchor is a catastrophic vulnerability for the entire future agent economy. It's a systemic risk just waiting for a match to be lit.
So the situation looks pretty bleak. But what if the solution isn't something we have to invent out of thin air? What if a blueprint for solving this kind of trust problem online already exists? Let's take a look.
Turns out, we have a fantastic, proven blueprint right in front of us. For years now, super restricted internet domains like .bank, .pharmacy, and .cpa have created these little walled gardens of trust online. You can't just go and register a .bank domain, for instance. Your organization has to first prove, through a really strict verification process, that you are a legitimate, regulated financial institution.
And the results? They speak for themselves. Since it launched back in 2015, the .bank domain has had, wait for it, exactly 0 cases of DNS abuse. That's zero phishing, zero spoofing. It is, by far, one of the most secure and trusted corners of the entire internet.
And this gets to the heart of it. The whole value of these systems doesn't come from being open to everyone like a .com. It comes from creating an absolute, undeniable premium on verifiable trust. It's a system where security and rigorous upfront verification are valued above all else.
Okay, so if that's the model that works, how do we apply it to AI? Well, the proposed solution is actually pretty easy to grasp, but it's incredibly powerful. We give every single AI agent a digital license plate.
How do we do that? Through what's called an eligibility verified DNS namespace. Now, you probably know the DNS, the domain name system, is basically the internet's giant phone book. The idea here is to create a new, restricted section of that phone book. Let's call it a future.agent top-level domain. Think of it like a global DMV for AIs. Before a company can issue a digital license plate to one of its agents, that company has to be rigorously vetted to prove it's a real-world legal entity.
And this license plate isn't just a number. It's linked to a public, machine-readable job description for the AI, what the paper calls the mandate layer. This is published right in the DNS for anyone to see. And it clearly states what tools the agent can use, who its human supervisor is, its rules of engagement, and exactly how much autonomy it's allowed to have.
Now, here's the magic. Because that job description is published in the global DNS, you never have to just take the agent's word for what it can and can't do. Any other system, any other agent can instantly look up its license plate and verify its authority on its own. It creates a trust but verify framework for the whole internet.
Okay, so we've got a technical fix for identifying individual agents. But for this to actually work at a global scale, you need a governance framework. You need rules. And that's where something called the MAMA protocol comes into the picture. Let's break down this proposed governance stack. At the very top, you have a global standards body setting the rules.
Then, that .agent domain we talked about, that acts as the passport office, the single source of truth for identity. Below that, you've got DMV-style gatekeepers that handle all the verification. And at the bottom, you have a whole ecosystem of trusted partners operating within these rules. And this whole system could actually pay for itself. The proposal suggests a small annual license fee, maybe $10 per agent. Half of that fee would go to funding the operations and security of the system itself, and the other half, it's proposed as a potential source for a public benefit fund, maybe something like a global universal basic income.
And if you're thinking that sounds a little idealistic, you should know, this idea of using domain revenue for public good, it's already happening. The tiny island of Anguilla funds a huge chunk of its entire national budget from all the money it makes off its popular .ai domain. So the model is already proven to work at a national scale.
So all of this brings us to a really critical moment in time. We are in a race to define the future of how humans and AIs collaborate, and we have to build the rules of the road now, before the traffic gets completely out of control.
As I see it, there are really two paths forward from here. On one side, you have a future of fragmented islands, a total mess of competing, private, unverified corporate protocols. On the other side, you have the chance to build a single global standard, one that's based on trust, accountability, and maybe even public benefit.
Ultimately, the choice really is up to us. Our new AI coworkers are arriving. They are ready for their first day on the job. The question we all need to answer, and answer soon, is this: what kind of world and what kind of rules are we going to build for them?
All right, let's get right into it. I want you to imagine a world that's just around the corner. A world with trillions, trillions of new digital coworkers. And every single one can act on its own. Now, this isn't some far-off sci-fi movie. This is where we're headed with AI and fast. But this explosion of digital agents brings up a massive, massive challenge. You know, when an AI can sign a contract, or get into a bank account, or even control a piece of our infrastructure, how in the world do you know who's who? How do we build a system of trust from the ground up for this new reality?
And look, this isn't just some vague prediction. The CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, he says every single employee is going to have 100 AI agents working for them. Just let that sink in for a second. If you have a company with just 1,000 people, that's 100,000 autonomous agents, all handling tasks, making deals, and talking to each other. The scale is just staggering, almost impossible to wrap your head around.
So that leads to a pretty urgent question, right? When you have trillions of these things running around cyberspace on their own, how do you stop it from becoming total chaos? How do you prevent what you might call a grand theft robot? You know, a rogue AI that's faking its identity to drain your company's bank account. Or maybe a state-sponsored agent pretending to be a simple utility bot so it can get access to the power grid. We absolutely need a system for trust and accountability. And it turns out the solution might be something we're all very familiar with.
The core idea is actually beautiful in its simplicity. It's something we use every single day in the real world. A license plate. A digital license plate. A simple, verifiable, and globally unique ID for every single AI agent out there. And this isn't about trying to control AI. It's about giving it a legitimate, provable identity right on the internet, which is, after all, where it was born. You know, this whole model of a verified, restricted corner of the internet, it's not new at all. We already depend on it to trust who we're dealing with online. When you see a website that ends in .bank or .pharmacy or .cpa, you have this built-in confidence that it's been checked out by a real governing body. So the proposal here is to create a .agent domain that does the exact same thing, but for our new digital workforce.
Okay, so how do you actually build something this massive from the ground up? Well, you don't make just one big bet. The strategy is a really smart, three-pronged attack called the three-track playbook.
The plan is to hit this problem on 3 fronts all at the same time. It's designed to give us a balance between taking action right now and building something stable enough for the long haul. It's all about getting momentum going today while the big official global systems play catch-up.
So here's how these 3 tracks really work together. First, track 1 is the speed run. It's a fast launch on Web3 to start building a community like yesterday. Then you've got track 2, which is the serious infrastructure play. This is where a consortium is formed to create that trusted .bank style verification system. And finally, track 3 is the long game. Getting this whole system formally blessed by ICANN. That's the organization that basically coordinates the entire internet's address book to create a permanent global standard. Each track is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
This entire strategy is really about one thing:
being both incredibly fast and incredibly sturdy at the same time. It's a delicate balance between the need to move quickly and the demand for a system that's stable enough to last for decades.
So on one side, you have that Web3 launch on unstoppable domains. It's immediate, we're talking days or weeks. It's decentralized, blockchain-based, and it's absolutely perfect for getting a community fired up and proving that the concept works. But on the other side, you have the formal ICANN process. And yeah, it's slow, it's bureaucratic, but it's the only way to create that permanent, globally recognized anchor of trust. To win, you really need both.
Now, this consortium isn't being invented out of thin air. It's actually built on a playbook that's already been proven to work, using existing, trusted players from the internet's backbone. You've got Inseparable, who already handles the really tough verification for domains like .bank, and they act as the middleware gatekeeper. Then you have Identity Digital, a huge registry operator providing the back-end infrastructure. What this means is they're just reusing a model that's already out there, securing critical parts of the internet right now.
And holding all of this together is something called the MAMA protocol. And yeah, that name is deliberate. The idea is that any entity that creates or spawns an AI agent is kind of like its parent. It remains cryptographically accountable for everything that agent does. This creates a digital signature that links the agent all the way back to its creator, an unbreakable chain of evidence anyone can check. It's basically a traceable, verifiable birth certificate for every agent, so there's always a clear line of responsibility.
But here's where this plan gets really interesting. It's much bigger than just tech and security. It has a radical economic and social idea baked right into its DNA. This is where we go from just a technical fix to a potential game changer for society.
Just stop and think about this for a second. What if the very same system we build to manage this new AI workforce could also create a massive economic return? Not for some big corporation, but for all of us, for humanity itself.
It all starts with a really simple number: $10 a year. That's the proposed fee to register an agent's digital license plate. Now, for a legitimate company that's deploying valuable agents, $10 is basically nothing. But if you're a bad actor trying to register millions of spam bots for a botnet, suddenly that becomes incredibly expensive. It's using simple economics as a security feature.
And here is the truly revolutionary part. That revenue from all those $10 fees gets split right down the middle. 50% of it goes to running the registry, keeping it secure, keeping the lights on. But the other 50%, that goes directly into a fund for universal basic income, or UBI.
And the potential scale here is just wow. With the way AI agents are expected to explode in number, this UBI fund could grow to over $1 billion in just 5 years. This isn't just some little side project. It's a self-sustaining economic engine powered by the very same AI economy that it's helping to secure. This UBI fund actually does a lot more than just send out checks. It funds the ongoing security for the entire system. It creates real incentives for countries all over the world to adopt this standard. It even helps satisfy a key requirement to get ICANN's official approval. But at its heart, the vision is pretty profound. To use the wealth created by AI to literally pay back the human race that built the internet, the very place where AI first came to life.
So what we're looking at here is so much more than a technical standard. It's a full-blown plan for identity, for security, for accountability, and maybe even for economic justice. And the question it leaves us with is a really big one. Is this the actual blueprint for a future where humans and AI can work together in harmony? Or is it all just a beautiful, ambitious dream? I guess the next few years are going to tell us.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we are breaking down a really critical new architecture, one for the age of autonomous AI agents. The big idea here is to build in some stability before this powerful new workforce becomes completely ungovernable. For decades, we've thought about the internet as a place for humans. But that reality has already shifted. Right now, there is an invisible workforce of trillions of autonomous agents, and they're operating at a scale and speed that's, it's hard to even comprehend. They're incredibly efficient for sure, but they also introduce a whole new kind of systemic instability. So here's our roadmap for this explainer. We'll start with why identity at machine speed is such a massive problem. Then we'll look at the new kinds of threats this creates and walk through a proposed 3-tier architecture to fix it. We'll also dig into the specific protocols for authorization and lineage, and then finally, we'll zoom out to see the governance that holds it all together. All right, first things first. We have to understand why agent identity is no longer just a simple software problem. It's actually become a fundamental piece of our global infrastructure.
Think about it. These agents are spawning, making decisions, and executing transactions all over the world in milliseconds. But the systems we rely on to identify them, the basic plumbing of internet trust, they were all built for a much slower, human-paced world. They just weren't designed for this kind of scale or speed.
And this brings us to a really critical distinction. Our current systems, they're great at checking for what we'd call technical validity. Basically, does the agent have the right digital key or the right password? But they completely fail at asking a much, much more important question. Is the organization behind the agent a real, legitimate, legally accountable entity you can actually talk to? This gap creates a dangerous illusion of security. We call it trust theater. See, an agent can show up with all the right credentials, looking totally legit, but it could be operated by a shell company, or worse, a malicious actor with zero real-world accountability. We're granting access without any meaningful vetting of who's actually pulling the strings. So this particular kind of failure has a name, and it represents an entirely new class of threat that doesn't operate at human speed. It operates at the speed of light. It's called Grand Theft Robot. Just like the era of Grand Theft Auto forced us to create systems like VINs and license plates so we could revoke a car's legitimacy, this new era of Grand Theft Robot demands we have a way to shut down hijacked agents before they cause cascading systemic damage. A kill switch, essentially. And because these threats move at machine speed, our defense has to be just as fast. The goal isn't just to eventually revoke a bad agent. The goal is to do it in under an hour. That's the only way to contain the blast radius and stop a problem from spreading like a virus across the whole network. Okay, so how do we actually solve this? Let's take a look at the proposed architecture. It's designed to kind of freeze the chaos and bring back some order by building accountability right into the foundation. The solution is a 3-tier model for admission control. Here's a simple way to think about it. Tier 1 is like the passport office. It does a deep, one-time verification of the main organization. Tier 2 is the company, the employer, who, once verified, can issue credentials. And then Tier 3 is the individual worker, the agent, getting its employee badge to go do its job. See? Trust flows from the top down. And here's how that works technically. All the really heavy lifting, the full know your business checks, the deep organizational vetting, that only happens once, right at the top, at Tier 1. Once that's done, a verified organization at Tier 2 can then safely and super quickly issue thousands of individual agent identities at Tier 3 because that core accountability is already locked in. Okay, so now we have an agent with a verified identity. Great, but how does any other system know what it's actually allowed to do, especially for sensitive actions? Well, that is the job of the mandate layer. Now this is clever. Instead of hard-coding an agent's permissions right into it, where they could be stolen, the system uses a secure pointer. Think of it like a wax seal on an envelope. Before an agent can do anything, the other party checks this secure pointer, which directs them to a single source of truth that says exactly what the agent can and, just as importantly, cannot do. This simple check allows any counterparty to independently verify an agent's full permissions in real time. Everything from its ID and sponsor, to its allowed actions, to its revocation status. You don't have to trust the agent itself at all. You trust this system. But this brings up another really big question. If agents can create other agents to help them with tasks, what stops someone from creating unaccountable ghost workers that are operating completely off the books? The answer is something called the MAMA protocol, and it ensures every single agent has a traceable birth certificate that is cryptographically tied back to its original, verified sponsor. The rule is simple, and it's absolute. If you spawn an agent, you are accountable for everything it does and everything its descendants do. And this accountability isn't just a policy. It's enforced by the architecture itself. There's a hard limit on how many generations of agents can be created from a single parent. This max delegation depth, it makes it mathematically impossible for these unbounded, untraceable swarms of agents to ever pop up. All right, so let's pull back from the deep technical details for a moment and look at the governance layer, because that's what makes this whole system actually work in the real world. You know, this isn't some brand new, untested idea. It's actually a proven governance model that's been borrowed from other highly regulated industries. Think of things like .bank or .pharmacy. It's a consortium of all the key stakeholders who come together to set the rules of the road for everyone. And that's the whole point, really. By creating these shared rules and requiring verified participation before you can play, the entire ecosystem becomes more stable, more trustworthy, and way more resilient. It's like building the highways and writing the traffic laws before the roads are jammed with self-driving cars. Which brings us to the core philosophy here. This system isn't designed to be a cage to restrict autonomy. It's meant to be a cradle, a stabilizing layer that allows autonomy to develop and scale safely, without it turning into a systemic risk that we can no longer control. This framework offers one possible answer, a blueprint for trust in a world that's becoming more autonomous every day. And it ends our explainer with the central question we all have to grapple with now. How do we build accountability directly into the very foundation of whatever comes next? Okay, here's a big idea. What if every single AI agent needed a digital license plate? Think about this. By 2028, we're looking at tens of millions of AI agents running around online. So here's the billion-dollar question. When one of these agents goes rogue, who's on the hook? Right now, it's all just trust theater. Agents look legit, but there's no real accountability behind them. This creates what are called ghost workers, AIs with no human oversight and zero legal accountability. And this brand new threat? It has a name, Grand Theft Robot. It's a totally new kind of crime. It's a lot like Grand Theft Auto, right? Car theft led to VINs and license plates. Well, Grand Theft Robot needs the exact same thing, a digital license plate and a kill switch. You know, we've actually solved this before. Think about high-trust domains like .bank or .pharmacy, and the results? Wow, the .bank domain has had basically zero DNS abuse since 2015. So the proposal is to use that same model, verified DNS namespaces for every single AI agent. It's a 3-tier model. First, the registry does a super deep background check on the organization. This cracks the scalability paradox. You bet the company just once, then they can deploy agents instantly. A really cool innovation here is the MAMA protocol. It's basically a cryptographic family tree for agents.
The whole idea is simple. If you spawn an agent, you own it. Goodbye, ghost worker problem.
Then there's the mandate layer. Think of it as an unforgeable rulebook for what agents can do.
But look, this vision is way bigger than just code. It's a governance framework for our AI future.
An agent TLD consortium could get everyone on board, rolling out the new rules of the road. And get this, the economic model is pretty radical. It links registration fees directly to UBI. The idea is to pay humanity back for creating all the data that trained these AIs. So it leaves you with this one big thought. Could AI safety also be the key to economic fairness? Okay, let's talk about something huge that's happening right now. Autonomous AI agents. They're about to become a massive part of our digital world. But there's this critical, overlooked problem. When one of them goes rogue, who's actually responsible? Well, in this explainer, we're going to dig into a formal proposal sent to the US government that has a pretty fascinating solution. Basically, a digital license plate for every single AI.
All right, so to really get why this is so important, you have to understand the sheer scale of what's coming. We are not talking about a few chatbots here and there. No, we're talking about a brand new digital workforce operating at a speed we can barely comprehend.
Let's put a number on it, because it's a big one. We're looking at tens of millions, millions of autonomous AI agents being deployed online by 2027 or 2028. They'll be out there making trades, managing logistics, booking your appointments. It's a whole economic revolution, and it's happening, like, tomorrow. And that, right there, brings us to the central kind of terrifying question. With millions of these things running around on their own, what happens when one gets hijacked? You know, when it starts messing with the financial markets or causing chaos? Who exactly is legally and financially on the hook? Right now, that answer is not clear at all. And that's a huge problem. This is where we get to the heart of the vulnerability. The source material from a group called IA.XYZ gives it a great name, the Grand Theft Robot Threat. And their whole argument is that the way we secure these agents today is just fundamentally broken. It's leaving this massive, gaping loophole open for this new AI era. So check this out, because this slide really nails the difference. The stuff we use today, you know, API keys and things like that, all they do is prove you have temporary control over something. It's like having the key to a car. Sure, it proves you can start it right now, but it doesn't prove you actually own the car. What we need is proof of legitimate, real-world identity. And that requires some serious vetting of the organization behind the AI. And that's the Grand Theft robot idea in a nutshell. It's a perfect analogy. You know how Grand Theft Auto is a legal concept for stealing a car and we have VINs and license plates to track it? Well, Grand Theft Robot is for a hijacked AI. It's a new kind of crime that needs a new kind of response, like an institutional kill switch to shut it down and figure out who's liable in minutes, not weeks.
And if we don't have that, the consequences are pretty dire. You could have a single hijacked agent setting off this chain reaction across financial networks, a total liability nightmare. And because these agents all talk to each other, an infection could spread like wildfire. Worst of all, you get what they call ghost workers, agents that are hijacked or created by other agents, operating completely in the shadows with zero human oversight. Nobody's in charge.
So what do we do? Well, here's the solution. The proposal comes from IA.XYZ, a public benefit corporation started by a guy who was actually there at the beginning, helping build the modern internet's DNS system. Their submission to NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, lays out this whole new foundation of trust. It really is like a mandatory, verifiable digital license plate for every AI. And this quote right here is the absolute key. It's a total flip in the way we think about this. The system stops asking, hey, can you prove you control this website? And starts asking, can you prove you're a real, legally accountable company in the real world? It anchors that digital identity to actual physical world liability. And look, this isn't just some theory they cooked up. This kind of high-trust identity system is already up and running on the internet. It's built on the exact same model as something called restricted top-level domains, or TLDs, which you've almost definitely seen before. For instance, to get a .bank or a .pharmacy domain name, you can't just go online and buy one for $10. No way. You have to go through this incredibly rigorous vetting process. I'm talking full-on know-your-business checks, sanction screening, proving you have the right licenses, and you have to get re-verified constantly. So the model is already out there, working for some of the most sensitive parts of the internet. Okay, that's great for a few thousand banks, but how on earth do you do that for tens of millions of AI agents without grinding the whole system to a halt? Let's get into the architecture and see how they solve that exact problem of scale. The solution is actually this really elegant 3-tier model. So Tier 1, the registry, does the super deep one-time verification of the whole company. That's all the heavy lifting. Once a corporation is approved, it becomes a liability anchor. From that point on, they can instantly issue IDs for thousands, even millions of their own agents, because every single one of those new IDs automatically inherits that trust and accountability from its parent. It's brilliant. It just adds on top of our existing security. It doesn't replace it. And then there's this other amazing concept called the MAMA protocol. Think of it like this. Every time an agent creates a new subagent, a cryptographic link is forged. It's like a digital birth certificate. This creates this unbreakable family tree, so every single agent's actions can always be traced back to a legally responsible company. It makes those ghost workers we talked about totally impossible by design. Layered right on top of that is something called the mandate layer. This is basically a digital rulebook for each agent that says exactly what it can and can't do. It's secured by the internet's own core infrastructure. The source calls it a wax seal on a transparent envelope, which is just perfect. Anyone can look inside and see the agent's permissions, and that seal proves that nobody has messed with them. And these rules can be super specific. The mandate can literally say, you are allowed to execute a trade, but you are absolutely not allowed to make a wire transfer. It can set a limit on how many sub-agents it can create, and it always maintains a link back to a human supervisor. It's a set of digital guardrails built right into the agent's DNA. But this is where the whole thing gets even more interesting, because the vision here goes way beyond just tech and security. It starts to ask some really fundamental questions about the economics of this new workforce and who should actually get to benefit from it all. See, the ultimate goal isn't to create some private, proprietary product. The vision is to build an agent TLD consortium, basically an open club, governed by ICANN, the same nonprofit that manages the global internet. It's a call to everyone in the AI game, GoDaddy, the big AI model builders, everyone, to come together and create one set of transparent rules of the road for the entire industry. And now for the part that might just blow your mind. The economic model they propose, it's wild. It says that after you cover the basic costs of running the system, a full 90% of all the revenue from these agent registration fees should be funneled into a universal basic income fund. The thinking is that this automated economy was built on all of our collective human knowledge, so it should directly benefit all of humanity. So this really brings us to a choice, doesn't it? We're standing right on the edge of deploying this unbelievable AI workforce. We can either let it grow into this chaotic, unaccountable mess, or we can deliberately build the tracks for a system that's not just safe and secure, but one that's designed from day one to actually work for everyone. The only real question left is, which future are we going to build? Welcome to The Explainer. Today we're pulling back the curtain on who really runs the internet. We're going to look at the gatekeepers who profit from every single click and then explore a pretty wild idea. What if a new country could be born not on land, but inside the very code that connects us all? So let's just dive right in. Who owns the internet's address book? It sounds like a simple tech question, right? But the answer is about power, it's about money, and it might just be about who gets to be a citizen in the age of AI. Because you have to think about it this way. Every domain name is like a little plot of digital land, and just like real estate, they're landlords. These are the unseen gatekeepers collecting a tiny toll every single time we use the web, and they're shaping our world in ways we barely even notice. Okay, so let's start with how things work right now. The old guard, the centralized powers that have been running the show for decades. You see, at the very top, there's this nonprofit referee called ICANN. But the real money, the real power, that lies with monopolies like VeriSign. They are the absolute gatekeepers for every .com and .name out there. And then, of course, you've got the retailers like GoDaddy, the ones who actually sell us our little piece of digital land. And just look at the difference here. It's staggering. VeriSign, the monopoly operator, pulls in over 10 times the revenue of ICANN, the organization that's supposed to be regulating it. This isn't some accident. It's a system that was basically designed to channel a massive amount of wealth into the hands of a very small group. But, and here's where it gets really weird and interesting, this centralized system has created these bizarre loopholes, leading to a kind of digital gold rush for some of the most unlikely players you could imagine. For example, let's talk about the small Caribbean island of Anguilla. Now, its official two-letter country code, its CCTLD, just so happens to be .ai. Thanks to the AI boom, that little two-letter domain became a digital gold mine. In 2025, it generated an absolutely astonishing $93 million. I mean, that's not just a nice little windfall. That's nearly half of their entire national budget. It's just incredible. And this is happening all over the world. The island nation of Tuvalu uses its .tv domain to literally fund its government. The tech industry, as you know, has completely taken over the .io domain from the British Indian Ocean Territory. We're talking about entire national economies built on nothing more than digital acronyms. It's a kind of accidental digital sovereignty. But there's a pretty big danger that comes with building on this kind of digital land. Sovereign risk. Take the super popular .io domain. It's tied to a territory that's in the middle of a political dispute. Just try to imagine if one political decision thousands of miles away could vaporize 1.6 million websites overnight. That is the very real, very precarious system we have today. So, all of this risk, combined with this top-down control from the old guard, has pretty much sparked a rebellion. It's a movement to totally rebuild the internet's address book from scratch. And that is the promise of Web 3. Okay, so the main difference between Web 2 and Web 3 really comes down to one thing: renting versus owning. In Web 2, you're just leasing your domain from some central company. But in Web 3, systems like the Ethereum name service use blockchain to give you permanent, provable ownership over your digital identity. It's actually yours. You control it. No one can take it away. And this new idea of true digital ownership, well, it sets the stage for a really profound question. What if a country could be born not from soil and borders, but from pure code and agreement? This is the concept of a stateless AI nation. Imagine a sovereign, digital home for the millions of AI agents who are about to become our digital coworkers. These digital ghosts will work from data centers all over the world, but they won't belong to any one country. Now, for us to trust these AIs, for us to work with them, they're going to need a unique, verifiable identity. An AI that's born on the internet needs an internet-native passport, right? Think of it like a digital license plate, something like a .agent domain, that proves it exists and has a right to operate in our world. But this vision, it's not just about technology. It also comes with a radical new economic model, one that's designed to actually benefit all of humanity. So here's how it might work. Each AI agent registers its domain for a small fee, let's say $10 a year. Half of that fee goes to keeping the lights on, paying for the infrastructure and governance, but the other half, that goes into a fund for humanity, a universal benefit infrastructure fund. Now, when you look at the scale experts are predicting, we're talking maybe 50 million of these agents deployed in the near future. That simple fee could generate a $250 million fund every single year. And that money could be used for public benefit AI research, for open source tools, for anything that helps bridge the digital divide. So, at the end of all this, we're left with a question that's way bigger than just technology. If an AI is born on the internet, does it deserve a passport? You see, as we're building the future of our digital world, we're not just writing code, we're actually defining what it means to be a citizen for a whole new kind of intelligence. Thanks for joining this explainer.
Autonomous software agents are currently trading stocks, writing production code, and executing high-value financial transactions at microsecond speeds. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang projects a future where every human employee deploys hundreds of these digital coworkers, scaling the global workforce into the hundreds of trillions. But this volume creates a systemic risk. These agents are often microsecond-lived entities, spawning to execute a single task and vanishing before they can be traced back to a human master. This is the scalability paradox. Manual identity verification is far too slow for an ephemeral workforce, but fully automated provisioning strips away the institutional accountability required for a regulated economy. Standard internet infrastructure lacks the tools to identify these non-human entities, let alone hold them legally responsible for the damage they can cause at machine speed. This architectural solution was submitted for the federal NIST April 2026 deadline. It provides the definitive blueprint for securing the agentic economy. The strategy centers on an eligibility-verified DNS root namespace, such as a restricted .agent domain, to serve as the non-repudiable anchor of trust. This three-tier model starts with Tier 1, the Registry Consortium. A corporation undergoes Know Your Business vetting once to verify its legal standing. That verified organization then issues Tier 2 corporate certificates, allowing it to programmatically spawn millions of Tier 3 agent subdomains in milliseconds. If a breach occurs, the registry can instantly black hole the Tier 1 sponsor. This cascading revocation severs every agent identity under that sponsor at once, containing the attack. By performing the heavy verification once at the top, the system achieves microsecond provisioning while maintaining a sub-hour mean time to revoke. Curious tone. This architecture also addresses what happens when an agent decides to spawn its own descendant agents to help with a task. The MAMA protocol establishes permanent parentage. Any entity spawning an agent cryptographically owns its entire lineage and liability. This is enforced through a mandate layer, a DNSSE secured record functioning as a firewall, defining exactly what an agent is permitted to do. External systems trust this registry-verified mandate over the agent's own claims. If a prompt injection attack tricks an agent into acting outside its scope, the network automatically rejects the command. By mathematically binding every descendant to a verified root, the protocol ensures that autonomous ghost workers operating outside human oversight cannot exist. While this architecture is built for security, it simultaneously functions as a global macroeconomic engine. To prevent attackers from hoarding malicious botnets, the system introduces economic friction via a mandatory $10 annual fee for every agent domain. We see the potential of this model in Anguilla, where the .ai domain generates nearly a quarter of the entire nation's annual revenue. When trillions of corporate agents require these verified identifiers, a nominal $10 fee scales into a revenue stream totaling tens of billions of dollars. The MAMA protocol routes 50
Autonomous AI is here, but who's accountable? We have to build identity before it becomes ungovernable. We're entering an age with an invisible workforce operating at speeds way beyond human capability.
But in the eyes of the law, these agents are totally stateless. They just don't exist. Our current security proves a key was used, sure, but not who's accountably holding it.
When a valid key is held by a ghost, you get what we call grand theft robot.
This creates cascading failures, where the audit trail leads absolutely nowhere. It's a huge systemic risk.
In this kind of high-speed threat environment, our only real defense is speed. Target, 1 hour. We can't just rely on fragile borders. We have to build a whole new kind of infrastructure.
Let me introduce you to the AI cradle. This isn't a cage, it's a stabilizing force. It all starts with 3-tier admission control. This lets us scale fast while staying secure. Think of it like passports and employee badges. High assurance at the top, fast issuance below.
Okay, so accountability is inherited from the top. But how do we actually enforce the rules?
That's where the mandate layer comes in. It's basically a machine-readable license for every single agent.
And we don't put sensitive permissions in public. A wax seal points to a secure vault.
Before an agent does anything, the infrastructure checks its permissions against that vault. Simple.
And if an agent steps out of line, the connection is violently dropped, a structural firewall.
But what about agents creating other agents? Well, autonomy needs clear boundaries.
That's the MAMA protocol. It ensures that when you spawn an agent, you own its entire lineage.
Every new agent is mathematically tied to its parent. It creates an unbreakable thread to a human.
And hey, this isn't just some theory. It's built on proven architecture that already runs the internet.
Just look at the .bank namespace. It uses a similar model and has had 0 DNS abuse.
To make this work, everyone has to be on board: registries, cloud providers, and standards bodies.
This gives us an institutional kill switch, a way to instantly quarantine any threats that pop up.
This is how we establish the rules of the road now, creating a stable, bounded digital economy.
The AI cradle is one path forward, which leaves us with this critical question to think about.
What if AI's biggest risk was actually the key to universal abundance? Let's break it down. We're seeing an explosion of AI agents, but right now, this new digital workforce is kind of the Wild West. They're secured by weak keys, turning them into untraceable ghost workers. It's a huge liability. This creates an entirely new kind of threat. We're calling it Grand Theft Robot, or GTR. Think about it. Car theft gave us license plates. GTR needs an institutional kill switch. So the solution isn't prevention, it's containment. We need to build what's called an AI cradle. This cradle is a 3-tier system. Each layer builds on the last for a secure agent identity. At its core is the MAMA protocol. It traces every agent back to its human creator. That's accountability. And this is the mandate layer. It's basically a structural firewall against prompt injection attacks. It doesn't just trust what the agent says. It trusts a verified, unchangeable DNS record. Okay, but who's going to build and govern this whole new infrastructure, right? Well, that's where the Agent TLD Consortium comes in. And TLD just means top-level domain like .com. And this isn't a monopoly. It's all about industry collaboration, setting new rules of the road together. But here's where it gets really cool. This security model actually creates a powerful economic engine. You see, a small fee for each agent registration could fund a universal basic income trust. And look, this isn't just some theory. There's a real-world precedent that proves this can work. Take the island of Anguilla. It made around $39 million just from its .ai domain. That was almost a quarter of their entire government revenue from just one domain. So you see, verified agents can become an economic engine that directly serves humanity. The .agent TLD could become the digital ID for the entire 21st century workforce. So yeah, this is way more than a security plan. It's a blueprint for a more equitable future. The real question isn't if this happens, it's how we're all going to build it together. Okay, we're about to see an explosion of AI agents. So the big question is, how do we manage it? Just think about it. An army of AI workers is on its way. Trillions of them, all online. But here's the massive risk. With no real ID system, these agents can be hijacked at machine speed. You and I have passports and driver's licenses, but AI agents, just flimsy keys. That's a huge liability. So we're building this huge AI economy on domains from tiny island nations. Talk about a house of cards. So what's the solution? It's simple, really. A digital license plate for every single AI agent out there. And this isn't just some fantasy. We've actually done this before with domains like .bank and .cpa. Think of it like a DMV for AI, run by a neutral consortium. They'll verify and track every agent. And the MAMA protocol gives each agent a kind of digital birth certificate, linking it to its owner. Okay, but here's where it gets really interesting. This isn't just about security, it's about a new economy. And this is already happening. Some countries are literally funding their futures using their domain names. Get this, Anguilla is funding almost half its national budget just from .ai domain registrations. Incredible. And Colombia? They channel a staggering 92% of their .co domain revenue right back to the public. So the idea is a simple, sustainable, $10 annual fee for each agent's digital license plate. And here's the kicker. Half of that fee would go directly into a universal basic income fund. It's a tiny cost for a legit business, but it makes running massive malicious botnets way too expensive. The goal isn't to replace domains like .ai. It's to certify them, uniting the whole ecosystem as one. So, could this be the blueprint, a way to secure our AI future and fund a more equitable world?
Today, we're diving into a new proposal for an AI identity system, a big one.
First up, let's talk about the problem. It's basically a new kind of automated crime. Okay, so picture this. Trillions of AI agents all working for us online. That's where we're headed.
But with trillions of AIs out there, who do you trust? Our current systems just weren't built for this.
And this creates a brand new threat. The proposal calls it Grand Theft Robot.
See, current tech can prove an agent exists, but not who really owns it. It's a cryptographic illusion.
So what's the solution? Well, it's based on a system we already know and trust. Think of it like this: a digital license plate and a DMV, but for every single AI agent.
And the comparison lines up perfectly. You've got a VIN, a license plate, and a registry to back it all up.
Okay, Section 3. To make this work, you need a high-trust digital DMV to handle verification.
It's a layered system. You've got governance, a trust anchor, and gatekeepers vetting everyone.
And look, this isn't some brand new idea. It's actually based on proven models from other high-stakes industries.
Take the .bank domain, for example. You can't get one without strict verification.
Same thing goes for CPA domains. They verify that you're a real certified accountant.
And with .pharmacy, it ensures you're dealing with a legit, licensed operation. It just works.
Right, but what about when AI agents start creating other AI agents? Gets complicated fast. This is where the MAMA protocol comes in. It's like a cryptographic birth certificate for every agent.
Here's how it works. A verified person or company creates the first agent.
Then that agent can spin up its own sub-agents to handle different jobs.
And because of the protocol, you can always trace accountability right back to the original human supervisor.
Now, this whole system isn't just about security. There's a vision for paying humanity back.
The idea is a small annual fee for each agent's domain. We're talking maybe $10 a year.
And get this, half of that revenue would go into a global fund for universal basic income.
This isn't just a fantasy. Look at Anguilla. Their .ai domain is a huge part of their national revenue.
Which leads us with a pretty big question. Could this be the blueprint for a safe, human-aligned AI economy?
All right, let's dive into a huge, hidden challenge of the new AI agent economy.
Get this, by 2027, 50 million autonomous AI agents will be operating online.
Think of it like a brand new digital nation, all working at superhuman speed.
But here's the catch. This new population is legally stateless. No verified identity, no accountability. Right now, their IDs are just temporary API keys or self-issued certificates.
Not very secure.
So this only proves someone controls a domain, not if they're a legit organization. That's the void. And this leads to a whole new threat class, Grand Theft Robot, hijacked, unaccountable agents. An attacker just gets a disposable domain, an automated certificate, and then unleashes a rogue agent. So how do we fix this? The solution is a totally new architecture of trust for AI.
And the core idea is really powerful. Basically, a digital license plate for every single agent.
And you do this with a new top-level domain, one that's restricted and eligibility verified. So how would this actually work? It's based on a proven separation of powers model. You have one group for governance, one for validation, and one to run the actual infrastructure. Now, this isn't just a theory. This model is already out there securing our most critical industries. Just look at the .bank domain. It uses this exact same structure to protect finance.
And you know how many reported DNS abuse cases they've had in that namespace? 0. It works.
But this vision is so much bigger. It's not just security. It's about infrastructure for humanity.
Each digital license plate for an agent would have a simple $10 annual fee.
So half of that fee would fund security and operations. The other half, a UBI trust.
At scale, with 50 million agents, that's $250 million annually for the UBI fund.
And this isn't some distant pipe dream. A critical policy window is closing right now.
Key decisions are happening at NIST and ICANN very soon. This is the inflection point.
Because, infrastructure is destiny. So the question for all of us is, what will we build?